PMPL सिजन 4 को एक्सन त सकिएको छ बट ओभरअल अझै पनि नेक्स्ट जर्नी रहनेवाला छ मेना एन्ड साउथ एसिया च्याम्पियनशिपको म कुरा गर्दैछु सबैलाई स्वागत छ यो भिडियोमा आज हामी कुरा गर्नेवाला छ PMPL सिजन 4 को फाइनलमा दोस्रो स्थान प्राप्त गर्न सफल रहेको टिम डेडाइज अनि उनका आइजिएल सिफुसँग वेलकम
थ्याङ्क यू वन्स एन्ड नमस्ते सबैजनालाई म चाहिँ डेडाइजको आइजिएल एन्ड मेरो इन गेम नेम रहेको छ DE सिफु
हामी मेन मुद्दातिर जानेवाला छौँ सिधै PMPL सिजन 4 को ओभरअल समरी कस्तो रह्यो त डेडा गाइजको लागि एक्सपेक्टेसन मिट गर्यो आफ्नो प्लेयर्सहरू बीचमा फ्यान्सको एन्ड सो कसरी समराइज गर्नुहुन्छ PMPL सिजन 4 लाई
PMPL सिजन 4 चाहिँ एकदमै टफ थियो भनौँ हाम्रो लागि होइन किनभने अब अफकोर्स एउटा कुरा त रहेछ अब हाम्रो एभ्री सिजन रोस्टर चेन्जेस एन्ड अल दोस थिङ्स होइन त्यो छँदैछ एन्ड देन योचोटि चाहिँ के भयो भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ अब सिनर्जी पनि बिल्ड नभएर सो हाम्रो जुन प्रिभियस सिजन्सहरूमा थियो जुन चाहिँ अब हाम्रो एग्रेसिभ टाइपको गेम प्ले थियो यो सिजनमा चाहिँ त्यस्तो मैले अब हामीले त्यस्तो देखाउन पाएन किनभने अब हाम्रो क्लोज रेन्ज अलिकति खराब हुनुको कारणले चाहिँ सिनर्जीले गर्दाखेरि सिनर्जी एन्ड कम्युनिकेसनले गर्दाखेरि सबै मैले चाहिँ ट्याक्टिकल अब तपाईँको भनौँ न मिड रेन्ज फाइटहरू एन्ड सबै त्यस्तो कुराहरू मात्र लिइरहेको थिएँ सो त्यो कुरा केही हदसम्म वर्कआउट पनि गर्यो र कतिसम्म चाहिँ वर्कआउट पनि गर्यो सो या त्यसरी जाँदाको खेरि अब तपाईँको ओभरअलमा त जस टिमले एकदम राम्रो नै पर्फर्म गर्यो भन्नुपर्छ एन्ड मेरो एक्सपेक्टेसन जुन थियो त्यो चाहिँ त्योभन्दा एकदमै माथि नै पर्फर्म गर्यो टिमले
ओके सुपर विकेन्डको लास्ट हप्ता खेल्न पाएको थिएन टिम बट फाइनल्समा एकदमै राम्रो बाउन्स ब्याक गर्यो बट एट द एन्डमा कहीँ न कहीँ टिमले चोक गर्यो ट्रफी मिस रह्यो एकदमै क्लोज आएर टाई पोइन्ट थियो योभन्दा बढी त के नै भन्ने सो टिमले के सोच्यो त्यसलाई अब कसरी लिग्यो एन्ड इभन अन टपले MVP को टाइटल पनि लुज गरे
त्यसमा चाहिँ के छ भन्दाखेरि अब हाम्रो टिमको चाहिँ भन्दाखेरि अब तपाईँको जस्तै पहिला तपाईँको जस्तै किल्सले हेरिन्थ्यो होइन त पोइन्ट्स त बराबर छ 187 पोइन्ट्स त बराबर छ सो इट्स जस्ट यो गेमको रुलले गर्दाखेरि मात्र विजेस च्याम्पियन्स भयो नत्र पोइन्ट्स त सेम छ नि त च्याम्पियन्स हो या सो बट हामी चाहिँ के बुझ्नुपर्छ भन्दाखेरि अब हाम्रो पर्फर्मेन्स चाहिँ यो लबीमा टप नचै थियो होइन सेकेन्ड डेसम्म डोमिनेटिङै गरिरहेको थियौँ तर थर्ड डेमा चाहिँ के भन्दाखेरि अब मैले भने हन्सला अघि भने जस्तै केही कुराहरू चाहिँ वर्कआउट पनि गरेन होइन यो अब स्ट्राटेजी एन्ड अल होइन सो त्यसले गर्दाखेरि अलिकति हो बट या प्रिटी मच अब भनौँ न राम्रै थियो एन्ड त्यही हो
ओके हामी अब नेक्स्ट इभेन्टतिर पनि लाग्नेवाला छ एज मेना एन्ड साउथ एसिया च्याम्पियनसिप धेरै टाढा छ होइन अब यो इभेन्टको लागि फिलिङ के छ टिमको एज नयाँ टिम छ आउनेवाला नयाँ फ्लेभर पनि रहनेवाला छ अरू मेबी कुनै पर्टिकुलर टिम तपाईँको दिमागमा घुमिरहेको अथवा प्रिपरेसन कसरी डिस्क्राइब गर्नुहुन्छ
मेनो रिजनको लागि चाहिँ अब बाहिरको अब अरू रिजनको टिम्सहरू कसरी खेल्छ त्यो अब हेर्न त हेरि नै रहेको छ बट स्टिल अब गेममा खेल्दाखेरि अब उनीहरूको स्ट्राटेजी अब के हुन्छ त्यो त अब गेममै देखिन्छ बट सोफा अलिकति अब स्ट्रङ्गेस्ट लागेको भनेको चाहिँ तपाईँको अब मलाई चाहिँ मेरै रिजनबाट अब आफ्नै रिजनबाट स्ट्रङ्गेस्ट लाग्छ जस्तै कि नाम लिनुपर्दा भयो DRS भयो होइन स्टलबाट विजेस भयो होइन भाइब्स भयो सो आफ्नै रिजनको चाहिँ मलाई एकदम स्ट्रङ लाग्छ भनौँ अब एन्ड आई थिङ्क अब हाम्रै रिजनको टिमसँग चाहिँ कम्पिटिसन हुन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ हाम्रो फेरि पनि
ओके वन्स अगेन सेम ब्याटल एन्ड मेबी एउटा राम्रो मौका रहन सक्छ एज लाइक ठुलो इभेन्ट पनि रहने भयो एन्ड फाइनली टाइटलको रेस फेरि यहाँ पनि रहन सक्छ बट एउटा कुरा यो रहने भयो कि 4वटा स्लट जिसीको लागि भनेर क्लियर गरिएको छ यसले गर्दा कम्पिटिसन अब हाइपअप हुँदैन त
या एकदमै अब हाइपअप हुन्छ अब 4वटा मात्रै स्लट छ एन्ड अब बेस्ट अफ द बेस्ट टिम्स होइन अब यत्रो अब कति 2टा रिजनकोबाट होइन सो या एकदमै हाइपअप हुनेवाला छ
ओके एक्सन हेर्न त एकदमै मजा आउनेवाला छ बट फ्यान्सलाई म सम्बोधन गरिदिनु हुन म चाहन्छु एन्ड यस अभियसली पर्फर्मेन्स राम्रो रह्यो मेबी थोरै कसर बाँकी रहेको थियो त्यो मेना च्याम्पियनसिपमा पुरा हुन सक्छ
या एकदमै अब हामीले हाम्रो तर्फबाट एकदमै मिहिनेत गरिरहेको छौँ केटाहरू पनि अब तपाईँको दिनरात होइन मिहिनेत गरिरहेको छ सो या मेना रिजनमा मेबी राम्रो योभन्दा अझै राम्रो रिजल्ट देख्न पाउनु सक्नुहुनेछ भनौँ
ओके सो एनी प्रिसाइज फ्यान मेसेज जुन तपाईँ पास गर्न चाहनुहुन्छ
अब के भन्नु है अब अहिलेसम्म सपोर्ट गरिरहनु भएको छ अब यत्रो 4वटा सिजन भइसक्यो स्टिल सपोर्टिङ होइन एन्ड ह्याट्स अप टु यु गाइज एन्ड थ्याङ्क यू सो मच भन्न चाहन्छु एन्ड एट द एन्ड त्यही हो बिलिभ इन डी एन्ड वी विल फाइट फर द ग्लोरी
उनी थिए डेडा गाइजको टिमबाट सिफु आफ्नो टिमले कसरी पिएमपिएल सिजन 4 सक्यो त अनि अगाडिको च्यालेन्जलाई कसरी लिँदैछ त अनि कसरी त्यसको बारेमा होमवर्क गर्दैछ त बताउँदै थिए। हामी यस्तै यस्तै कुराकानी अरू टिम्सहरूसँग पनि गर्नेवाला छौँ। त्यति जेलको लागि आफ्नो ख्याल राख्नुहोस्, हामी चाँडै भेट्नेवाला छौँ। हेलो एभ्रीबडी, फेरि पनि स्वागत छ। मेना एन्ड साउथ एसिया च्याम्पियनशिपको लागि टिम्सहरू रेडी हुँदैछन्। त्यो मध्ये एक टिम हामीसँग आज सानो चिट च्याट सेसनको लागि रहनेवाला छ। कुरा गर्नुपर्दा मसँग छन् आज साउथ एसियाको सबैभन्दा कन्सिस्टेन्ट टिम डिआरएस गेमिङको आइजिएल माफिया निन्जा। स्वागत छ।
धन्यवाद।
ओके, म कन्भर्सेसनलाई सिधै बढाउन चाहे अगाडिपट्टि पिएमपिएल सिजन 4 को ओभरअल जर्नीलाई चाहिँ तपाईँ कसरी समराइज गर्नुहुन्छ? के तपाईँको एक्सपेक्टेसन मिट भयो या केही कसर बाँकी रह्यो त?
अब एक्सपेक्टेसन मिट त भएन भनौँ, किनकि फाइनल जित्न सकेन, तर जित्न सकिन्थ्यो। जस्ट हल्का आफ्नै गल्तीले गर्दा हारे भनौँ न। त्यही भएर अब त्यही एक्सपेक्टेसन चाहिँ मेना च्याम्पियनसिपमा मिट हुनेछ भनौँ।
ओके, सो मेना च्याम्पियनशिपकै म कुरा अगाडि बढाउन चाहेँ। अनि नयाँ रिजनको नयाँ टिमहरू आउँदैछ, केही पर्टिकुलर टिम तपाईँको दिमागमा घुमिरहेको छ? और तपाईँलाई के लाग्छ, साउथ एसिया टिमले नै डोमिनेट गर्छ या मेना टिम्सहरू पनि आएर उत्तिकै कम्पिटिसन दिन्छन् त?
अब त्यो त तपाईँको टुर्नामेन्ट आएपछि पनि थाहा हुन्छ है कसले डोमिनेट गर्छ भनेर त। तर अब जित्ने चाहिँ हामीले नै हो यसपालि चाहिँ गल्ती गर्दैनौँ हामी, जुन पिएमपिएल फाइनल्समा गऱ्यौँ भनौँ न।
ओके, लगातार गल्ती भएको छ होइन र? इभेन्ट वाइज कुरा गर्ने भने पिएमएनसी, त्यसपछि पिएमपिएल एन्ड देन अब मेना च्याम्पियनसिपमा गल्ती गरिँदैन भनिएको छ। फ्यान्सहरूले कसरी बिलिभ गर्ने डिआरएस गेमिङको स्टेटमेन्टलाई?
बिलिभ त उनीहरूले यतिकै नै गर्छन् होइन, किनकि अब फ्यान्स त हुन् होइन। अब पहिलेदेखि सपोर्ट सबको छ। अब जहिले जित्न पनि सकिन्न नि त, जहिले जितिराख्यो भने मजा नै आएन। त्यसैले हल्का मसालाको लागि पनि कहिले हार्नुपर्छ। यसपालि हामी जित्ने हो।
ओके, इन्ट्रेस्टिङ स्टेटमेन्ट। म थोरै इन्डतिर जान चाहेँ। अब आउँछ ग्लोबल च्याम्पियनसिपको कुरा, बट डिआरएस गेमिङ अलरेडी क्वालिफाइड रहेको छ ग्लोबल च्याम्पियनसिपको लागि। सो मेना जुन इभेन्ट हुँदैछ मेना एन्ड साउथ एसिया च्याम्पियनसिप, यसमा केही नयाँ कुरा एक्सपेक्ट गर्न सकिन्छ? जुन प्रिभियस एग्रेसिभ डिआरएस थियो त्यो देख्न पाइन्छ कि केही झलकहरू?
अब त्यस्तो त अब सधैँ त्यो टुर्नामेन्ट आएपछि थाहा हुन्छ होइन, तर सकेसम्म धेरै पैसा जित्ने हो यसमा पनि। अब त्यसको लागि फर्स्टै हुनुपर्छ भने फर्स्टै हुने हो, धेरै पैसा जित्न, त्यही त हो नि।
ओके, सो पिएमपिएलमा पनि म्याक्सिमम प्राइज पुल निकाले भनेको थियो एन्ड देन म्याक्सिमम चाहिँ कन्टेनर निकाल्न सफल पनि रहेको थियो। सो म यो कुरामा चाहिँ थोरै क्रेडिट दिन चाहे डिआरएस गेमिङलाई। सो एट द एन्डमा फ्यान म्यासेज केही पर्टिकुलर तपाईँ दिन चाहनुहुन्छ भने? एज अभियसली डिआरएसले धेरैको मन जितेको छ एन्ड देन ब्याक टु ब्याक टुर्नामेन्टमा आफ्नो डोमिनेसन देखाइ नै रहेको छ।
सबैजनालाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद अहिलेसम्म सपोर्ट गरिदिनु भएकोमा। अस्तिको टुर्नामेन्टहरूमा मन जित्यौँ, अब यसपालि चाहिँ टुर्नामेन्ट जित्ने हो। तपाईँहरू हामीलाई सपोर्ट गरिदिनु होला यो च्याम्पियनसिपमा पनि। थ्याङ्क यू।
सो उनी थिए डिआरएस गेमिङका लिडर आइजिएल माफिया निन्जा। पुरै नै कन्फिडेन्ट देखिँदैछन् यो पालि त ट्रफी आरामले जित्छ हामी पनि, एन्ड धेरै इन्ट्रेस्टिङ बोल्ड स्टेटमेन्टहरू पनि दिँदैछ। होपफुल्ली यो एक्सन देखिनेवाला छ मैदानमा पनि जब एक्चुअल इभेन्ट सुरु हुनेवाला छ मेना एन्ड साउथ एसिया च्याम्पियनसिप। हामी यस्तै यस्तै कुराकानी इन्ट्रेस्टिङ सेसनहरू लिएर आउनेवाला छौँ। त्यतिन्जेलको लागि आफ्नो ख्याल राख्नु होला।
The boundaries will break here. The biggest regions will come under one roof. Here the weak will turn into dust. And survival is the only way to the top. Watch the elites make history. In the ultimate face-off, PMPL MENA and South Asia Championship is here. Battle for glory. 9th to 14th November.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League MENA and SA Championship. Yep, the championship is going to get started right about now. We've had 4 days of league plays, but now we get stepping into the finals itself. It's a huge thanks to, of course, the Oppo F19 Pro for making this all happen. I'm going to be your host, Laura. Joining us, of course, is going to be the two amazing analysts. It's going to be none other than Ocean Sharma and Isupajani. How are you guys doing today?
Well, now I would say I'm kind of panicking. You know, 10 games, 10 games to decide everything. Just think about it. The excitement is there, but the panic, it started. It kind of is here, and that just gets onto your nerves. So I know what pressure these players might just be feeling.
Exactly. And while we have the wonderful opportunity of allowing ourselves to be overwhelmed with emotions, the players on the other side have to remain calm. As Ocean mentioned, only 10 games, and that will decide the fate of the 4 teams that will move forward from here to the Global Championship. And also, there's quite a lot of money on the line as well.
Oh yes, that definitely is. I mean, when you bring that up, there is a humongous chance for them to earn not only a lot of money, but also from that move on along from their region to represent themselves and their region altogether and their fans to be a part of PMGC. But we'll talk about that more later on. Right now, it is, of course, the prize pool that we need to bring up. $150,000 on the line. $150,000. That is a humongous undertaking. But alongside all of that, yes, that's what we're talking about the teams. Individually, Ocean, we've got that tournament MVP.
I mean, I would say me and Johnny, we always like to, just talk about it, because that one lad whose performance is just, just out of this world, he gets that extra chunk alongside whatever his team is getting in total as well. So that's always a good cherry on top.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be quite incredible to be that one individual. But it is going to be super fun to witness exactly what's going to go down with the teams, because we were discussing quite a lot about the teams and how their performance was during the league play days. And today there's going to be a reset in the standings, so everyone's going to be starting from 0, 10 matches to go. It is going to be, I want to say it's going to be fun, but it is definitely going to be intense, for sure.
Definitely is. As Ocean and you just mentioned, it is going to get intense right about now as we talk about the teams. The 16 teams, the ones who have stepped into the finals. We're starting off all the way from SUDOR Esports, who are the ones who are leading the chart, or rather were leading the chart. And then following them very closely was I8 Esports, followed then with Train to Kill and Rico Infinity. But, as so perfectly mentioned by Johnny, well, those stats are history. Because we are going to start off from scratch now, and they are going to have to prove themselves in the 10 games. 10 games that they are going to be part of in the finals.
Definitely. I mean, those stats were history, but presently we're looking at all these teams who in future definitely 4 of these will move forward. So that's a bit of a time travel in the words. So NASR on the other side, DEADEYES guys, Wizzes with Vibes and K7. Now K7 is a team that, everyone would have their eyes on, because this team has been doing phenomenal with themselves. Wizzes with Vibes. One game can make or break their, their momentum. Overall, if you talk about, what happened, and DEADEYES guys, one bad day can make or break their thing. So, a lot at stake right now.
Exactly. I mean, Ocean was quite critical about this yesterday as well, because DEADEYES guys at one point were inside the top 3, then they slid out. So you have to make sure that you maintain your position within the top 4 this time. If you miss out on the opportunity, even if it's just because of that one bad game that you had within the 10 games that you're supposed to play, it will haunt these teams for a while.
Definitely will. On the other front, talking about haunting, well, haunting was past in history for Cryptics, because they were able to deliver a completely sensational performance from day 3 and day 4 of the league plays, and therefore we find themselves right here in the top 16. But on the other front, as we move on forth, well, are we going to be expecting a different result for the side of DRS? Ocean, Johnny, what do you guys expect? I mean, Ocean, you've been mentioning they've been experimenting since the past 4 days. Do you think they're still going to be experimenting today, or it's going to be a different play from them?
No. Now it's time. It's finally, the show time for these lads. So I'm pretty sure they would just do something out of the box now. They'll have to.
I think DRS, I'm expecting to see them finish within the top 8, because, I mean, again, they have already made it to the Global Championship. So over here, it's just about maximizing your purse, maximizing the amount of money you can win from this tournament. So that's going to be their main focus, along with obviously just making sure they are getting a feel for the teams that are going to move with them to the Global Championships, because if you have some information available to the competition that you're going to face on the other stage, that's going to be better for them.
And talking about competition, the one who are leading the charts, it's going to be SUDOR Esports with 204 points is what they left the league plays with. But of course, it all boils down to nothing. It's all down to nil as they move along into the finals.
I mean, for this team, if we just talk about the way the team has just been playing, that's just incredible. Action. this guy, always likes to be at the topmost position. Obviously, he was just one kill short of Wizzes with Wizzes rules as in the last game. Rules had an incredible game for himself, 33. But Action with 32 kills did incredible. The team, in fact, did incredible. Scry's entry for the team has just been really, really good. So maybe in this 10-game affair, because till yesterday we know that every team was missing out on one game that they were not playing, but now, well, they'll have to play each and every game. So let's see how do they perform.
Exactly, and I guess for Stalwart Esports, the one game that they were missing out on would act as a cooldown for the team's momentum, and we would see them sort of have a good finish by other standards, but for Stalwart's own chart of comparison, it was sort of just a middle of the table, a mid-tier performance. But still, I mean, as Ocean mentioned, since they are going to be playing all the matches, the momentum is not going to break at all, and they will be allowed to just be as comfortable as possible in every single match. And this team is just deadly. It's not just going to be Action that you're going to be you will have to worry about. Scry has been quite incredible since he joined as well. He's been doing really, really well. I mean, we saw the damage numbers, we saw the average survival time. It was all looking good.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely was. It definitely was looking really good. And, if we just talk about the way their performance has been, in the last few games, though, it did kind of just, went down. But, well, before that, they had such a big lead that it never mattered. I mean, the bad games, they kind of never mattered. So, it was still, like, pretty good. So.
I think, Ocean, you'll agree with me on this, and I think Blotter, you too, because we witnessed them dancing on top of cars by the last 3 games. They were they realized they were going through, and they were like, all right, guys, this is enough. I guess we can just chill now.
But there was no stopping them. I mean, they realized that. That was absolutely evident when it came down to those perfect moments where they were just, emoting along on top of a car, and they were just baiting the entire lobby. Catch me if you can. Which, of course, is easier said than done because you're talking about Stalwart.
Exactly. I mean, this team is just phenomenal, but there are other teams as well that have showcased that they have what it takes to compete for a position moving forward into the global championship, and I believe now we're going to talk about some of those teams.
Well, talk about a segue, Varun. Right now, we're going to move on along and have a conversation about Rico Infinity, a team that you have been mentioning quite a lot, and especially the Dean right there, right, Ocean?
Yeah, I mean, if we talk about these lads, right? So Anas has been doing really good. Skitan has been doing really good. Prestige has been doing amazing. Fidan, I mean, these lads have had an impact, which I won't say, obviously it's not phenomenal as of now, but it's incredible enough for them to make up their marker right now. Obviously, it's all about the pressure that they just take on themselves. So yeah, it's good because look at this, right? We see a variation from 16 minutes of survival time to 20 minutes of survival time. We see a variation just coming down on all these players of only one team, right? So it just shows that the impact that they're creating, it's kind of in the mixes, but well, more or less, it's a good one.
Yeah, it's definitely quite a decent performance. That was not decent, but really good performance, in fact, from the side of Rico Infinity. It was amazing to see them play. And especially, I believe, as you mentioned, Blotter, I mean, Fidan was definitely quite a wonderful player for the team when he showed up, especially during the last day. He looked really good. But I have to say, I mean, overall, it has to be Anas, the man who carried the team to the finish that they had. Incredible performance, incredible utility usage. I'm going to repeat this again. The man has amazing utility usage. I'm running out of words to describe how good he is with those grenades. I mean, always finding the exact angle to connect. And yes, these are the shots that Fidan hit yesterday with the EM24.
It's about polishing your skills, and these lads are getting better day by day, match by match, and well, if they're polishing their skills in a good way, they are getting good results as well.
It's definitely helping them. There's no two ways about it. And when it comes to that is all based on the league play days that we've seen them.
Yeah, and if you just have a look at this right now, they had their ups and downs. They had a game in which they went down to what is it, right? Obviously 0 points as well. But well, right after that, they get up and they have a really good jump. I'm talking about yesterday's second last game. So it shows that if they have a bad performance, they don't let that play with their minds. And right now, with just 10 games, it's important.
Yeah, and I mean, even the start to the league play wasn't that bad because they started off with the first game getting 10 points for themselves, dropping down to 5 to 6 points for the next 3 games. It wasn't that bad because you're not taking an exit on 0 at least. You're getting something in return, especially during the early stages of the tournament. And later on, the pace does, they do pick up the pace. And it is something that I believe they have to turn around for the better because, again, just 10 matches away. You're not going to be playing 4 days. It is not 4 games per day. It's just 2 days, 10 matches. You have to go all out.
But you know what, Varun, in that concept, in that same sentence or that same conversation, in that same breath, we do and should talk about Cryptics, because that was that one team, along with K7, of course, that was able to just 10 games the last 2 days for Cryptics. That was day number 3 and day number 4 of the league plays that they just, well, they were on a
They
cloud
swooped
nine.
it all in
They swooped it all together. And that is something that we definitely have to talk about. So let's move on to the stats based on K7 and Cryptics' performance in the league plays.
I mean, and the best part about Cryptics was the fact that if this was the ideal situation, right? If the last 2 days that they played, that was the only games that were required for qualification, and they played like this, and he was starting from 0. They did it in 8 games. They got into top 10 with the 8 games, 2 games left for them. So this team knows how to sprint. They know how to get points fast.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. That's just, the way it was just, moving forward. And well, overall, somehow, the way these two teams have played, especially Cryptics, they, it's, whenever the tournament starts, we talk about a thing that is dark horse, right? Although we know that Cryptics has done so good for themselves in the previous tournament from where they're coming. Obviously, they topped the tournament. So they were not exactly dark horse. They were a strong competition. And in the final 2 days, well, they showed it. Why they are actually a strong competition for the entire lobby. It's not about having those maybe only chicken dinner moments or something. It's about the impact that a team just provides mentally.
Exactly, and I guess the key factor over here was the change we saw from Cryptics as well, going from the first 2 days to day number 3. The level of aggression, the way they picked up their aggressive stance inside the game was so fun to witness. I mean, day 1 and day 2, we were barely witnessing them in any sort of action, in any sort of team fights, and then all of a sudden you see this team swooping in, getting all those points, getting those top tier finishes in the top 5 in every single game.
They had only 27 points till the second day.
Yeah.
And well, after that, they just turned the tables and went to 130-ish points for them. So that's just insane, right? That's the way you change first 8 games versus second 8 games. Well, there is a big comparison, but the fact that it's no comparison the way it has happened, right?
Yeah, and
you would want to compare it, but you cannot because you know that they have done better. So there's no point in comparing that as well.
I would like to compare these 8 games to how they play the matches today and tomorrow, though. That is going to be fun.
I get that. Everyone would want to, right? Everyone would want to.
Well, I mean, they kept the entire lobby in a little bit of a black hole, but then when it came down to when it makes it count, they did definitely deliver, and here they are in the top 16. But we shall see what today and tomorrow is going to lead them towards in the top 16 with a $150,000 prize pool. Along with that, well, that is a huge undertaking for these teams, but we do have some amazing news for our viewers itself. We've got this a special PMPL 2021 crate that is going to be available until the end of, 16th of November, simply put. And that is something that these viewers of ours can very well capitalize upon as long as they join into the game, they log in, they participate, they play them games, and, well, you definitely have a chance. But that's not it. Because we also have some amazing gifts available in-game from Oppo for you guys. As we move on along, we've got this amazing looking skin for the M249, and that is going to be available via the live question and answers. 10 lucky winners will definitely get that permanent skin, but to be a part of that, you are going to have to chime in to the action through PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page. Hear me right again. Be careful what channel you're tuning in from, because you have to be live into the action through PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page. And while you're there, why not click that subscribe button? Why not click that bell icon as well, so that you know that we're giving away so many amazing items. And that's not it. As we move on along, this is the most important, that I have to request you for your help. We help you, you help me. Simple as that. And not only me, the entire community all across the globe for PUBG Mobile, because as soon as you start sharing the link for this stream, as soon as we reach 60,000 viewers, 80,000 viewers, and well, again, I mean, you can clearly see it. 100,000 viewers, and you have that permanent outfit for yourself to be able to flaunt amongst your friends. For that to happen, you're going to have to get our viewership up. And for that, like I said, I need your help. So do not forget to share the stream and get your friends to be a part of all of this action. Now, talking about action, let's move on along. Let's get our finals started off. And it is time to bring up the schedule, where we've got 5 games for today, 5 games for tomorrow, in total 10 games, and these teams are going to start things off on Erangel. Top 16 teams, well, they've done whatever best they could in the league plays, but now the top 16, there's no two ways denying it, there's no groups. They are going to have to bring their level up, and for that, I'm going to have to ask our analysts, what is your anticipation? What is your prediction going to be?
All right.
I'm gonna pick I8. I want to see this tournament being theirs. I want to see this tournament be this team's.
All right.
That's
That was supposed to be my pick, but since Ocean has taken my pick, I'll take his. I'll go with Stalwart Esports now.
Oh, that's a good one.
Okay.
That's a really good one. Now, again, when you talk about Stalwart with 204 points in the league plays, they were just phenomenal.
So, I mean, Johnny.
Yeah.
Both of us are playing safe, just picking the top 2 teams till yesterday.
It's the start, Ocean. It's the start. We'll spice things up. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But I would personally want to see, how I8 plays, because a lot rolls down on the shoulders of these lads. And Stalwart as well. I mean, talking about these 2 teams, right? Both of them, if you talk about it, military base is where they start off.
Yes,
Over of military, like the Southern Island is where they start off. And well, from there on, they roll in a really good fashion. Talking about I8, 43 kills, Stalwart 57. We know obviously the lads have been just incredible when we talk about it. So yeah, it's looking brilliant for the lads.
Then again, when you talk about those league play days, right, where we did see at times I8 playing the game and not, because Stalwart was there on that military base, but now, well, all of them are going to be there. So that means there will be a contestation, there will be a rivalry for that military base, because we know for a fact when it comes to I8, they love that military zone. On the other front, we talk about No Repnoy, well, we know for a fact that Stalwart is going to be right across the corner. So it is all going to be brought down to where the zone is going to be. So let me change the predictions altogether and ask you guys, where do you want to anticipate the zone will be?
Surprisingly in this tournament, Johnny, you'll agree with me on this one thing. We've seen a northern circle, we've seen a southern circle, we've seen a circle around Shankar. We haven't seen a circle around Gatka somehow, though. I would want to see a Gatka circle. We haven't seen that zone.
I knew you were going to mention that.
Gatka, Ferrypair-ish zone.
To be fair, I agree with him. I mean, Gatka circles are going to be they're going to be slow in the early stages, but it's going to be fun to watch how these teams, especially with the aggression I8 and Stalwart have been displaying inside the game, how are they going to take those challenges?
Yeah.
Well, with that, let's move the conversation on forth with the casters who are on the other side of this entire virtual world. It is going to be none other than Mustache Dave and Experiment to take us through this first game.
Thank you so much, Blotter. Lovely seeing you boys there on the analyst desk. Well, Dave, we've made it. We're at the end game. The league finals are finally here. How are you feeling today, mate? It's going to be an epic day for PUBG action.
Yeah, I'm feeling good, man. 10 games, leaderboards, clean, fresh, 0. All these teams on a even level playing field now. Hopefully, they learn some decent lessons during the league stage, and they are prepared. They are tight. They are ready to go here today, because you got to start strong here, XP.
You got to start strong, because again, you're not going to have any second chances. This isn't the league play where you have 4 days to do whatever you want to do. You just have 2 days to basically show the world what you are made of. And well, 16 teams have made it across. Unfortunately, Dave, we did have to say goodbye to 4 teams, but I'm sure we'll see them in the future.
Yeah, Yala. One of the teams I was hyping up, it seems like they just didn't make the cut. They had a really strong day number 1. Remember, they were like 3 squad mates up, and they were just popping off, taking all these fights here and there. And then since then, they just kind of slid down. But hey, we are here. We are talking about the now game number 1 finals, baby. 10 games to go. Let's go, XP. Let's get it.
Well, we're kicking things off with Erangel, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to be in the skies. But before anybody jumps out, a little birdie just came and told me that, wait a second, we're going to have to go back to the lobby because, well, there seems to be a little connectivity issue which has definitely been fixed. All the players are going to be coming back on your screens shortly. But again, Dave, I mean, all these little minor technical issues aside, it is a big, big day for a lot of these teams. Now, out of the 16 that are playing, we already know 2 of them, they've already booked their slot, they booked their berth for the Global Championship. However, we still have 4 slots up for grabs, and again, it's going to be a dog-eat-dog world out there. Everyone vying to get that little ticket, the golden ticket.
Hey, we had some hot predictions from the desk. They said I8 and Stalwart Esports. Talk about some risky picks for that top 4. If I had to ask you, not those 2 squads, what team would you pick top 4? It can't be I8. It can't be Stalwart. They already picked. You got to pick a new one.
I'm going to go for either Wizzes with Vibes, because these guys, again, they're the silent stalkers. They don't really like making a lot of noise. They don't ruffle a lot of feathers, but then they do come and whoosh, get that little kill at the end and get the job done.
Watch out.
That kind of hurt, didn't it? So I guess Wizzes with Vibes is going to be a team that I'm going to look out for. Deadeye's guys, maybe if they just keep their composure about them this time. And not that I'm saying they haven't been a consistent team, but just a chicken dinner or 2 could propel them to greatness.
That's it. One chicken, especially here right now, early day, will definitely set that momentum, that pace for the squad continuing to the other games, right? If I had to pick, I'm leaning towards Rico Infinity Team because they really showed a lot of improvements if we had to compare them to their day number 1 of league play. But you know what, XP? That's who I would have picked. But if you recall, I'm the conductor of the hype train, man. I'm on the train. I'm going for Cryptics top 4. I need to, dude. I need to. I'm still... Hey, leaderboard 0, all right? Cryptics, where you at? Today's the day. I still got you in my top 4.
Now, here's the thing, though. I was going to bring up Cryptics next, as it is, because we kind of seen one thing that, especially towards the end of the league stage itself, they were thriving, and dare I say, they love thriving under pressure. Now, of course, there is going to be that pressure right from the beginning, but I wonder if they have another characteristic slow start as they did a couple of days ago. Dave, that might not be enough for them to basically get the job done. That hype train might just get derailed.
Choo-choo. I think right now, since they did play yesterday, they've been ramping up this whole time. Yeah. So if I had a chart, they started at the bottom and they just went boop, 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 and they're right there at the top, at that roller coaster before you go really fast and take that dip. So I think with only 10 games to go, they are primed, they are ready to go, and they are ready to get this top 4, baby.
Well, I guess everyone is going to be ready. And if I quickly just have a look at the remaining teams. Now, you kind of picked Rico to be a hard-hitting team today as well.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, all these teams that have made it to the finals, anyone can take it. I'm looking at Train to Kill. If they have a good game, they can come and take it. I'm looking at even RAW. They might have a good game, but all that speculation aside, it's going to be time to jump right in to game 1 once again, where this time I do believe the big bird's in the sky and it has no plans on landing anytime soon. But of course, one last time, well, not one last time, for the first time on day 1 of the finals, you can have a look at your favorite players as we soar high above the fields of Erangel. And of course, looking at the plane path, we are going to be flying south, a little towards the southwest, flying all the way over Yasnaya Polyana and ending things at the Sosnovka military base.
Yeah, hopefully teams are prepared for Erangel. This map in particular, considering we will be playing it 6 out of the 10 times here for the finals. So the lobby definitely favors this map out of all the maps here, and hopefully they got it tightened up. They're ready to go. Their drop spots, their rotations, everything is going to be on point here. Now, we're talking about teams that we think should be top 4. That's always a good discussion, of course. What if we made it a little spicier, though? I'm talking MVP, baby.
Ooh.
Right now, we got to pick MVP. If you had to pick one to win the $2,000, who would that be?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure you're not going to give me a chance to, let the first game get done and dusted.
I got action.
All right, you got action. I got crypto. Yeah. I got crypto then. I guess we we got to go that path. And if you're going to pick someone from Stalwart, I got to pick someone from I8. That's just how this world works. And, well, the first circle is going to be an interesting one, as it is going to be a little bit down south. We have the entirety of the military island in the circle. And, of course, all the teams jumping around are going to be a happy bunch. But what kind of pops out for me right now is that Fate Esports are going to be joining two teams on the military island as well. Of course, I8, we've seen them at the military base time in and time out, and Stalwart Esports, who love heading to Novo. This could be interesting because I haven't really seen something like this before as far as Fate is concerned. Maybe they have something up their sleeve, Select.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Game number one, man. I'm feeling it, dude. I'm excited. And especially with the zone, we got about 50% on Erangel. And then, of course, the entirety of military base will be favored here. So if we can get a nice little southern zone shift, oh, yeah, baby. That's going to be looking mighty good for STENI8. So I'm picking Action for my MVP. That's kind of, it's like an easy pick because I was looking at the numbers. Action, second place with total kills for the league play, but the thing that stood out to me, they had over 8,000 damage.
Oh,
I'm like, whoo, I had to double check. I had to rub my eyes. I had to splash some water on my face because I was like looking at the other numbers. Ahead of them, it was Rules from Wizzes, who got that number one spot, 35 kills with 5,000 damage, right? So first place from league play got 5,000, but you got 8,000. We'll get back to that here as we're getting some action here. M249. Some pre-fire shots on a Sinister.
Sinister. A1 Esports also, I mean, they did kind of scrape through towards the end yesterday, but right now, I8's Uzum, again, I love the fact that it's a clean slate for everyone. We are down to 0, so basically, may the best man win over the course of the next 2 days, but A1 Esports' Sinister is playing a little dangerous game. He did go past I8 just moments ago, but right now, Ragnarok from Fate Esports does hear the enemy coming in, and I'm pretty sure as of this moment, Sinister is oblivious to the fact that his movements are currently being monitored, and at any second, if he's out in the open, he might just get shot at, and unfortunately, Ragnarok's weapon was on single fire. That AKM is not going to be rattling off bullets as we expected it to, and as a result of which, the M760 does a bit more work. Down goes Ragnarok, and looks like that was not in his fate here, Dave. That was an ouchie.
Yikes. Yeah, yikes. Hey, A1 Sinister definitely catching a big-time break right there, right? Because you're running in the open, you got an AKM locked on you. You would assume, hey, that's it. You know, yeah, you're done. But definitely catching a huge break right there. Well, talking about not catching breaks, we got Rico Infinity all the way up there in Severny. Very far. The furthest team here from this zone. And I'm looking at them, and I'm bringing them up because I'm trying to think their rotational path. Where are they going to go? Are they going to go towards Runes, where they might clash with Cryptics, or are they going to go near Yesnaya, where they might clash with DRS? So Rico Infinity, they're going to really need to be aware of their surroundings to make sure not to get gatekept here in this zone.
You know, if they've been reviewing the WODs, if they've been doing the homework, I kind of feel they might actually head towards Georgia Paul and come down south all the way by Gatka because, again, Yalla Esports is not playing, Lit Esports aren't playing, so, you know, all those drop spots are up for grabs. And, again, if they've done their homework, they are going to be aware that maybe Cryptics could be in the vicinity. But, again, that Western Front looks like the right path for them to choose right now. But again, R8, I mean, Rico, these boys were kicking off yesterday with Anas especially, you know, leading the charge for his team, dishing out a lot of damage, making sure they play as a tactically sound team. So I do expect big things coming in from them. But now, as the circle is going to shrink in due time, teams are going to be coming in, but I do expect a little skirmish breaking out at Milta because we do have 3 teams really close to one another.
Yeah, we got K7 out there in the distance. Looks like we're going to be driving past Milton. This one's interesting because we got 3 squads essentially stacked on top of each other. And really, they're just trying to buy some time and wait to see where this next circle goes before making that move. And, wow, okay, popping back over here to Fate. Dude, Fate, game 1, already down. 2 squad mates. They are going to be all the way down in the south of military base. So if you're Fate right here, right now, I think the goal, honestly, XP, I want to get your take. I think the goal is just to like remain undetected, don't take any fights, just be underneath the radar and go for those placement points. Like, that's all you can do, because for me, with only 10 games here, I don't think you can afford a lot of games where you get 0 points. Maybe two. Maybe two. I don't even think that. I think maybe one, if I'm being honest. You can only get one game, 0 points to have that chance, because remember, we're looking for teams to get top 4. Top 4. Like, you need to get points every single game if you want that to come true.
That is correct. It's going to be a fourth of the teams that, made it to the finals. It's going to be going forward. But right now, I'm going to come to your point, because Seth is going to be holding his own right now, as K7 are going to be pushing in. Now, Hojuan and Wanwo are going to be going up the steps. A little preemptive grenade let loose over here, almost getting the job done. But right now, it looks like he spotted someone out in the distance. But again, he's going to get engulfed by all sides. K7 is like a pack of wolves out on the prowl right now, basically devouring the enemy, and all Cotton can really do is just look on helplessly as his teammate Saif has been pretty much put down under. But again, K7, a different kind of aggression on display right now. They are, to be honest with you, I get it that it was only one person in the house, but again, they are playing as a tight-knit unit. I'm pretty sure the comms have been popping off in this team. A lot of things to be expected from this side. Elsewhere, T2K's Jane is picking a fight with Vibes as Jiggle lies on the ground on his bloody knees.
Yeah, we're going to see Vibes over there finally making shore over there on the beaches. One of the squad mates was taken down, but what's happening over here? Wizzes with Vibes versus K7. It looks like one of the squad mates from K7 possibly catching the tires out here. Some wheels, but Wizzes with Vibes up here on the high ground. They got two of their squad mates up here trying to defend, trying to buy some time to allow their teammates to pull up and provide that support.
The support is going to come through, and it looks like Delta and Reaperbot are going to regroup with their teammates as well. Now, Chakshin is in a little position of a flank. He is going to lob a few grenades. He's got to be careful, though, because if he gets pushed up on, those bullets are going to do a lot of damage. But Rules over here spots the enemy out, goes around the tree to the left, sprays a few bullets, gets Chakshin down on his knees, as Hojuan now is going to lay down some suppressive fire as his teammates. Wanuo is going to be going up first with that Scar Rail. He does spot the enemy, lays down some fire. Unfortunately, none of that is going to catch any flesh, and he's going to fall back while his teammates chuck a few Molotovs, hoping to make the enemy burn, but it's going to be a grenade that blows up in one of his face, courtesy Delta, that does him in.
Yeah, these mollies, these nades going back and forth, pretty much putting a halt to any type of push over this hill. And it looks like both teams attempting to get the reset, the pickups, and then possibly even the boost. And it looks like Delta was able to do that first, tossing a grenade right on into the smokes. Is it going to be good? Yes, it is, baby! Another knock from Delta.
Ziv is in no man's land right now. He has no idea what to do, because if he moves an inch left, right, forward, or backwards, he's going to get spotted out as Hojuan now. He's got his work cut out. He's got to suppress the enemy, lay down some grenades. I would rather see him with a weapon in his hand, just suppressing the enemy as Ziv gets taken down. K7 were the hunters in this situation. Unfortunately, looks like they have become the prey, but Delta now is going to be taken out elsewhere as SUDOR Esports. Yeah, they heard the commotion. They're like, hey, what's happening there? We want to join in on the fun as well. And there you have it. Teams are going to be skedaddling out as Nabo from NASR just kind of knocked himself out.
Wow, I'm really surprised. I have to assume that Wizzes with Vibes might have used all their utility when we're talking smokes, because right after that third party started with SUDOR, they immediately said, Delta, listen, we love you, man. You did a lot of good things against K7, but we're just not going to risk picking you up here. And we saw exactly what they did. They sent it into the water, because next zone did go on up, and it looks like we're heading to the military base, baby.
And you know what? I think that's a good decision. They are going to be heading down south. And Fade, well, when we did kind of see them in the replay, I8 reviews kind of just annihilating the enemy over there. But I guess it was the right call right now from Wizzes with Vibes, leaving Delta behind. Right decision, because the zone is going to be moving in as well. And, well, you definitely want to be on the right side of the blue when it starts doing its damage. But right now on the map, as we do have a look at the replays, I do see an airdrop in the military base, and a Mark 14 up for grabs.
Yeah, right near Fate too. Remember, they lost 2 really early on. So Fate, they're trying just to play the zone, and they're trying just to survive at this point. So Wizzes with vibes, we can see them on that map. They are swimming. They are trying to make their way across that water. And it looks like Rico Infinity did show up to the area where Wizzes with vibes were previously fighting, right here where we're looking. And it looks like they were trying to scout out some type of boat action. And I don't believe they found any boats because I see them in their vehicles. They immediately made that U-turn. And I think they might be trying to just play the slow game, play the edge game over here in Milta. But they might be clashing with Cryptics here very shortly.
It could be a possibility indeed, as we of course have a look at that AWM just chilling as it drops from the heavens above. Now, you did kind of bring up Rico. SUDOR Esports definitely have an idea that there's an enemy nearby. That's why they are going to have to, you know, kind of pick a different route to take the course to the circle. Looks like shots are going to be fired as Katan may actually be driving past Rico Infinity right now. So both these teams, they've got to be careful because, again, it is going to be a race for the bridge or even the periphery near Farm or Milta. But then again, have a look at your map. You've got DRS pretty much north of the bridge, and the circle shift is going to be dramatic as we are going to be coming down south to the military island. Trust me, I am not complaining at all. And of course, Stalwart Esports are going to be right atop, right pretty much in the center with that massive hill all for themselves.
STE, they are literally the zone magnets in this lobby.
They
get so many zones. If we had like a percentage on which teams get the most zones, they have to be number 1, right?
I'd say
and not only that,
10 times. Yep.
9 out of 10. But they set up for this, right? Like they prepare for it. I don't think it's all luck. I think it comes down to the IGL making these calls and just game knowledge, right? And they do have a little 2-2 split, like you mentioned. They got 2 of their squad mates all the way up on that observation tower, all the way at the top down here. Ton of sight lines. And then they got Pika and crew down below, possibly looking over the bridge. And this bridge is going to be contested. That is a fact, as all these players are going to be fighting tooth and nail to get into this new circle.
It is going to be contested, and talking about contestations, T2K is going to be going up against Fate, with Legend just getting a grenade to his face. That's going to be devastating. Siyog down on the ground as well. That is going to be detrimental for T2K because if I have a look, they are pretty spread out pretty thin, and there you have it. The retreat has been called in, as I do believe they have gotten the vehicles and are going to be moving back just a little bit, but Jane from distance trying to pepper them with a few bullets. But again, T2K, they knew that the enemy was nearby. Of course, you did see Legend and Siyog pretty much prone behind the wall. I'm going to hold on to my thought right now because it looks like Crypto is going to be going boom with the grenades, knocking out a team. In fact, the first team to bite the dust, and it's going to be Wizzes Esports out in the 16th position without any kills.
Yikes. And we saw coming back to that Fate fight, they have these Guardians above them right here. Perfect. Hey, observers, I love you. Chin and top, they were taking shots at Train to Kill as they were trying to push onto Fate. And Fate actually received some of those shots, and they immediately pulled back into the compound, into safety and comfort. So right now, they got 2 squad mates from STE overlooking their current compound, kind of keeping them safe for the time being. But look at this.
Oh,
Cryptics on the bridge. Oh, no. What's happening?
Well, we've always wanted a bridge fight, but it looks like Marshall is going to be getting the shorter end of the stick over here, as NASR are going to be driving past. That little convoy is going to make sure that it's unstoppable, as Senke is lying bleeding on his knees as well. Cryptics pretty much hit a massive roadblock, Dave, and things really haven't been going in their favor right from the beginning in this game. El Chapo, the boss himself, the man, is the only one left standing, and again, I guess survival is going to be the name of the game for him, because have a look at that. He's already in the military island, already in the base itself, but now he is going to be trailing I-8, and that could be devastating because Deadeye's guys are going to hear the commotion. In fact, I might just hear a few shots being fired right now with El Chapo either taking someone down or being taken down instead. There you have it. Turu Love puts Crypto out of this game.
Yeah, and this was that bridge on that west side that was also heavy in the blue zone, right? So it was chunking them down quite well. Next zone goes up, STE, dead center. Are we even surprised? Oh. Little bridge camp action. NGX losing one. Lord, look like they hit a tree here. They're still alive. Oh, blue zone taking them out. Yep.
Blue zone's going to take them out, but now Batika is going to go down to the blue as well. He knows it, but he does manage to take a kill with him. He did. No, the blue zone just comes in and annihilates everyone, claims their lives for its own. Now, T2K, we did see them, Sandesh and Jane, a two-man squad in no man's land right now, because at one end we've got A1 Esports, although Sinister is going to be on his knees. 6ix9ine boy could still be a thorn on the side, because elsewhere reinforcements are going to be coming in. That was a timely revive over here. I thought Sinister's done for, but no. Dante is going to be there for respite. But Jane, on the other hand, Dave, things are not looking good, because DEADEYES guys could possibly be using him as bait right about now.
Yeah, and right now what we're seeing is a lot of teams that decide to rotate late to military base. They're being punished hard, and it's really benefiting those teams that decide to hit up the island early on, right? Because they have a nice position, they have a nice spot to defend, and they are set up to take out these enemies on their rotations as they try to deal with these challenges here. Talking about that, I8 on the high ground, one of the teams, they dropped military base, they're set up pretty fine, and they're going to be overlooking those foothills that DEADEYES are trying to scale their way up, and we can see just so many players getting picked apart right now on this west side.
They are getting picked apart, and Revvies thought that he was behind cover. Unfortunately, he wasn't, and Sinister's M16 is going to do the talking, as he is going to pepper him with a few bullets every now and then. Uzum, on the other hand, is also going to be firing at the enemy. Looks like we have a couple of teams that are really close to one another. We do have T2K still in the fray with only Sandesh, the last man standing, so he can't really make a move. And it looks like Reviews is going to be left in the dark here, Dave, as his teammates are going to be moving forward to greener pastures. Now, elsewhere towards the north, if I quickly just have a look at the map, Rico could be heading in a collision course with a couple of teams, but I don't see anything happening over there. Stalwart, meanwhile, still in the center. Kings of the Hills, as Blade is trying to make his escape from RAW, a four-man squad, really dangerous when these guys are pushed against the wall.
Raw out here, man. Raw snakes in the bush. They're all just snaking it right here, and for good cause, because they're going to be down here in the south. They have a nice position. Now, I'm just looking at the map here. Wizzes with vibes, pulling off that fight early on and deciding to swim across the water. That was huge, man, because they still have 3 up. They have that east side all to themselves for the most part. Yeah, it's going to be downhill, but the fact is that they are still alive compared to their counterparts who decided to stay on the Erangel mainland and take their time. So that right there, that could be a heads-up play for Wizzes with vibes, just looking ahead, as we still have 12 teams to go. A lot of teams still alive. And for a third circle, XP, Stalwart, you can have it. Okay, yeah, we love it.
I mean, I guess we already know who the Kings of the Hills really are, because again, this is just this is fascinating the way they've actually predicted what the circle's going to do. And again, you know, they have the highest ground, they have the most options available to them, and they are definitely using them to their heart's content. But right now, top with that Mini 14 is going to try and spot some enemies in the distance, as it does look like Stalwart Esports are getting a knock for themselves as well. Now, I like the fact that, you know, we did just kind of bring up... wait, I forgot. Wizzes with vibes. There you go. You know, all the teams that had that skirmish in Milta, Dave, are still alive, although a couple of them just have one man standing. I'm talking K7. I'm talking SUDOR Esports. They did make it, although they did lose a lot of personnel, but right now it does look like RAW is going to be coming under fire. Elsewhere, DRS's AJ finally making some noise as SUDOR Esports come under heavy fire, while Stalwart Esports are going to open up on the DEADEYES guys.
Yeah, a ton of teams just all stacked on top of each other. Once when they get into fights, Stalwart Esports up here on the high ground. We see top with the Mini just taking shots one at a time and trying to connect, trying to third party. Right now, Stalwart Esports, nothing but sidelines for days, nothing but opportunity to get a huge point lead when I'm talking kill points here in game number 1. Look at this dominance right here, just tapping away all day long. You love to see it. Wow.
I mean, it's just amazing because, you know, everyone around can hear that Mini 14 going off, but there's nothing anyone can do about it, as now Top is still going to avert his attention to another team, and now Rico are going to come under fire. All he's going to do is just pepper them with bullets. He is going to be tickling them at this distance, but sooner or later, they are going to hurt a little bit more as Joker gets taken down by Blade from IA. And Stalwart Esports, again, a lot of options for them. They are in the center of the killing field here, Dave, and they have that 360 vigil. They are going to make the most of it as Reapbot is going to try and zigzag his way out of these bullets. But for now, a little respite behind that massive rock.
Not only that, just talk about the gun. Like, how do you have an 8 times with the DMR up here? Like, where did you find that, right? Talk about having the perfect weapon for the perfect spot and the perfect ending of a zone for you right there. And we can see that thing coming out strong. And, hey, the winner, chicken dinner forecast, of course, STE up there. But it's kind of tied with DRS, surprisingly enough, up there in the north.
Well, you got to keep one thing in mind. DRS, again, the fact that they have all 4 members, to work with, that is something that is definitely going to give them an advantage. Now, the circle kind of has shifted a bit towards the northeast. Now, it's not going to be detrimental for Stalwart Esports, but my problem that I'm facing is, as and when they are going to have to come down that slope, Dave, they are going to be massive, massive targets on that mountainside. They're going to be exposed unless, of course, they have a lot of utility. And, of course, if the enemy down below is already engaged with one another. So that is the only thing that I'm going to keep in mind. But again, I don't really see any problems for them. Now, DRS coming in from the north is going to be problematic. But for now, Action does know the enemy's nearby. This could be devastating. Now, Shifusa definitely heard that commotion. I wonder if Action has the information that they are 4 really sneaky but deadly members below him. And now he's going to peek over. Is he going to get knocked out? Or is he going to get a few kills to his name here, Dave?
The thing is, can you even scale up those clips from that angle that Deadeyes are trying to make their way up? I'm not exactly
Get those
sure.
grappling hooks
yeah, maybe we had that. I don't think so. So Action just needs to make sure not to overextend and be spotted and pretty much just rely this intel to their squad mates. And now Deadeye is kind of stuck in a funnel. They only have one option, and that's going to be wrapping around this hill right into A1. They see the smokes in the dip. They're trying to open this fight up with their utility. And Love, okay, True Love with a nice spray down with the Scar right there. So A1, they're just getting picked apart from all angles.
Every which direction you look at, A1 Esports are going to be shot at. I8 at one end, Deadeye's guys at the other, and of course Stalwart Esports from the heavens above. Now, the only thing of concern is if Stalwart, I know they're going to get hungry, they're going to get thirsty for those kills. If they extend a bit too much, they might just get them. There you have it, True Love. No idea that there was an enemy above him. Gets shot in the back as he sort of patched himself up. And Action, of course, is going to snap to it. Now, again, hungry for kills. Just might spot out Chifu as Fragboy gets taken down by A1. This is a free-for-all. This is a bloodbath, and in the blink of an eye, A1 Esports have been snuffed, have been wiped out from Erangel with Action, getting a couple of kills to his name.
This is such a free game right here for ST. I don't even think anybody can contest their sightlines or angles up there on the high ground, and Action is taking full advantage of this one. Just peeking over the ridge, getting a nice grenade, getting a bunch of shots, switching to that M4. Deadeyes, see you later.
Done.
Action, 5 kills. Dude,
Deleted.
14 kills. 14 kills on STE right now. If they get one more and the win, that's practically 2 chickens in game number 1.
That is what these guys are all about. Now, they've been patient, and finally that patience is working out for them. And now the circle is going to shift north. Now it's like, you know what? We've given you enough leeway. Now it's time to give DRS a little chance over here. But again, Stalwart Esports, they are going to be on a high. That momentum is rolling. They have all the momentum in their favor as DRS is marching in, trying to make some smoke cover over here, making sure that they aren't spotted from above. Now, that's going to be problematic. There you have it, Stalwart Esports. I was saying they are going to have a little tough time coming down the mountain, but when you have vehicles to basically topple over the sides, it's not going to be problematic. But listen, could be a problem for them, but, well, I was just going to say Faith could be as well, but too late for that, isn't it?
Hey, at the end of the day, though, Fate right there, 5th place. That's 6 points. I'll take that. Considering they lost 2 really early on, for me, that's a win. That is a win. So let's see what STE can do. You mentioned it. They got 4 vehicles. They got the utility. You have to assume they got all the meds. They got all the ammo. They got all the grenades they could wish for with the amount of crates that they are able to loot here before scaling downhill.
Now, if you have a look at the position, if you have a look at the terrain, DRS, although they have the circle, they don't have an outright advantage over the terrain because they are going to be on the slope. And again, when you are on the downslope, you are going to be exposed, and it's all going to be who can aim better, who can be more accurate, and who can shoot quicker. That gets the job done, as Rico Infinity are going to be bowing out in the 4th position with that 1 kill as well. Now, DRS know that they have a massive target in front of them. Stalwart Esports, they're coming in hot. Uzum is still alive in the distance. However, he's not going to be making a peep right about now. But of course, he has been spotted out. The blue zone is going to do its damage. And knowing Uzum, he's going to go out with the fight.
Yeah, look at this. Stalwart Esports making sure just to cover all these angles. They're focusing on that downhill battle, but also trying to protect their back end right here and make sure nobody can backstab them. Stalwart Esports setting up for a win. Oh, but a grenade from DRS. This could be the trade right here. DRS, they're pulling up. AJ trying to take some shots, some pre-fire in the smoke. DRS, they're looking to make moves.
They are making moves. If Mafia Ninja, in fact, goes a bit to the right, he might actually get a little bit of a crossfire. AJ making sure the left flank is secure. Now Scry is going to go for a revive. Top gets taken down again, and now Action is going to be relentlessly fired upon. Basically, his life has been scrubbed out. Scry is going to be the last man standing with his teammate Top as Mafia Ninja goes around. He's behind the enemy. He shoots at the enemy, and he puts the enemy down. There you have it, the real soldiers getting it done here in Game 1, winning the chicken dinner. But what an amazing game by Stalwart here.
Where was this DRS for league play? Were they just trolling us here? Hello? DRS? Winner chicken dinner. Congrats right there. You love to see it. DRS, one of the teams that already have their PMGC golden ticket, and they're coming into these finals trying to prove to the world exactly why they earned that spot already. So, great game from them. Stalwart Esports, though, we can't ignore it. I think they had like 17 or 18 kills this game.
Mm-hmm.
8? That is massive. Is that a record here so far?
That
18
is
kills in one game?
That is phenomenal. I mean, I'm sure the analyst desk is going to be bringing all these numbers up. But again, DRS, I'm not really surprised because this is the way they actually play now. Some would call it camping, some would call it staying away from a fight. It's all about, using your mind because they made sure they had 4 members up till the end, made those numbers count, and got the job done, getting a win over Stalwart Esports. But again, that is just the beginning of the action we have in store for you. These next 2 days are going to be awesome. But before that, we are going to take a quick little breather. Do not go anywhere.
Hello and welcome to the finals right here at PUBG Mobile Pro League MENA and SA Championship. A huge thanks to our sponsor Oppo F19 Pro. But what a game this was. I mean, we were talking about Stalwart, we were talking about I8 and the zone. Well, they were just handed it.
I mean, definitely what a game it was.
I'm
What a
wearing
game
this
to
for a
start
reason
off-
now.
What a game to start off the day, right?
True. Definitely.
Everything as Blotter, I guess, brought the things in question to perspective. The zone, Stalwart Esports, DRS coming in a little bit late. And Ocean, we were questioning this, right, during the league play days. Well, DRS exiting their drop location a little bit earlier on. This time they took their sweet time. It was a standard DRS that we saw, and they did, in fact, get the victory. But MVP from Stalwart Esports, it's going to be top 9 kills secured, 1,688 damage. By one guy.
By just one person, exactly.
Yeah, and with the 9 games remaining, 9 kills by this lad, I want to see someone go to the double digits as well, right? That's where my eyes are going to be if that happens. But his own teammate, so look at this, right? 1688 by this lad, then 1020 by his own teammate. Talk about the overall damage that their team would have had in the charts. And well, after 9, 6, there's Muffin Ninja with 3, Trula with 3, Batika with 3. So good multiples of 3 coming out here.
2,708 damage just by 2 people.
Yeah, by these two. That's what I'm saying, right? Obviously, so Scree also had one finish on I8's last lad with that molly. So obviously they have had the numbers. But talking about this one, 3405 versus 1244. This shows the dominance that Stalwart had in this game, to be honest, and the 7-point lead already. I get it. DRS had a chicken. But the lead, it's with Stalwart. That one high area, that higher area that they had, and the communication, the call-outs that they would have been just giving out in the fights. Think about it, right? The covers, the person who's just being a support player, the flanker, everything being done really good by Stalwart. Well, at the end, though, the chaos, their own chaos, took them down.
Exactly. I mean, not even their own chaos. I believe there was this one evil guy from DRS known as Gyalson. You might have heard his name. Has lifted a trophy or two in the past. His flank was what broke Stalwart apart. Because the attention, exactly. Because he went in from the right, and Stalwart Esports were caught completely off guard. After which Mafia Ninja was able to capitalize quite nicely. But look at the difference.
Only 2 nade kills.
Yeah.
Only 2 nade
one
kills.
is Crypto and Action, because these two lads always want to compete with each other somewhere. So there it is.
Yeah, definitely. There
Absolutely.
it is. Wow.
But we move on to the match rank, and well, we do know who got the chicken dinner, but the 18 kill start of the finals for Stalwart Esports, 30 points to their name. 7-point shy is going to be DRS, and then slightly off balance is going to be I8.
Somehow I'm happy. As of now, I get it. It's just the first game. There will be a lot of changes. But somehow what I feel is these were kind of the names that I wanted to see in top 4 right off the beginning. Just think about it, right? DE, we were talking about this team, right? Top 4, that's important for DE. They are in top 4 right now. I8, well, this is what we were talking about, right? I8 should be there. Stalwart, well, obviously their gameplay shows it. DRS, well, they are there. That means if they are there, obviously the 5th team will be getting it by the end of the 10 games. But right now, Cryptics, well, what is it? That's my question. Is it going to be like, staying a bit calm today and then maybe coming back tomorrow? I don't know, but well, tomorrow will it be too late? So,
true. On the other front, of course, there's going to be also Nigma Galaxy, another team that was not able to outshine the competition in this game, but maybe again they might just do so.
GC.
But before we talk about all of that, they've already been confirmed for the PMGC. But before we talk about all of that, let's move on to the rotations that were made from these teams through the zone analysis.
Yeah, if you're just talking about these rotations and all, so you already see out here, this is DRS, right? And this is Stalwart. And Fate and A1, like these teams kind of surprised with those early rotations, to be honest. Because, then they actually just read it out that, the circle's going to go south and that's important. But as soon as circle shifted, not this one though, this is kind of still an ugly circle because obviously everyone's just here and there. But after this zone, as soon as this happens, this is a cue for a lot of teams, right? I8, they always like to stay on this side. Again, they were outside the zone, if we talk about it. Well, Stalwart, they had a really good upper area advantage for themselves. They got a lot of confirmation. DRS, they had to chime in if they want to be a part of all the action that was just going on. And these 3 teams, well, these 3 teams made up their marker. One from outside the circle, from the other side of the island, and one just staying inside the zone, Johnny.
Yeah, definitely. And we have to give props to the players of DE as well, as you mentioned, Ocean, because look at their position towards the southwest of military base. And then slowly and steadily, they were always in the midst of chaos, but they still managed to survive until they were destroyed by, I believe it was Action from Stalwart Esports, who took care of things with Deadeye's guys, just destroying the whole team. Yeah.
Just think about it, right? I8, they lost their 2 players early.
Yes.
They're 2 important players. I mean, Crypto was there as well, but still, the other 2 players, they were just here. I mean, Uzum, hats off to this lad, just staying, surviving in the top 3. He knew it, the circle was not his friend, so he started healing up at the situation. DE, they tried to get inside the zone, but you remember from the high ground, Salvo was just punishing them overall in the entire area. And right now, DRS, the slow strat that we call about this team, right? The slow movement that this team just does. They did that, and well, at the end, teams did brilliant for themselves.
I mean, and again, talking about how the game went about for Stalwart Esports, me, Ocean, Fixes, all of us were having this conversation while watching the game as to what is the situation going to look like ammo-wise. Because they were taking a lot of fights, they were taking a lot of shots from the observatory, but they were sort of isolated in that position for a long time, and they had to come down the slope, and looting was definitely going to be an issue because, again, as Ocean also mentioned, there were a lot of teams surrounding that position, so it was going to get a little bit tricky, but the team still fought really, really nicely.
18 kills. 18 kills is what this team of Stalwart walked away with, but along with that, there were the teams who were participating in the kill department as well, as all those clips are going to be compiled together through the Oppo F19 Pro moments.
Yeah, it's more or less Oppo moments and, kind of like Stalwart's highlights as well. So, that's what it was, because Stalwart highlights, that's what we'll be seeing here. Because look at this. Yeah, the early fights, they were happening here and there. I8, yeah, this was a brilliant knock-up that they were just going forward to. But then again, you'll see, as soon as you see that team getting a high ground for themselves, well, that was just where they had their highest frag right now. And well, they were taking the teams down on their own lows.
Yeah. And again, talking about the teams, I mean, as you mentioned about I8 losing under 2 of the individuals earlier on in the game, I would say had this been just the PMPL South Asia Season 4 that ended a few weeks earlier, I would have agreed with you. But this time, I8 is looking brilliant. I mean, the entire team, in fact, because Uzum in the very end also tried to secure 1 extra point for his team, but the Molotov and the Blue Zone combined was like a little bit quicker than his trigger finger.
Like, to be honest, the way we have seen these lads, in the past few seasons, I would say, play, I would love it if this team qualifies. Just think about it, right? Crypto, just doing phenomenal. He has backup of a lot of amazing players as well. I mean, there's Reviews, there's if we talk about the players, there's Reviews, there's Blade, there's Uzum, like all these players, they are just brilliant.
Yeah, and also the bridge situation with NASR Enigma Galaxy, that got super intense.
Yeah, it definitely did. I mean, that's the beauty of these kind of circles, right?
Yes.
It's the bridge that just does it. And we have seen time in and time again, Godless, just getting onto the top of that bridge area. We have seen that thing happening the previous season, but well, now someone had to take that same chance for themselves.
Yeah, and it was the lad from DRS. But talking about DRS, had an incredible run throughout the match. I mean, the rotations were looking so clean. It was definitely going to be up to them to sort of get into the top 4 finish. But hey, the show is here. Look at that. 2 defeats at this point. There's the 3rd, there's the 4th, and one after the other. They're just wiping the floor with everyone else. One team after the other, one individual after the other. It wasn't like, it wasn't like they were focusing on one team. They were like, all right, we'll just take care of everyone. That was these are the words that I like to use for I8's game plan, right? If everyone is gone, we win. That was Stalwart this game.
We saw Top for like more than 20 seconds in open moments as of now. Like he was just doing brilliant. And then this nade was such a brilliant nade. And this is why we were talking about, hey, do they have enough bullets? But then we see a nade as well. We're like, yeah, throwables are being used, so that works.
But then after this, the zone shifted, and that is where DRS was certainly ready to capitalize.
Yeah, I mean, Yalzen.
We were talking about Scry as well. The man was there with like his team was doing really nice, and Scry was doing a wonderful job supporting his teammate in this match. But he was there with like no kills, and we were like, all right, he's gonna run after Uzum for sure. He's gonna make sure that kill is his, and he did with a wonderful Molotov. But again, Muffin Ninja and Gyalzen doing a brilliant job of closing out and making sure the 15 points are gonna be theirs. But look at this!
Wow. 3,405 damage coming in from Stalwart. I mean, being on top of that observatory tower was just phenomenal for them because the zone
damage-
favored them, the kills favored them.
It's 2.6 times higher than DRS's damage, almost. Just think about it, right? Not exactly 3 times, though that would have been like, 3600 something, but it's 3700 something, but it's 2.6 times higher than the damage of DRS. That's
But
just
nobody could have predicted this sort of a phenomenal result coming in for the favor of Stalwart. Indeed, that is the start of the finals. On the other front, as we move on forth, we still do have 4 games remaining, so let's move on along with the schedule as we move things up into Miramar. And this is where maybe T2K, maybe Vibe, or again, the house name. It's gonna be Stalwart.
Miramar is where Stalwart does good.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, but
Exactly.
I want to say one thing first, Roshan. I mean,
Yeah.
Blotter, you said no one could have predicted. I picked Stalwart Esports, bro.
They knew. They had a premonition of that zone, of that game working in that favor. And I mean, again, even if they did not get the chicken dinner, 18 kill
That was.
game,
It was
uncalled
about.
for.
It was about asserting dominance. It was about sending a
True.
message to everyone
So true,
that
so true.
So
we
in
are here
Miramar,
to dominate. Yeah.
in Miramar, I picked Stalwart.
All right, you're gonna go for Stalwart Esports. Then I'll go for NASR. I'll go for NASR Esports. They've
All right.
been doing pretty well for themselves on Miramar quite recently.
All right. Yeah, that's I agree with that. I agree with that.
Well, that is going to be the prediction coming in from the analyst desk on the other front as we move on to the head-to-head between Stalwart and NASR. Well. 20
So-
kills, 16
Yeah.
kills, but
They have low kills. Stalwart has low kills, but they are compensating that in the placement point department. That's one thing that they've done. I mean, yesterday's last game though was not good for them. I mean, Stalwart last Miramar. Yesterday that happened, but still, I would say they have been doing pretty decent for themselves.
Oh yes, they have. Oh yes, they definitely have. With that, let's move on along with the show. Let's get busy with the second game of the day of the finals right here. It's going to be time to cue in the casters who are going to be Experiment.
Woo! Man, things are heating up. I had to lose that bomber jacket because, wow, game number 1 was electrifying. It was amazing. We've dissipated in the ground. Now we're back. What's happening? It's just awesome. I love this. This is just amazing.
Getting busy with it, man. That's what we're going to do here out in Miramar. Let's see who's going to come out on top, ladies and gentlemen, in the hot, dry map here as we now have 9 more games to go for the finals.
Oof. 9 more games, and that is going to seal the fate, seal the deal for a lot of these teams. Only 4 are going to be going forward to the PMGC. 2 already have their slots. But again, Miramar is going to be the map of action now, as the plane is going to be flying a bit towards the north. We are going west all the way over San Martin, directly in the center. And of course, we're going to end things just south of El Pozo. Now, the analyst desk, Dave, they picked a few teams. Pretty similar names, although I did like Johnny picking NASR, especially since, they've been actually performing quite well on the map of Miramar. But again, how do you stop those juggernauts at the top? Stalwart Esports, 30 points already, although they were just so close to that chicken dinner. They didn't get it. But again, DRS, Stalwart, IA, these guys are firing on all cylinders, and they look nigh unstoppable.
Yeah, hey, you can't stop it. They got, 30 points right now? We can see on the overall rankings. They didn't even get the chicken dinner, but they're still ahead of DRS. So let's see what they end up accomplishing here this game. And just to remind you here, DRS, they already got that golden ticket. So if they finish tomorrow in the top 4, that means we'll just go down 1 team, and that 5th place team will get that golden ticket because DRS, they're already going to PMGC. As we're going to be looking at zone number 1. Okay, so pretty much half of it unoccupied right now. Wide open for the taking.
And I like that it is further down south. Normally in Miramar, you kind of have central circles or something up north. This is going to be interesting. What's going to be more interesting is if somehow, the circle kind of ends down near Los Higos or even Minas del Valle, because, they really haven't seen a lot of final circles in that vicinity. But of course, it is going to be an exciting time because anything can happen now. It is just game 2 out of 10 that these teams are going to play, and one good game can pretty much, sway favor in sway the games in your favor. That is what these teams are going to be going out for. But right now, a lot of teams in the north, near San Martin, near Hacienda del Patron, that is where I'm expecting the first few skirmishes are going to come from.
I love how Cryptics, after game number 1, we can see them 0 points. So they're going to be rotating really early on, going down there towards the south where the plane, didn't favor it. So they have to assume that's going to be wide open for the taking right now early on. So they should be able to get some decent loot down there. And I was talking last game. Oh, hold up, though. 9 kills? Remember, MVP, they get $2,000 in the pocket, in the bank here. I said top. No. I said action.
You said action.
I said action. But look, right now, we got top contestant for that spot.
Okay, I'll give you points.
it.
I'll give you points for them being teammates because look at it. Action is not going to be far behind, just 3 kills behind his teammate. And again, over the course of the next few games, man, these numbers are definitely going to be skyrocketing unless, of course, another team has another sinister plan up their sleeves, but I don't see anything changing as of right now. Again, we did have a look at the circle earlier. Most of the teams are going to be pretty happy with their position so far, but I am kind of worried about teams in the Northeast. Now, I'm talking about RAW. I'm talking about SUDOR Esports because they are going to be coming in the circle. They're going to have a lot of opposition, whichever direction they choose to basically traverse towards. Now, DRS, in a similar situation as last game, although the map is different, Dave. Now, if the circle keeps shifting down south, right, DRS are going to find themselves in the same precarious situation because last game they dropped at Yasnaya and ended the game on the military island. So they're going to have a lot of migrating to do. And let's see if they pick up a few kills on the way or whether they're going to do all their killing in the last few circles.
Yeah, I sent a DM to Mafia Ninja from DRS here the other day asking, hey, like, what's going on with the team? And they told me, listen, Dave, we're just looking for that bounce back game, that bounce back performance. Now, I feel like they kind of touched it yesterday in the league play, but with the game 1 that they just had, that chicken dinner, you have to assume like that pressure, even though they already have the spot, that pressure was lifted. Yeah, they might have the spot XP, but remember, first place, $40,000. Like, there's a lot of money. Second place, $28,000. Third place, $18,000. Fourth place, $10,000. So, yeah, you might have the spot, but guess what they don't have? That's the money from this lobby. So they're on the hunt for that money, and I think with that winner chicken dinner in game number 1, we might see a completely different DRS team compared to what we were watching during league play.
Well, you know what they say, money makes the world go round, and that is what these boys are going to be aiming for as well. Of course, once you get the money, you can up your game a bit more, Dave. You get those extra fans in, you get the extra cooling, you get the RGB lighting installed in your room. I mean, this is the time to go gamer in case some of them don't have those, amenities with them so far. But again, the way that most of these teams are playing, I mean, it's just phenomenal watching them at this stage because again there's been a learning curve, right? I mean, a lot of these teams that especially have stuck together for a long time, I'm talking Cryptics, I'm talking teams that are not here right now, but Yalla Esports, for example, they really showcase something different. That's what I want to see from a few teams right now. I'm going to talk it out. T2K, they need to definitely wake up because their caliber of gameplay, of their level of gameplay, Dave, is so much higher than what we have kind of got accustomed to in this championship. But again, anything can really happen, and one good game is all it takes for their fates to be flipped aside. But right now it looks like T2K could come under some fire as Ziv11 from K7 has them in his crosshairs.
You know who else needs to wake up? We just saw there a couple moments ago, Vibe. They are currently in last place, 16th with 0 points. I saw them, I think all 4 of them in one vehicle. They need to wake up and make sure to get a couple vehicles because they don't want to get sprayed upon and taken out and get 2 back-to-back 0 games because I truly believe if you get 2 games, 0 points, that might be it, man. Like, unless you really ball out, you pop off and get a game similar to what STE did last game. If you're at the bottom, I don't know. I don't know if you can come into these matches just kind of playing your same old tried and true peanut butter jelly strategies. Like, you're going to have to turn it up a notch. You're going to have to try something else, and you're going to have to try to get a lot of kill points early on, in my opinion. You got to pop off. Like, that's a fact, and there's nothing around it. If you're at the bottom, Cryptics, NGX, 5, K7, they got 0. They got 2 points. You have to pop off. You have to have that in your mind. Like, listen, of course we want the chicken, but we need those kill points. We need to catch up because right now they're playing catch up. STE, 30 points. DRS, 23 points. I8, 16 points. Like, they need to capitalize on the fact that it is early on within the tournament because as every game finishes, you know what? That's one less game to get those points.
There you have it. That's going to be one less game to get those points. And just to add to what you just said right now, I guess you're right because there's two types of teams, right, or two types of players. Now, when you are cornered, basically, either you're going to buckle up, you're going to give up, get in the fetal position, and just pray that all this is done and over with, or you basically whip out your claws, unsheath your claws, and just go all out like a cornered animal. So again, it is going to have a detrimental effect on the confidence, definitely, if they do go out with another pointless game. I am of course talking about the teams at the bottom, Vibe Esports, Cryptics, even Nigma. Although Nigma don't really have to be worried because they already have their spot for the global championship. But again, they really don't have a lot to lose. I say that it's
they don't got the money. XP, they don't got the money, man.
It's the money.
It's the money.
That's what it is.
I'm looking at I
need that
on
money.
the team. Yeah, I'm looking at the team. I'm like, listen, boys, we got the spot, but I need the Lambo. All right, I need the down payment on the Lambo. I need something, right? I need the money. I need to take the boys out to a nice, classy winter chicken dinner at the end of the day. So I think that's what they're competing for. Yeah, they got a spot. And with that in mind, they could play really risky, right? NGX, they can hot drop, they could gatekeep whoever. They could do whatever they want because they're kind of playing risk-free here, in my opinion.
That is something that, you and I, in fact, were expecting right from day one, not just from NGX, but from DRS as well. But looks like it really hasn't been the case so far. But again, anything can change. Now, NGX, again, they don't have a lot to lose. So, maybe in the latter half of the finals, maybe tomorrow, we might see them go YOLO and just hot drop and just, be a thorn in the side of a few teams. But right now, Deadeye's guys dead smack center of the circle. They do have a compound all to themselves, but sooner or later, they are going to be surrounded by enemies, by wolves or hyenas in the desert who are going to be coming knocking at their doors as all teams are now trying to make sure they get in the circle. But my eyes, Dave, are going to be glued to the north as we have a few teams heading in a bit of a collision course. I'm talking DRS, I'm talking Wizzes with Vibes. Stalwart Esports could join the commotion as well, and have a look at that. RAW is converging in south of San Martin as well.
You picked Wizzes, right? You picked them, top 4.
May the best man win. That's who I picked.
Okay. That's a good pick. Hey, that's a good pick. I like that pick a lot. I respect that pick. And we saw last game too, like they're kind of popping off. Delta getting some nice grenade lobs across the way. They were really sticking it to K7. And then I like their smart decision making. Once when they got third partied, they immediately pulled off. They didn't commit all their resources. They didn't just throw it in the ring. Instead, they had their eye on the bigger picture, and that's surviving to that late game with 3 up still. So I really did appreciate that play from Wizzes with Vibes. To me, that's some high-level thinking, and I kind of agree with you. Top 4, Wizzes with Vibes. They might not be there yet, but I could definitely see it.
Could definitely see it. And again, the anticipation skills were basically what was on display in the last game because, every single team was kind of getting like in a bottleneck situation, was kind of getting funneled down south near Milta Power. And, sooner or later, well, they would have pretty much been crushed by the weight of all those teams, coming on to their position. As an airdrop is going to fall in the distance as Miracle from NASR. Still trying to see if he can get a sneak peek on the enemy as Galzin is going to make sure he moves away from that compound towards the circle as Rules from Wizzes with Vibes is going to look on. And there you have it. We have some music in the car for a little bit. All right, let's just enjoy the tunes. Oh, no. Where'd the tunes go?
Oh, man. Right when we started to get the vibe going, once we started to really... Okay. Oh, MG3? Vibes. Talk about getting the vibe going. MG3, they could definitely use that weapon, right? I'm curious if they're going to kind of risk it to pop out the safety and comfort of their compound. I think I do see Killer on the move out there. Now's the time to get it. It just hit the ground. Get that gun, get that level 3 gear, pop back into the compound, and just turtle up and wait to see where the next zone goes. And I think that's the story right now for a lot of these teams. Everybody found their spot for the time being. Right now, fingers crossed that it favors them. If I was anybody else in the lobby, I would honestly just review the VODs from STE and try to mimic them, because for the most part, yeah, they're not favoring the zone, but they are awfully close to it, right? Like, they are set up. They're already in their vehicles. They're already ready to reposition. STE are really on the ball here. Now, one thing to note, though, Deadeyes right ahead of them. So STE, they might be caught with some static here early game.
Now, this is what Miramar is all about. It's all about that vehicular manslaughter. It's all about the drive-bys, Dave. And sooner or later, a lot of vehicles are going to go boom. But Dante, right now, almost getting run over, is going to lay down some lead in K7's direction. But he's got to be careful now, because Hojuan has alighted from his vehicle. And now the hunter has become the hunted, as Dante is going to have to fend off an entire team. As Jakshin and Hojuan are going to be at one end, they are going to be joined by Ziv11 and Vanu as well. Dante does the right thing. He falls back to his teammates.
Yeah, let's see, though. Grenade trying to catch him on his approach on out of here. Looks like K7 going to be taking this moment as well to call it quits. Vibes.
Oh!
Road. Yeah, the road being the kind of that middle factor here between the two squads. Deadeyes looks like they got a couple trades across the way. We do see the smokes, but Assassin not able to get a knock right there with that nice grenade. And it looks like both teams, since they are in the zone, they don't necessarily need to take this fight. And I think they realize that. So they're pulling back a little bit here and covering up in these compounds.
Well, 30 minutes, 30 seconds was the mark when the first bullets were fired and the first knock came through. But right now, we still don't have a first blood. Although Wibbes' killer was last left on his bloody knees. Of course, that little skirmish with Fate across no man's land is still going to be taking place. Now, K7, they're going to move fast. They knew that A1 Esports was in the vicinity, but they're going to be heading right into the city, as Wibbes Esports are going to be coming under fire once again, as Ragnarok from distance with that Scar-L in the single fire mode is going to just lay down a few shots down range, although I am kind of concerned about his health. He might want to patch himself up, because this is PUBG Mobile. It's a battle royale. You can get shot from left, right, center, or even the heavens above, as it did kind of look like the team was trying to make a move across the road. But right now, SUDOR Esports is clever, in a clever situation, up against K7 once again.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the call from Deadeyes. I know they're thirsty. They want to get these kill points, but right when they take the passage across the road, I believe at least one of the squad mates from Fate might have sightlines on that road, right? So they also want to keep in mind, I talked about it a couple moments ago, STE, they're in the area, right? So if STE start to hear these shots, what's stopping them from third partying, right? So I like Deadeye's position right now. I think the play is just to hunker down and just see where this next circle goes and make sure that your vehicles are safe and secure as well.
Thoughts on what we just saw right now. Cotton now was kind of crooked that grenade. Jiggles kind of just ran past him. I think he reacted a bit late as the enemy walked past him, threw that grenade, couldn't switch to his weapon on time and was taken down instead, as his teammate Saif is going to get shot at from the distance, and he makes the right decision to, just rearrange his buggy as to Yog from across the field was trying to pepper him with a few bullets. Now the circle has kind of shifted above to the northwest. I love the fact that the circle is going to be throwing us some curveballs here, Dave, and this is going to be exciting. Again, a lot of vehicles are going to be on the move, and a lot of these vehicles are going to burst in flames.
Yeah, Deadeyes get the next zone too up there to the north, so I'm pretty sure they're happy that they didn't opt to just throw all their eggs in that one basket across the street and try to get that one kill point, because right now they're set up really well to get some kills up there in the north with Train to Kill awfully close to them. And talk about getting some kills. Well, K7 out here taking some shots. Okay, all the way out here on this east side where we have about 4 to 5 different teams. They're all going to be fighting for the same little sliver of this new zone.
They don't have any kills to their name as of right now, but K7 have been pretty active ever since the action did kind of start off, and it looks like they are going to go in for the hunt. They are split as 2 men, no, 3 in 1 car. They're going to go around, maybe stop at the building and go in for the kill, while one of the teammates, Hojuan, is going to go up on the left flank. Now, Hojuan is going to make some noise. They are aware Clever's going to be the first man in the line of defense for SUDOR Esports in this house. Jakshin just might spot him. He goes on the left. In fact, he gets spotted out, almost getting knocked out, but now Ziv11 and Wanuo are going to be coming in. Where is Hojuan? I expected the left flank to be lit open right now as Wanuo and his teammate are going to go through the building, making mince meat of SUDOR Esports with Seth, the last man standing. Man, he's got a lot of weight on his shoulders. Can he do anything with that UMP at close range?
Ooh, I don't know. Now smoking themselves, so it's going to come down to what they hear. And the Molly's going to be inside the smoke, applying some additional pressure on that left side. And as a solo squad member against 4, well, the odds definitely stacked against you here. And we'll see if they can even get 1 kill point out the mix. Nope, they cannot. And we'll see them later on, as now we're going to be popping over to some more fights down here in the south.
It's going to be a fight in the south, and Fate Esports are going to be in the thick and thin of the action, going up against NASR, but looks like Crypto from I8 is going to be nearby as well. They want to come in and join the fun. Just on the other side of the rock, Crypto could get a couple of kills, but he doesn't need to wait for that because the grenade is going to be doing all the talking. Although it isn't Crypto's grenade, it's going to be Ragnarok's from the other side of that little ditch, basically spewing death in every single direction, as Venom is going to make sure he gets some much needed cover behind that ridge. Fate Esports, they kind of have learned from their mistakes. They aren't shying away from fights here, Dave. 2 kills to their names. Let's see if they can get some more. As Assassin tried to breach this building, but is taken out instead.
Wow, so after that one fight on the edge, K7, they got the kill points and they immediately sent it in their vehicles, kind of YOLO sent it to a off-center position. Looks like they might have lost 1 or 2 in the mix, but they do have a solid spot for the time being. K7 always involved in the mix here. We can see they got 6 points so far on the live rankings, but everybody just wait to see where this next zone goes. Cryptics, fingers crossed, it favors you and your compound. Once again, another hard shift for a couple of these teams.
It is going to be a hard shift. It's going to be even harder for a lot of these teams migrating in. It's going to be easier for TDK coming in from the south. But right now, Wizzes with Vibes are coming under heavy fire as Reaper Bot and Ghouls are brought down with that M4 from Reef. And now he's still relentless. He is showing no mercy as he tries to take a few more elsewhere. Mafia Ninja with a massive grenade on Nigma Galaxy, taking 2 of the members out. Forget that, eliminating the entire team altogether. Nigma out in the 14th position without any kill, while Malik is the last man standing for Wizzes. And just as I say that, the Wizards have been knocked out as well. They were vibing up until now, but now out in the 13th position with 3 kills. And talking about wives, Dave, the other wives are out of Miramar as well.
Wizzes casting the magical spell of disappearing out the lobby right there. But Cryptics trying to defend the church tower right here. DRS, they just won the chicken dinner last game. Nima prepping these grenades. I believe this is about the 3rd grenade that Nima has attempted to toss within the church here. Nima going to be pushing the front lines by themselves. They need to wait for the support for their teammates who are going to be piling in right behind them before breaching that church.
I don't know whether it's divine intervention that Cryptics need or whether they're going to take them to church, but it's Reviews over here who's going to be opening up on Fate as well. They are going to be biting the dust. Fidan does get a kill, but anyhow, the Rico is going to be out. Fate, I beg your pardon, is going to be out from this game as Senke is going to make sure they hold their ground as DRS are relentless with that attack. We do see those grenades being lobbed overhead. However, none of them are really going to do any damage. Again, a lot of jump scares coming in as AJ cooks his grenade. It's going to be perfect. It's a good one, but it's a bit too deep, and Marshall is still on his feet. DRS getting out of harm's way as the blue comes in to do what it does best.
Blue, baby. Marshall, though, with the pre-fire in the doorway. So I do appreciate how DRS, they're trying to hit that church from multiple angles. They're trying to attack it from both entrances, but it didn't work out. So instead, they decided to pop in their vehicle with the 2 they still have alive, reposition, and maybe gatekeep Cryptics as they make their way on in. But look who's over here. Action on the high ground, on the hill, overlooking both these teams, trying to third-party them.
Well, SA is going to be Hawk's Eye view for action over here. He does get a couple of kills to himself. Now, DRS is going to move in as Stalwart Esports are going to be basically charging K7's position. They do have the man advantage as Marshall is going to be brought down elsewhere, which does mean that Cryptics could very well be out of this game, as right now, Scry running inside the building, trying to basically get a position, get an idea of where the enemy is. And of course, you want to make sure you burst all those vehicles as they are dangerously close to exploding as it is. If you notice something, as soon as Stalwart Esports went out the building, they were getting shot at from elsewhere. So again, it's going to be chaotic as Top is taken down with the perfect Hojuan grenade.
Yeah, and across the road, this might be the opportunity for Deadeyes to cross it finally. That compound that they didn't push out earlier on, no longer in play. It looks like they're trying to toss out some smokes, maybe a smoke tunnel to make the breach to third party this fight. And here they come with the Buckies STE. I hope you're prepared to defend this building from multiple angles.
There you have it. We've got enemies knocking at the gates right now as Pika is going to make sure he does his best to keep the enemy at bay. As Shifu said, it's going to be the first to go in, but it looks like Rico from afar are going to do some damage on A1 Esports. We're going to stick to this fight right now because it looks like Pika P has met his match as Top and Scry now find themselves in no man's land, pretty much sandwiched in as grenades are going to go off, and Mafia Ninja, in fact, is going to be taken off elsewhere, and I do believe Stalwart Esports went down to a grenade as well, and there you have it. Top is going to be taken out of his misery. Untold aggression by Deadeyes, guys, but the respite is not over because one team is out, another team is coming in.
Pull up right here, Deadeyes. Got the squad wipe on an STE, trained to kill, recognizing, hey, there's a lot of action in this compound in the north. They're trying to make the crash, trying to make the pull up. Somehow, some way, the duo from K7 still alive. How long can they survive, though, being pinched between two juggernauts in the lobby?
Well, Sandesh is the last man standing for T2K. T2K's fire might just be extinguished right about now as Jane and Sandesh are, Suyoga, beg your pardon, are in the world of trouble. Deadeyes, guys, meanwhile, they waste no time. They're going to be pretty much switching their attention somewhere else, laying down a few shots, but it's going to be Legend who is going to try and come in, but he gets taken out from distance as well. Sandesh is going to be a madman. He goes in the building, almost getting a double knock on K7, but Wanuo is going to make sure he holds his ground for now, as it is going to be a one-on-one situation. Wanuo up against T2K. Question is, who's going to come out on top? Is it going to be Seyong or is it going to be K7? For now, both teams with a little bit of respite as the revive is going to come in.
Ooh, we need a break out here. How is K7 still alive? That's my question. They have been fighting since the early game, just continuing back and forth, coming back from revenge. The volley through the window.
No!
Kill. Done.
He got it.
9 kills. K7. You're
He
insane.
got it. Wanuo is on fire, ladies and gentlemen, as he does demolish yet another team. K7, as Dave called it. How are they still alive in this game? But now they're going to be one man standing with Deadeyes, guys, having the circle pretty much fall on their heads. It is going to be their game for the taking as Rico over here trying to get a few knocks in the smoke. Revuse's position is not given away just yet, but of course that smoke isn't really helping him too much, as a few hit markers could be all that she wrote. But lucky for him, none of them connect. Maybe this grenade just might. Man,
Dude,
I love this. I love this.
I'm still like, I don't know. Respects. Respects out here. So Rico Infinity and Deadeyes, the only two teams right now with 4 up. Besides that, Solo City, Snake City. So Rico Infinity, they are going to have to move here down in the south. I believe they have a couple vehicles to work with. They might even pull up that crate over there and use that for hard cover. But that crate, Deadeyes are going to have clean sight lines on this. And Deadeyes are in the compound. Secure.
They do have the compound, but Rico, if they actually hit the right flank right now, where Wanuo is from K7, that is the only play that I see coming in for their team. There you have it. They are going to be on the move. I love the fact we have an AWM for Don. Just might pop ahead over here. It looks like somebody might just peek. The shot was fired. However, it did not meet its mark, as Wanuo now once again finding himself in a similar situation as Anas and SK Ton are going to be moving in on his position. Dave, can he pull off another miracle? Can he hold his own against yet another thirsting team?
I would normally say no, but we're talking Wanu, who has popped off multiple times here this game alone. So if there was a one-man army, they are it. And they have mollies, they have grenades. My goodness, they still got all the utility from the crates they were able to loot this whole time.
Mind you, during this entire time, oblivious to all the action, Senkai from Cryptics in the distance, not moving a muscle, not
Shotgun?
making a peep. He's going to make sure he keeps it down as Wanuo is going to deploy some smokes. Did you say shotgun?
He's got a shotgun. He's got the pump.
We're going to have shotties in close
got the
range.
shotgun.
This is it. Wanuo is determined. This man. Whoa, that grenade was so powerful. It sent that McLaren flying.
Wow, I really like this. Rico Infinity decided to go on the rooftop right here instead of taking the
playing
fight
smart.
with Deadeyes inside the compound. They're like, listen, we'll just go on top and we'll have to flush you out here because the blue zone does pop. And it looks like Deadeyes, they are going to need to reposition. But Wanu, still alive. Can't count him out. Senke also 2 kills. Senke's got this bush for cover right here. Top 4 situation. Cryptics just trying to survive.
I like how Senke can actually spot out Anas as well right now. But of course, he's going to keep that trigger discipline, not giving his position away elsewhere. Vanuo is going to finally reap the benefits from all that killing, all the murder that took place inside. But now True Love is going to be brought down. Looks like action is going to break out. Anas is going to be the man who opens things up with that Ratata from the AK. And now Shifu comes in the line of fire, as well as, of course, Anas is going to make sure he puts some first aid, some boosters on. In fact, you want that extra speed. You want that health regeneration, baby. As Vanuo with that pump action wants to join the action as well. Unfortunately, Fidhan is going to be on point, puts him in the ground. Wonderful outing by K7, but finally, 9 kills out in the 4th position. Massive game for them, Dave.
Yeah, finally somebody was able to take him out right there. Cryptics will be getting that 3rd place spot, which will equal 10 points. Now it comes down to Rico Infinity on the rooftops right now of the Deadeyes compound.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Fidhan has been taken down with a grenade. That opens things up for Deadeyes, guys. Now, the only thing that hurts is all 3 of them are going to be clumped. Smokes are being deployed. They should be coming out in numbers. And Nas with the weapon up top is going to be firing, but the M4 does the damage as they are going to be setting up a little bit of a crossfire. A few lucky shots could be all that she wrote. He gaps down, gets the reload in, and now Fragsa is going to be in the line of fire. Deadeyes, guys, are taking a lot of damage. Finally, he's been spotted out, but SK Ton is going to help his teammate out. This could get anywhere. Deadeyes, guys, are down to one last man. This could be topsy-turvy, Dave. They have been eliminated. Whoa, my goodness. Deadeyes, guys, out of this game. Rico Infinity take a bow, getting the win here in Miramar in amazing, aggressive fashion. I am flabbergasted right now. Wow!
The call to rotate on the east side of the compound, take up the crates, and get onto the roofs. To me, that shows map awareness and knowledge because they knew exactly what angle they had to hit. They knew Deadeyes was in that compound, so if they were to YOLO send it straight towards them, they would have probably got wiped. But instead, they rotated on the blue end and then got on the rooftop. Deadeyes, though, I appreciate that they tried to toss out as many smokes as possible, but those smokes also blocking their sight lines, kind of just setting up a death funnel there at the end. Rico Infinity, though, we saw a little bit of this. We saw a little bit of that. Hey, they're saying, hey, you can have it. You can have it. All the Rico Infinity people, chicken dinners all around.
17 kills. 17 kills is what they're going to be walking off with. But again, Deadeyes, guys, the moment that smoke was deployed, the moment I saw those 3 men in that doorway, and I did kind of say that, they need to scatter out. They need to run out in every which direction. Had they done that, maybe it could have been a different story. But Rico Infinity, man, they're getting the job done. Dave, I'm going to lose my voice over here right about now. I've been shouting nonstop. Woo!
Hey, K7 too, dude. Respects the one-man army out there slaying it. Ladies and gentlemen, that was game number 2 in the books. We got 8 more games for the finals. Top 4 go to PMGC. Don't go anywhere. There's a lot more action coming up after the break.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia and MENA Championship right here in Season 1, and we are in the finals. Game number 2 coming to an end, all thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making this all happen. Hashtag Wook up your fun. But boy oh boy, what incredible finals this is turning out to be. From one game to the next, high kills is what these teams are showcasing. With that, let's move on forth and move the conversation towards the most valuable player coming in from this game.
Well, if you're talking about it, it's alright, yeah, I get it, right? 7 kills, 1 assist, 431, almost 27 minutes of survival time coming down with the 1060 damage. Those are good stats, Johnny. I mean,
Yeah.
Rico Infinity definitely doing good for themselves.
I mean, Rico Infinity were looking phenomenal. They were looking just devastating to everyone else. Incredible performance. And again, as even Dave talked about it, the movements, the rotation, the decision making that was showcased by this team was on a whole another level. Because we saw, I believe, Ocean, correct me if I'm wrong, 3 teams charging for that compound. I mean, with Stalwart Esports starting things off, and then they were removed from there. We had K7, DET, 2K were trying to be a part of the action, but they were eliminated as well. But Rico Infinity were like, all right, if we can't go in, we go up high. And they took control of those rooftops for themselves. And again, I mean, look at this. 7 on Skaton,
Johnny.
6 on Fidan, and Anas is going to be there with 3 kills. Yeah.
Talk about one who's that 1v4 that he just
Yes,
did, right? The moving around one house, just taking down players. But well, this was a high fragging game for Rico Infinity. First game we saw 18 maximum kills. This time as well we're getting good kill number. I want to see a 20 bomb if we just get to that area. Like overall, and how many can we get in 2 days? How many?
Well, this final definitely is leading towards that. I mean, every single game, I mean, we've only had 2 games thus far, but yes, every single game that we've been part of, we're looking at some real high frag and skills being showcased from these teams, and this time it was Rico Infinity.
The number of kills that Rico Infinity has is the total points that DE got in this game. Like, wow.
Yeah, but I have to say, I mean, DE were quite efficient with their performance
They were good.
as well.
They were
yeah,
good.
They were good. Again,
entire
positioning
day for the
themselves. Yeah, agreed to that. And not just them. We were during the game while we were watching. Even I8 slid under the radar of everyone,
Exactly.
and they were able to get those points. Cryptics in a similar situation. But yes, teams that
But I'm
caught
pretty sure-
everyone's attention apart from these were Rico Infinity, DE, and K7.
But I'm pretty sure Rico might just be in top 2 or top 3 by
I
this.
think they're.
Because
I think they're on the first after this game.
Oh yeah, I mean definitely. I just skipped off that part. I don't know why. I was just looking at the way the maps were just working up around. But yeah, well, highest skills coming down by Skaton. That's just amazing, and the highest damage as well for down with the most headshots. It's just brilliant by these lads. If you just have to talk about it. Most utilities used coming down by Wanu, and that matters, right? Because obviously he was using those Molotovs as well just to take down the players. He was using smokes just to get his own cover around. So yeah, pretty good.
Definitely was. But that, as we move on towards the match ranking, this is where things get really interesting. I mean, 32 points from a single game for Rico Infinity. That is definitely deserving of that first position in the storyboard. But again, I mean, we've still got 8 more games remaining in the finals, and this is just the start. But the way these teams are playing, this is just phenomenal.
I mean, after the last game, I was just about to say for Cryptics, like, all right, one game. You get one game to mess things up, and that is done. Cryptics, they messed up the last game. The margin for error, the opportunities to make mistake is gone. And this game was actually a really good start for them, getting 13 points for themselves. But we talked about i8 as well, and now I want to have a look at the overall storyboard, see where is this game going to bring this team as far as the overall
Definitely first position and all. Yeah, I mean, for Rico, they are definitely getting up ahead. But DE and i8, those 2 names is where I would want to just see where the conversation goes today and tomorrow, because again, finals.
Yeah,
and Nigma Galaxy. I mean, Nigma Galaxy was missing from the previous game's action, was missing from this game's action, and that is something to perhaps do with the way they were able to rotate or not able to make that stance in the way the zone was able to move on along. So let's move on and have a look at that zone analysis where the teams did make a lot of rotations, but that one select team.
I have something else for you this time. I mean, we will just gonna talk about Rico Infinity, which is
oh yes,
have a discussion about this team, because the way this team started off for themselves, right? Obviously, this is where the flight path was. We see those guys just dropping down and just moving up for their own areas. Obviously, everyone just rotating out around wherever the circle just takes them around. They were definitely trying to play alongside the zone and trying to take good combos. Look at how fast they were rotating, right?
True.
I don't even need to draw anything on this one, because they were just rotating around the circle. Except this one. This is where I can just just draw something. They were at this area. They just moved in from this circle. They get down to this area. Then they move inside the zone, and well, they immediately want to stick onto a few different decisions. Whether we stay onto the sidelines or we get in. This is like the second guesses that they were doing, and this kind of just paid them around because look at this. Still, they are just there, and now they bifurcate onto different areas, and then they try to move. And look at this, different players. But as soon as it comes down to getting in the circle, they all get together again.
I mean, and again, this decision, the position that Ocean mentioned, where the players were just sticking around, it made a lot of sense because you have the information of that position. It was under your control. You don't have to risk anything until the next circle.
Yeah.
So the timing of things was very crucial, and it was definitely an interesting rotation from this team and a very wonderful finish.
Definitely worked out in their favor. I mean, talk about the kill department, definitely working in their favor. 17 kills is what they walk away with, along with that chicken dinner. I mean, that itself is like a silver platter being showcased on the side of Free for Infinity. But that was not it, as so many other teams were part of these fights. Let's move on along with the Oppo F19 Pro moments.
Yeah, this game was chaotic just for a lot of reasons as well. First of all, obviously it's Miramar. We know everyone just loves chaos around the areas, and well, we are seeing only 2 Miramars in 2 days, one each day, right?
True.
So getting down to, if you have a wrong Miramar day today, you'll have to have a phenomenal one tomorrow. It just comes down to that, because obviously that map domination that everyone wants to showcase, and well, Rico Infinity, they definitely did that. I guess if we have to just have a conversation around Rico Infinity, I still remember. Fixers might agree. He casted that entire event with me when me and him were doing PMPL MENA previous season. Rico Infinity, multiple times they used to have good Miramars, especially in the finals. And well, I'm glad I'm seeing the same Rico Infinity back again.
Yeah, I mean, these are the finals after all, and as you mentioned, finals, Miramar, Rico Infinity, they will put up a wonderful performance. Starting things off, I mean, this has been an interesting game as well. Again, the ability to just make sure that the stronghold that you have, the safe haven that you have found for yourself, you don't lose it. I guess that was basically the test for all the teams that did manage to, in fact, make it to that house. And it was looking quite interesting at one point. But again, I mean, a few questionable decisions here and there, especially with how the fight would engage with T2K later on. I was just coming up to them because they and T2K and D had the same, they basically charged at the same time, but I guess it was Vanu from K7 who was the difference maker in that situation.
That is definitely true. The way, it is just, has been moving forward for the lads. And in a while, I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing that clutch as well by Vanu. I mean, he's just onto the backlines. I love that. The entirety of it. The way it was actually like a symphony that the lad was just going forward to. And well, this one, one knock on one side and then on to the other side. Look at this one. This is the presence. He will go for a heal as well. He will take the players down, increase the pressure. This way he increases the pressure one by one, and now he heals back and then moves forward as well.
And it was the 200 IQ moment, like him going inside the bus, healing up, and then just charging forward.
Yes.
And even every single detail in that charge was quite critical. I mean, the molly he tossed was perfect, took down one player.
And then he was using a shotgun.
Yeah, exactly. I mean that
the second weapon.
Yeah, the secondary weapon before, right before he was taken down. I mean, but by then it was like the points were already secured. So I guess the best case scenario was him knocking out one more individual and securing this point. And again, Rico. So I got worried at this point because 3 players from Rico Infinity and all of them were super low. Securing the win would have definitely been tricky, but hey, these guys managed to do it. And again,
well,
there it is.
I mean, yeah, there it is. But alright, let's talk about the teams with 0 kills, right? We have Raw, we have Stalwart, we have Nigma Galaxy, we have NASR, and we have SUDOR. Now, talking about Nigma Galaxy, just like Blotter you were talking about, right? We have to have a conversation around them, like what they are doing. Obviously, they are there for GC, but well, if they are there for GC right now, they got to fight for the prize pool as well at this moment, right? Because that's important. Talking about Raw, again, the conversation just comes down to one thing, and that is, I want to see this team succeed as well. Remember, we have had this conversation, right? This team does incredibly good on the first days, but this time looks like the story is opposite. And well, Stalwart, one game incredibly amazing, second game taken down. This shows that, well, even the best of the best are facing the pressure.
Oh, they definitely are. Again, you're talking about $150,000 on the line. As we move on to the storyboard, it will indicate what team is doing really fabulous. It is going to be I8. It's going to be Stalwart. It is now from this game going to be also including a Rico Infinity team.
41 total points.
I'm just surprised
21.
looking at I8.
I am loving this scenario right now.
I'm pretty sure this is going to
Because-
change in the next game. They'll again have
Hey.
more kills.
Once again,
Yeah.
just think about K7, the jump of 7 placements. Think about
Oh.
Cryptics,
Exactly.
the jump of 8 placements. Deadeyes, guys, they are there. If DRS still isn't top 4, the next team moves forward. It's just 2 games, but still.
But this is where things get a little tricky. On the second page, where we do have a team that has been invited already into PMGC on the 16th spot. 2 games done, only 1 point for Enigma Galaxy. I mean, we were talking about this
But
during the
Blotter.
league plays as well, right? That we anticipated both these teams, DRS as well as Enigma Galaxy, to move on into the finals and
Guys.
showcase that front, but it's not delivered yet. Ocean, please.
NASR, 0 placement
Yeah.
points, everything they got from kill points only.
Oh,
And
As of
even
now.
those kills came in from the last game itself, from the match
Yeah.
on Erangel. Also, just above Nasser on the 11th position, let's not forget the team with the most amazing debut we have ever seen. Wizzes Vibes on the 11th with 7 points.
I mean, it's still close, right? It's still
Yeah,
really
it's
close.
just
Single
two.
digit one. One amazing game can actually just, take you forward. So I would love to see what happens.
You know, it's not that moment yet to talk about the Ayayo, but there is a different conversation to have where indeed PUBG Mobile X Arcane collaboration, well, it is happening. Game mode is going to go live on November 16th. Unlock daily clue in game and get rewards. Don't miss out on the action. Go to the game and play to win all the rewards. With that, as we move on along with the show, we have 2 games done, 3 more games remaining, and now we move back on to Erangel. Of course, all 16 teams are going to be playing, but where are your, anticipations going to be? Dudes, what do you think? Ocean, Warren, which team do you want to follow along with and give that chicken dinner to?
For Erangel, I know. I just want to go for it. I mean, Johnny,
Yeah.
let's pick the same teams of what we did in the first Erangel, because both of those teams, they were second and third.
Right.
Maybe let's see which
Yeah.
one gets first.
Alright, so this time I'll go with I8.
All right, this time you go with IED, I'm going with Sanhok.
Okay, well. That is definitely going to be set in stone. With that, let's move on along and get the game roller coasting across our entire show. It is going to be the time to cue in Panda Bros.
Well, what a start are we having, ladies and gentlemen, over here. And, the first game start, which is absolutely bombarding the lobby. Then we've got Rico Infinity absolutely raining the map of Miramar. Now, again, we head into the good old map of Erangel. And, my dear friend Necro, what are your speculations? What are we expecting over here?
I mean, it has been a crazy day for sure, man. Even to start the day off with SUDOR Esports just completely dominating the field. DRS stealing the chicken dinner away. We can talk about it some other time. But then now Enrico Infinity with 17 freaking kills. That's absolutely some strong showing, that's for sure. Third game, yeah, I really feel like it might just be IAs because they're still missing out on one.
Oh, they certainly are. I mean, I really felt the first game could have gone into its favor, or maybe it was actually Starwards. But again, considering how the zone had formed out, had they rotated a bit early, that could have been a completely different story. However, they've been very consistent, but they have to keep this consistency going on. As we take a look at all these players, different positions, everyone just wild up, excited for the game to begin. But, the nerves are definitely going to be shaking. Everyone's going to feel the heat because it's just those remaining 8 games to decide your fate. The top 4 teams heading in for the GC, also including DRS and Enigma Galaxy. That being said, we do have the flight path trajectory right in front of us. We've got it all heading towards Starboard. But, the only thing running in my head is, where is the zone going to be formed?
Exactly. That's what I'm also thinking. Like, where the kind of zone is going to be forming over here, because it also is going to be deciding a lot of teams' fate. The plane fly path as well is kind of heading towards like the northern side. So teams that want to go all the way down military base, especially teams like I8 and SUDOR Esports, they're going to be having a lot of time to waste over here because they will have to find themselves Rico, then make the rotation all the way down south in the military base.
Oh yeah, 100%. And this is going to be a little bit gruesome for them, right? But well, they are well versed with it. They know the exact areas where to find their vehicles, and I do not think that's going to be a huge issue unless and until they get they get some vehicle clashes, right? If some team does want to contest it. But here we have Wizzes with Vibes taking the drop well nearby. In fact, onto which the Georgia Paul City. And even the containers. Now, right beside them, we've got the players of Team Fate, and nothing really out of ordinary, right? This is one of the circles that we really acquainted with in this particular rendition of this tournament, because you know, just before the show was starting off, Ocean and I were talking about it. This time we did not get a lot of those common Gatka circles, not a lot of those ruin circles. Rather, we were having circles, just panning around those Yasnaya certain areas, maybe sometimes around Pachinki. That is the go-to circles that we've seen this time. Maybe a few. I think we've seen quite a lot of certain circles as well this time.
I want to bring your attention towards TDK. I mean, they have went to Instalver and Kameshki now. Quite an interesting choice from their side. They do realize maybe wasting too much time for looting, at least in the start, because they know the plane fly path wasn't really favoring their drop location near Milta and Farm. So they were probably like, all right, maybe we should just try and go towards Kameshki. That has been a spot that hasn't been really contested by the teams. So they found themselves a safe spot to loot, at least for now. K7 right next to Stalwart Esports. It's kind of awkward drop coming in from the side of Stalwart Esports. I mean, they don't really like to drop over here. They usually go towards Nova Ripnoi because of the plane fly path. It has screwed a lot of teams over.
Oh, it certainly has. Now it's going to get so much more interesting because, this particular circle can heavily favor teams like Nigma Galaxy. But Starwood, are they really playing in the comfort zone, considering, like you said, it's going to be difficult to travel on towards Nova Repnoi over here. You've got NASR and rather, Case Heaven right beside you. You've got Hojuan, but again, he's just a single player alive over there because the remainder of his teammates are right onto the eastern side looting around Lipovka. So it's definitely going to be some time before they can, come in or just shine and show the support. But right now, I think Starwood still they're going to enjoy their own sweet time looting. But you know what? I've been loving what Wonu has been doing, especially, that 1v4 he just pulled out.
Yeah.
That was nuts.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane. He was actually successfully able to make those choke points and make sure that the enemy isn't really being that comfortable with the plays they have. And I absolutely love how he was challenging those fights. He was able to put on the pressure on the enemy teams, and that's what helped him quite a lot in getting that clutch happen. But now, as you mentioned, K7 Hoshuan quite separated out from the rest of the pack, right next to Stalwart Esports. Stalwart Esports somewhere down line, looking to rotate down south. I feel like maybe they're going to be heading towards Milton to get at least like a little bit of more comfortable loot. I'm not really sure what's going through their minds. Right now, they're currently near Shelter. Maybe that's where they're going to be finding themselves, kind of a temporary house. But Hoshuan is right next to them. As soon as he gets alerted, I'm expecting some fights to be happening.
Oh yeah, 100%. But there you go. Golden Classic I8, right? They always tend to take those late rotations down south, towards their own home. That is Susnov military base, and that's where they're gonna loot and sort of gonna ruin their time getting inside the circle back again. Because by the time they do that, a lot of teams would have already settled in their safe havens. And now for Starwood, yeah, like you just said, I completely agree with you. They are just trying to loot any single compound that they're getting. Because the way the place they dropped, it does not have a lot of compounds to just play around with, because you've got school and apartments being taken over by NASR, you've got Rozok area being taken over by DEADEYES over there, so did not have a lot of choices. And we know that a team like Starwood lately has had a few tweaks in their style of gameplay, right? In fact, if we talk about the first game itself, they did have a good loot around Nova Ripnoi, directly headed on towards the radio tower on that Novo, just on that southern island. So, and they did a lot of dashing over there. The damage numbers were ludicrously insane. So that did help them out, So they need a lot of ammunition, they need a lot of grenades, they need a lot of firepower, basically, to, just carry out what they've been intending to do for so long. And that is exactly what they're doing right now.
Yeah, firepower shouldn't really be that big of an issue, especially when you have players like Action and Top underneath your sleeves. So, Stalwart Esports, I like how you pointed that out. They had the high ground. They had the prime positioning in that previous game of Erangel. So they pretty much all they were doing was they were just raining down bullets on each and every single player they saw, and that's how they were able to confirm so many kills. And that was a banger of a game from them as well. But unfortunately, couldn't really secure the chicken dinner. But it's fine. They still had a lot of points racked up in their sleeves. Now here we have Raw and A1 Esports. Okay, it doesn't really seem like both these teams are interested in fighting each other, at least for now. Raw just trying to scout the areas out, not really sure what to do. They're trying to find themselves a safe spot, at least for the late game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, right now, the way they're traversing around, they're completely unsure of themselves. And there you go. You know, once you start second guessing, that is when the bodies start to fall. And, well, the IGL Chari just getting melted over there. And, I mean, it's been quite some time. You know, we've not seen him in action, right? The last I did see him, you know, you're talking about the glory days when he was back in Abrupt Slayers. Then, as he headed along towards Scarlet Gaming, I think that is where we started witnessing the downfall now that he's settled in Raw, or maybe just for this tournament, you know. This is the thing with the Nepalis, right? They tend to keep on changing their rosters after every single tournament. It's something like a custom these days, apparently. But again, you know, this hasn't been working so well. Initially, when they started off, they were looking really good. But then, slowly and surely, started just fizzling out. And team vibes, you know, the same can be said for them as well. You know, take a look at the lineup in front of us. You've got Jiggle, Probeen, Assassin, Killer. Now, on good days, when they are actually feeling themselves, they start to absolutely cause ruckus inside the whole lobby. But most of the times, they, you know, kind of get cocky. They kind of advance a lot more and eventually, you know, just die down. Now, Starwood, they've been playing a really near perfect game. The only fallacy I've spotted, especially in that last fight, you know, in the map of Erangel, the first game, was Cry just, you know, going after Uzim, I believe. Then he got separated from the pack, and that is the exact same moment when DRS decided to strike. And it was they were outnumbered over there. And one more thing that always itches me about the Mongolians is the fact that they always tend to go for those hard-sticking rares, right? In those situations where they can actually try and you know, knock down their enemy, just go for a direct smoke, and they're going in for a direct revive. And this is something that DRS are well aware of, and they did punish them for that. Had they not tried that, things could have been different. But well, that being said, the first airdrop does calm down. We've got the big green cannon, AWM.
Exactly, and I want to see who's going to be taking it this time. DRS are pretty close to that one, but I don't really feel like they're going to be stopping for that because they're in the middle of making a rotation happen. They have found themselves, at least for now, a little bit of, I wouldn't really say safe compound. I'm not sure where the circle is going to be shifting towards, because this is when a lot of teams' fate will be decided. And finally, the circle shifts kind of on the bottom right side. But still, I mean, the teams that got themselves in the center, they're pretty much safe right now. It's a splash of color over there. You see so many teams, including A1, Stalwart Esports, Vibes, SUDOR, NASR as well, moving in. Deadeye's guys not really far behind. And DRS instantly, not stopping there, instantly making the rotation right in the center now. They're on their way to find a safe compound, at least for now. And I want to see, are DRS going to be taking this time? This thing's a little serious because, yeah, they won the first game, but still, it doesn't mean that DRS are here to win.
I mean, yeah, I think I do see that seriousness in them, right? This has been the classic DRS performance today all along, but we've got some bullets being rattled off as T2K, as they were trying to rotate out, are gonna be crossing paths with the players of K7, who decided to dish out some damage, and then a few of the players are just readjusting them, as Legend has spotted out Hojuan, but he's gonna get a shot from elsewhere, from a different direction altogether, I believe from Zivi, as the push comes on him, and Hojuan making no mistake in securing the knock and will take him down. And K7 off to another beautiful start. You know, this team repping the HDM region, and they've been doing so well.
Again, TDK are the one who are going to be falling prey to them. One man being taken out. K7, they must have their morale high, especially against a team like TDK. TDK need to play this one out as safe as possible because they're already one man short. And on the other side, another fight panning out between SUDOR and Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy all the way on the bottom of the leaderboards with only 1 point on 16th place. So I don't really know if they do want to take this one serious. If they do, for sure, they will have to try and win this duel. If they're not really able to do so, this can be a little close one. That nade was definitely close for sure. Safe down quite low. Another one is going to be sealing the deal. Safe knocked off. Snape is pretty much now knocked out over here. Safe needs a revive, but his teammates are really nearby him. They're kind of far away in the compounds. I don't know why he was so separated out.
I mean, he was the flanker, right? He had to have a different area, but you know, his movements over there were absolutely not right? All he had to do was just let the players of Nigma Galaxy come over. Like Al-Shamri did have a vision at them. You know, he should have kept himself down low so that his teammates could have provided him cover fire. Instead, what he did, he was starting poking them, and that is where Nigma Galaxy did capitalize on that situation, and as a result of which, well, Seth now is bleeding with no one to really come for his aid. And this is what I was talking about, you know. This is where had Seth maintained that lower ground, had he had a few cover, the moment Nigma Galaxy just overstepped over the hills, they would have been punished just like this. But, you know, the reses are back up for them. They still have a good position, but the only thing that, you know, they've lost is Lord must have damaged his helmet and vest in the process. But Rauf, taking a look at him, he's starting to form his own flank angle. But is he going to get any output, any objective from this? That's a big question.
That's a question for sure. He went in for the revive and again being punished. Rauf doing a great job giving that cover fire for his teammates. Clever also down. Now SUDOR in such an uncomfortable place. They found themselves a pretty good spot in the circle, but still somehow they managed to screw things up. And now SUDOR as well. They will have to make the move because the circle has shifted away from them. It's shifted kind of up north, and this is where DRs are being favored. They're right in the smack center of the circle. They're going to be feeling themselves. They are going to be having their nerves all-time high. I also like how Rico Infinity is going all the way from north inside the zone. They as well have realized, they as well have cracked the code of how to survive in these lobbies, and they're doing a fantastic job throughout. They're one of those teams that are dominating with kills and also the placement points.
Oh, there you have it, you know, the push coming up, and Rauf already heading inside the barn house. He's got just that one player to deal with, and it's going to be Al-Shamri. He's going to hold his horses over there, you know, hold his grounds as Rauf. He's taking all his sweet time. He's got nothing to worry about. He's still got the numbers that the players have already come in. He's just about to push inside the compound any single time, and there you go, not even needed at all. And SUDOR, you know, you've got to talk about the domino effect, right? After Seth did get knocked out, they should have left him there only. I mean, he died all for his own mistake, and you know, for Clever going in there for that revive, that's where things started getting even worse. But here we have T2K, the players, you know, they've lost one of their teammates, they've lost IGL in fact, and who's apparently going to guide them, you know, from their perspectives. So, you know, that is one of the only good things about, you know, your IGLs falling off. They can just switch your perspectives and just guide you better. All right, Sandesh, you've got to take this angle. All right, Chain, you've got that angle, just hold his backs, and in that manner. But either ways, now Team Fate, considering the fact that they do have those compounds for themselves, well, getting the revives, they're going to patch themselves up. But T2K right out in the open, they've got to watch their backs.
Well, it seems like Sandesh as well somewhere on the other side. He has found himself a little bit of kind of an opening. But now, as you said, Legend's going to be sitting back and guiding his teammates on how to kind of position. Isn't that called backseat gaming, though?
I mean, yes, but at the same time, you know, what is really worrying me about them is their positioning, because they are right out in the open. No matter even if he's trying to provide the cover fire, look at him. Who is going to do that for Jane? There's nobody at all. And you've got teams like DRS, you've got teams like Rico Infinity, you've got teams like Wizzes with Vibes right around them. And then you've got Team Fate. So they're surrounded by a lot of teams. Now, if they do not have any safe haven, if they do not have any concrete cover, they're done for good. But, you know, at the same time, take a look at Cryptics. You know, they're buying their own time, playing through the peripheries, just the way the teams from MENAs, they love to. And they're going to wait for the next circle shift. They've been witnessing a lot of curveballs. And if the circle goes north, I would not really be surprised.
For sure. I mean, Cryptics hugging the edge lines of the zone, doing a good job. at least staying anonymous for now. But look at this. Marshall is already in the front lines. He has made his entry on the edge lines of the zone. So Marshall has also found his teammates a little bit of compound there. That's going to be helping Cryptics out so much for the future lines. So Marshall, a good job from the IGA right there. I8, though, this is the team that we have our eyes locked on. I8 as well, not really kind of rushing things over here. They have realized the circle is not really far, but far away from them. So they can take their sweet little time to at least make some decisions and then maybe try and head inside for a safe kind of a way in. DRS, though, they have found themselves a decent compound right on the edge of the zone. On the other hand, though, hold on. Wizzes with Wives taking a few shots onto Rico Infinity. Connections being found. Rico Infinity kind of down low, but not really enough to take him down. So Rico Infinity, still, they have a little bit of edge to work with. So they will at least call themselves a little safe, but they also need to realize that the position they have found themselves in, somewhere down the line, they will have to move inside the zone.
Oh, they certainly have to. And I don't think, they're going to have a lot of trouble. They're just playing around the trenches. They're going to hard dash, make a mad dash, right, inside the circle. But what is really concerning me is where the next circle shift is going to be. The best position, however, was held by Enigma Galaxy, right? They had the potato hills to themselves. They know even if the shift does not favor them, they can, take any other route. They still have a lot of vision. They do know where the enemies are, and that's really going to help. And A1 Esports, this team, well, they have been really under the weather lately with their performance. But today, maybe things might change. It's a new start altogether as Killer does pop out the players of Starwood. And Pika, well, he did take a few shots, but nothing really injuring him as he manages to just escape unscathed.
Exactly. Visited Wives taking an exit from this lobby on 15th place. Stalwart Esports on a critical rotation right here, right in the front lines of Wives. Making quite a lot of sounds with those multiple Wives as well. They're not inside, so they are also taking quite before challenging the fight. But guess what? Enigma Galaxy found a knockout on the players of Raw. One man being taken down. That means now this leaves Raw with only one last man alive. They have found themselves 3 kind of points over here, but again, that's not really going to be helping them out quite a lot in the overall rankings. They're on 15th place. They need to do something. And this game was pretty crucial for them, but unfortunately now they have only one last man alive. That means you can imagine the pressure on this man. You can imagine the burden on his shoulders. But somewhere on the other side, Rico Infinity, they're also taking a lot of fire on themselves while they're trying to make it inside the zone. And K7 and Fate are right next to each other. 3 teams right next to each other, clashing against each other. K7 doing a great job capitalizing on this entire surroundings. Hoshuan as well, doing a good job scouting the areas out.
Yeah, they certainly are. And it all did come down to how good you were with your gating skills, right? That is exactly what Team Fate tried to do. While they were rotating, they did spot out a lot of squads. They knew that there are going to be pass buyers, and all they're doing is just try and take them down. And a little bit of shenanigans being pulled off from Venom's side, just stepping on the backseat of his buggy, again gaining that aerial advantage and just trying to throw a few smokes and grenades here and there. But now we've got another fight right in front of us. A1 Esports going up against Enigma Galaxy. Both the teams contending for the potato hills over here. One attacking, one defending. But Arif, he's been spotted out. And K7, they are on a vehicle Carmageddon. But by the looks of it, they are actually succeeding at that, as Hoshuan does not have any trouble, getting the final kill confirmed. But instead gets knocked out from elsewhere. And I believe that's going to be the boys from maybe Cryptics. So much chaos happening inside the lobby. It's barely difficult to keep track. And there you go. It was indeed Senke who just blew his vehicle up. And so much of that eastern side cluster now seems to have cleared up. Now the circle completely favoring the players of P2K. How good they are to hold themselves, we've got to see.
I like how Cryptics are being so quick on their feet inside this game. All the time they have one man moving inside and secure that place for the rest of the squad, and I absolutely love it. This time, it's Lazy Boy doing the same thing. But A1 Esports right next to Enigma Galaxy. Freak is right there. Do they know where Freak has positioned himself? If he's not being found out, that means A1 Esports are going to be put in such an uncomfortable spot. And it seems like A1 Esports as well, they're not far behind. They're making a quick rotation. On the other hand, rotation being cut off. K7 Zivy, he's taking a lot of shots, finally falls down, and that's going to be a Cryptics doing a good job making sure K7 is out of this game. And as I mentioned, Lazy Boy has already secured that spot inside the zone for his team, so they're not going to be having any more trouble to make it inside. A1 Esports as well, right there on the edge lines. All they have are those little smokes to cover themselves from Nigma Galaxy. But Nigma Galaxy as well, they have a little bit of high ground inside this one, and also a little advantage over Avon Esports. And Avon Esports taking things quite calmly. They do not want to rush things.
They certainly aren't looking like they want to rush things right now. Sinister, well, he's been spotted out. 6'9" boy already down bleeding on his knees. Dante's got multiple job to do. He's managed to. He's got to take one shot over there. And well, did spot out Lord though, but instead changing his direction just goes down. A big blunder from his side, which was of course not intended though. But A1 Esports, they've got to deal with the brunt of it. As Nigma Galaxy still, they've got the numbers. Now they're going to be heading inside the circle as IA. They've had their own problems against NASR, as Crypto is going to have to solo march inside the circle. That's going to be so cumbersome. Of course, Uzum is definitely alive with him, but Nigma Galaxy taking a look at them. Well, they've got the players of A1 again right in front of them. But when are they going to get the finishes? That's a big question. As Round again being aggressive as ever. Same thing that he did against SUDOR, makes no mistakes as he gets the final kill. And Nigma Galaxy stand tall at 10 kills.
They definitely do. Nigma Galaxy, a banger of a game coming out from their side as well. Doing a good one inside this game. Crypto falls down. That's a huge knockout. They need to get Crypto on his feet, but it seems like it's going to be next to impossible. Uzum's really far away from Crypto, so I'm not really expecting that to happen. Team card right on your right side inside this match stats. You can see 10 kills on your side of Nigma Galaxy, and then also 1,334 damage being dealt, some insane amount of stats. And this finals, as I mentioned, it has been crazy so far. It's just one single team dominating it throughout the game, and Nigma Galaxy are the ones dominating the third map of Erangel. Finally, though, the opening has been found on Nigma Galaxy. They might be sweating a little. Hixia has been found. Deadeye's guys doing a good job on that compromisation.
Oh, but, you know, there you go. Lord does want to help out his friend. I do not know if that's going to be a good decision or not. You know, the smokes have been deployed, but the vehicle is definitely going to burst over. The mobility has been taken away. Nigma Galaxy now, they're in a very, very dire situation. I believe Lord's barrel is just visible enough for on top just to strike him the next moment he comes out. But Raul having spotted out Suyo quite out in the open. You know, the pixels really getting visible over there. But on top, he's going to be relentlessly going to be firing at Hixia's direction. As Nigma Galaxy, they still have to get inside the circle. But T2K, the area that they have, the spread over there, if they can manage to hold themselves off, this chicken could be theirs. But the way things are looking, they're reduced to just that one man. And, well, the light is definitely fading on them.
The light is definitely fading. NASR getting pushed by Cryptics. Cryptics smell the blood. NASR, they have one man taken down. Batika is the man. But guess what? Lazy Boy as well goes down. Senke now has a lot of pressure on himself. It's a 2-2 split from Cryptics. Are they going to be able to hold it on? That's the question. NASR as well, they're bleeding from the back. They're getting shot at. DRS, look at the push that Galzin made. Not really able to withstand the damage though. El Chapo doing a good job capitalizing onto it. Cryptics with only one last man alive in this fight. How are they going to be able to hold this push from both these sides? From above it's NASR. From the front lines it's DRS. What's going on? It's a complete ruckus being caused.
Oh, and there you go. Getting sandwiched completely. Cryptics have been wiped out, but DRS, they are in a really tricky and dicey position as Nima, well, his position has been compromised. It all comes down as on Mafia Ninja, if he can be a ninja and clutch things around. But Deadeye's again being consistent than ever, making it to the top four, definitely going to help them in those position points. But Miracle, well, the moment he tends to overextend, that is where I believe Mafia Ninja is going to strike. The nades are going to be lobbed at his direction, giving Miracle that important information that there's someone behind the rock. Now, considering the fact that Miracle does have that high ground advantage, if he can lob a grenade of his own, Mafia Ninja is done for good.
The high ground also has a lot of info, but that nade, oh, takes Miracle down. Nabo with such less HP is going to be backing off this time, looking to confirm the kill. Mafia Ninja with some incredible utility placement, but here comes the backup. NASR as well, they're trying to create a wall over here, making sure they're not getting pushed on by DRS. Mafia Ninja's position being compromised behind the rock. Nade comes in from their side. Another knockout. What's going on, DRS? This is what we know them for. Another nade coming in. Oh my god, this is a crazy final battle. NASR, they were looking so strong, but DRS with their neutralization, just making sure NASR is not able to overextend themselves and taking them down one by one. DRS, there's no way you're able to fight against this.
The real soldiers have woken from their long sleep over here. They are looking undefeatable the way they are marching in. And Nabo, he's got to clutch those res up. And now DRS, they are trying to get another angle. Mafia Ninja, he's got to pick up anything that he can get, any few grenades that he can get to work around with. Because one good grenade and three go kaboom! And Miracle does go down as Nabo and Hassan are staying low. HP Nabo's got to throw him down. And Mafia Ninja is going to be relentless with those spray as On Top is going to capitalize, going to be poking from the sideline at the players of DRS. Oh my goodness, Necro, what are we watching right now?
This is the classic DRS fixes. They're so good with their nades, and this is what they're exactly proving. Nima and Mafia Ninja single-handedly, these two lads are making sure that the lobby's feeling the pain that they're trying to instill. Their lobby's feeling the fear of DRS. NASR, they were one of the most strongest inside the zone. They were expanding themselves so well. They had the most amount of zone control, but still they came crumbling down. But guess what? One man from DRS has fallen down. The nades from On Top are doing quite a lot of damage on Nima. He can't really make sure he's leaving this position that he's found himself in. But Nima, all he can do is just suffocate behind that little rock, but he also needs to kind of get himself a little bit more breathing room. He's not really able to do so. Mafia Ninja, I'm pretty sure, has spotted the last man alive from Enigma Galaxy. Position being compromised. Nima knows where exactly he is. Same thing goes with Hixie as well. He knows where exactly Nima is, but the only difference is that Nima has found himself a little rock that's helping him as a cover.
Yes, indeed. And in this 1v1, only the smartest can get the win. As the direction of the grenade, well, there was that. But the velocity was not just too much. Nehemiah is just going to lob another Molotov. Just have the 5 bandages on himself as Hexie does finally find out one more good cover. But now it all comes down to who's got the better utility over there. Who's got the better grenade? Do they even have one? Does it resort down to the healing battle? But either way, Nehemiah's getting a little bit of a breather just to heal himself up, and the same can be said for Hixie. He's got to patch himself up rather with all those boosters out there. But right now, this showdown, DRS going up against Enigma Galaxy. Both these teams do have the slots in short for the GC, but which one is the better one from these two? We've got South Asian region going up against the Middle Eastern region. This is looking so feisty.
I want to find this one out because the problem now here for DRS is that they still need to make it in the zone. On the other hand, Enigma Galaxy has found themselves a pretty much safe spot. Here comes the push from Nima. He realizes it's time to go. If he doesn't, then things are going to be going south. But guess what? Nima connects that headshot, and Enigma Galaxy crumbled down, even though they had all the advantage in the world. And look at their smiling faces, Fixes. They're definitely happy after this one.
This match was absolute bonkers. The real soldiers, ladies and gentlemen, they are back. They are back to take what is there. They are back to claim the trophy for themselves. The kind of a start they've had, out of those 3 games played, getting 2 chicken dinners, and both of them in Erangel. And this one had to be one of the best that they've secured ever. Considering what's on the line, considering you've got limited amount of games, wow is the only word that really comes out of my mind right now, and also my mouth, of course, because Mafia Ninja, he certainly has to be the MVP in that particular situation. The way that lad held himself up, and this is where experience comes into handy. And right now, Necro, you and I, we both need a breather because we certainly can't believe what we just saw. So what we're gonna do is take a little break, and coming right after is the desk to break the fights down. But no, a voice in my mind says just to hold on. Because, yeah, I mean, I love that. We're all suited up, but DRS, wow. We still have a few things to discuss about, right? Enigma Galaxy, they also had a really good time. That ruckus being created between them, gave Hixie enough time to get inside the circle. But hey, that's the job for the desk. So we're going to just go for a break, and they're going to be right after this.
Well, talk about good things. Well, DRS is in the house, in the building. They are definitely dominating when it comes to this final right here at PMPL MENA and SA Championship. All thanks to our sponsor, Oppo F19 Pro. But this is what we had been waiting for. I mean, the real soldiers, they are delivering now.
They are definitely. That 1v1 at the end, before that, the utility usage and everything. Well, the way they rotated them around the circle as well, getting to a good area and all. So they delivered good. Well, they were the real survivors as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely. On the other front, I mean, talk about Nigma Galaxy. We had been bringing that team up since the past 2 games, and now here they are to deliver that exact same, expectation that was anticipated from the fans. Moving on along, let's talk about the most valuable player from this game.
Yeah, DE also had a wonderful time. When we talked about DRS, we talked about Nigma Galaxy. DE were also there, and it was quite an incredible run from this team. The MVP of the game on top, sir, with 7 kills secured, 919 damage given out, and only 68 healed up. But I mean, DE were we did see them getting taken out, as Nemo was the lad who finished them off in the very end, and after that, Nigma Galaxy were in his crosshairs. But yeah, Mafia Ninja. The man was a monster with how he dealt with the players of NASR Esports. Absolutely flawless utility use. At one point when he was spotted out by Batika, I thought he was going out for sure, but no.
2,000 damage by these 2 lads, Nima and Muffin, are just here at this area, right? And 9 kills secured by these 2 lads combined, if we just talk about. Obviously, there are going to be other players as well. Well, onto the other side from Nigma, just like you said, 10 kills secured onto this area. That's pretty decent. I mean, both of these teams did perform incredibly well. And obviously, we'll be having a look at the way their stats just talked about it. And, no doubt, DRS is going to be at the top position, though. Nigma Galaxy, 1 point ahead in this game.
Yeah. It was an incredible match. It was a very fun game to witness. I mean, just 1.25 points being secured by Nigma Galaxy. But I believe because this was the first first good game from Nigma Galaxy, as far as the overall storyboard is considered, they are going to be a little bit further behind in comparison to where DRS, where I8, where Deadeye's guys are going to be. And now, who's going to be the top 4, Ocean?
Well, about the top we know, definitely, about the top position. We'll have to see about the other 3. I mean, DE is going to be there, I'm pretty sure about that as well, because DE has been doing really good. I hope they stay. That's all I would say. Mafia Ninja, 25 utilities used and 4 most grenade kill numbers.
Wow. That is,
wow.
Exactly. DRS is doing pretty good for themselves with the chicken dinners working in their favor. With that, let's move on to the match ranking coming in from this game, the 3rd game of the day. Again, that does bring that number down to 7 games remaining for these teams. But moving on to the match ranking, of course, as we did see DRS get that chicken dinner, but 1 point up is going to be Nigma Galaxy with 25 points. Moving on to what Ocean was just referring to, Deadeye's guys, a consistent play, giving them 19 points.
And K7's here, Cryptics is here, Johnny.
NASR was there as well.
The previous game of Cryptics was brilliant. Previous game of K7 was decent. So they are getting good points. NASR, they are here as well. So again, I believe I8. Well, if this is where they've had a huge point loss.
And it's not just them. It's the 2 teams that we thought were going to do really well in this game. Stalwart as well, just finishing off with 3 points. So this was, I believe, a game. Again, as Ocean, you like to say, day number 3 is always the day of surprises. This was game number 3, and it was a match of surprises indeed.
It definitely was. With that, as we move on to the rotations made from the teams, let's move on to the zone analysis. That is going to be headed by Ocean Sharma.
Yeah. That would be me. Yeah, so let's just talk about it.
Forget.
I sometimes do. Well, you see Nigma Galaxy is here, DRS is here. So if we talk about, the way these teams have definitely, just moved around for the circle, that's just a really, really good thing. Because, when we see about the movement, this was kind of a standard circle. I guess Fixes was the one talking about when we saw the zone first that we are missing a lot of Gatka circles, missing a lot of ruin circles and so on. But this is where, just think about it, right? Previously, what used to happen is, Johnny, maybe DRS used to have like one corner for themselves, something like this, and the circle would shift down, right? They would not have the circle. We've seen that happen multiple times in previous last few days. This time, they were like, no, let's just, scratch that. They just get to the central part. They get most of the circle for themselves. Meanwhile, on the other side, look at Nigma Galaxy, right? They had a lot on their plate at this moment. They had a lot of players around them. Still surviving onto these areas and getting inside the circle, that's just a risky job. But well, they did that, Johnny.
Exactly, and they did it quite nicely as well. As you said, they had a lot on their plate and they were cleaning up the mess quite nicely, securing a lot of kills in the process. The only downside being they were losing a few key individuals from this point onwards. And at one point, I thought I8 definitely had a wonderful position inside the circle, but then this hard shift happens towards the southeast and it just changed everything.
Yeah, and after this one, right? This happened. So now Nigma Galaxy were like, yeah, we are safe, but we're not exactly safe because obviously we have to get inside the zone as well. So for them, taking fight against a few teams here and there was there. And then DRS, well, we saw the glimpses of that classic DRS that we have been talking about here and there. The one that likes to take down the players. And well, it was like, they were just waiting for the correct moment. And well, when the moment arrived, they arrived to the scene.
Exactly, and I mentioned this playstyle. We've talked about this playstyle time and time again during the league play days when we were sort of questioning what's going on with DRS. This time they switched priorities up. Get to the edge of the circle first and then re-engage those fights. We noticed this quite clearly towards the end when the fight against NASR Esports was happening, as Nemo was given the call to move forward and Mafia Ninja stayed behind to delay the players of NASR Esports. So that is what they usually do. In the league play days, they were just picking up fights wherever they wanted because, again, I mean, they knew they could get to the finals quite safely.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when it comes to the finals, all the teams definitely are delivering. I mean, every single game that we move on forth, there are so many kills taking place. So let's combine all those kills together through the Oppo F19 performance.
To be honest, once we are looking at these moments, I would just like to say one thing. I would want to see every Erangel start in this kind of a pace as well. Even the last one tomorrow, if it happens, right? I would want it to happen in this similar pace. See, it's kind of a slow start, not exactly the start that we would want, but this slow start actually just makes room for extra chaos to happen. The circle shifts, they make room for the teams to just think about their own decisions, their own double guesses, and well, the fights, well, they make room for some players, some teams to get those advantage for themselves, like the advantage situations. That's one thing that was happening. And well, the final moment, that 1v1, that makes room for a lot of chaos in the minds of the viewers as well.
True. Yeah, exactly. And it also sort of showcases the decision-making ability of the teams being put to test. I mean, no matter what we say about those early finishes, how fun they are to witness, it takes the excitement away if you see a complete 4v4 at 2 minutes. I mean, because one of the teams is definitely going to be in an uncomfortable position at that point. They haven't sort of figured out how to challenge the game based on where the trajectory of the plane was. So I agree with what Ocean said. This speed was perfect and it allowed every single team an opportunity to, as he's pointed out, to think clearly about their decisions, where they wanted to go, how they wanted to engage in those fights.
Definitely. That's what happened, right? And everyone, I would say everyone liked that. In a way, if you just have to talk about this one. But well, as soon as the chaos started, as soon as everyone just knew that they had to take on to a lot of fights, well, that's where it was just kind of moving towards the end game. And well, in that one, I believe we'll be seeing that moment as well, in which A1 Esports' one player, he was trying to take down the players though. He thought like he almost missed his marker, but well, it was not exactly a slow reaction, but it was something unfortunate that happened, right? Just trying to take down the players, did deal out a great amount of damage though, but well, could not convert it. So yeah, that happened.
And I mean, talk about conversions, we're going to see utility being converted into, well, quite a lot of memorable moments by the players of DEADEYES, guys, in a few moments. And it was really, really fun to watch all this unfold in front of our eyes, because, I mean, Mafia Ninja and Nemo definitely two deadly players that you have to be careful of. There's the first. Now, Batika is going to be falling down on his knees. The backup arrives, but even that doesn't change much.
So many good utility usage just so much amount of good utility usage just coming down by these lads. And well, they were like, well, we are the boss, we rule this area. And well, they definitely are showing it right now with that top position, I'm definitely sure. And we'll have to see that where, like, what can they do in the next game, because again, coming down Sanhok and then Erangel again. As of now, they're unbeatable at Erangel.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, they are definitely showcasing what they are known for, you know, and that is depth and destruction in the game, with 2,813 damage being showcased from DRS.
Out of which 2,000 is just by 2 lads combined.
Exactly.
So that's just the impact of staying alive till the last moment, and well, it paid off pretty good, pretty good.
I wonder how much of that was those grenades that were being lobbed towards the players of NASR Esports. Also, Ocean, a few moments ago you said, I mean, everyone enjoyed the game. I8 were the ones who were like quite frustrated with how the circles were going, because every single time they would think they have found a comfortable edge, the circle would just move away from them.
Johnny, that's a top 4 right now. This is our top 4. I'm happy, I'm sad, it's mixed emotions though. But Nigma Galaxy a jump of 9 placements for them. And well, if they keep on having good game, they might even end up at the 2nd spot or maybe 1st. Well, it depends on how do they play the upcoming 2 games. Cryptics is there as well. K7, I8, Stalwart, Rico, DE. DE is close to DRS. Imagine finishing up on the 1st position at the end by the end of the day.
Yeah. And if DRS and Nigma Galaxy are going to be part of the top 4, then the next best teams will be moving forward to the Global Championship. And it's so close. Look at this right now. 31, 28, 26, 25 on Cryptics. I want to see what the team on the 9th position is going to be doing. Yeah.
Johnny, 4 teams with 20 kills at this moment.
Yes.
You still can't say which team is more aggressive or less aggressive. I get it, DRS, they've had 2 amazing games. But well, 2 games they got 15 points. In 1 game they just got 2 points for placement, right? But then these 20 kills by these 4 teams actually shows how close the competition is when it comes down to the aggression.
But on the other front, as we move on to the 2nd page, now this is where, of course, we do see NASR Esports jumping up 3 positions to the 9th spot with 20 points. But Wizzes with Wives, Ruthless aggressive warriors, not the kind of position that we anticipated for them to be.
Yeah, definitely. A1 Esports as well. Wives,
True.
T2K, we have seen all these teams play amazing.
Oh, yes, we have. Talk about amazing. Well, I've got some amazing news for our viewers right now as we move on to this incredible party. And that's going to be the PUBG Mobile reunion party, where you need to join the game to participate in this exciting global festival, which is only available for a limited time. All the modes that you've played previously are coming back, from, well, Survival Till Dawn, Vikendi, Payload 2.0. Well, the list just goes on, and all of this is going to be for you to participate in. And why? Well, because we've got daily rewards and login to get permanent free items, limited time UC, and a new character. A new character called Anna, along with her flashy outfits, is going to be available for you guys. And that's not it, because we've got a collaboration in place with the football team that you all know as Liverpool to win a permanent backpack. Yep, you heard that right. A Liverpool collaboration to get that permanent backpack. But last and not the least is going to be this world-leading hypercar, a custom-made Jesco by Koenigsegg, is available. Try out the lightning-fast ride. Go to in-game and get one for yourself. Only available till the end of November. So there's a lot that is going to be on stake. But that's not it. That is not it. As we are in the finals, we've got this wonderful show match that has been set up in, well, for you guys, as we have some rappers tuning in, as we've got some influencers tuning in from SA as well as MENA. This is going to be a bonker of a game. 2 games going to take place right about now. And without further ado, let's jump into these guest matches. It is going to be, well, Fan Bros to take you through these 2 games.
Well, we did certainly need a breather, before we head into the action, because it's so heated up right now.
Yeah.
And we need that cool down moment just a little bit. And what a perfect time, We were actually talking about the South Asian region going up against the MENA, and here we have in a rumble, a 4v4, and the first map is going to be in Sanhok, so let's just head in. But, before we do that, it's going to be a really interesting format for us over here, because in Sanhok, we're not going to use guns, buddy. It's just going to be those nades and those melee weapons. So, starting off, repping the South Asian region, we do have Ducky Extra, 2B Gamer, Rap Demon, and Toshi. And right there, opponents, we do have repping from the MENA region. We've got Randa, we've got Aboelm, we've got Powerful. Well, I know this lad, and we've got Emmett. And so well, taking a look at these two teams, got a little bit of a shift here on towards the MENA side. They've got a professional player.
Yeah, they definitely do. I mean, powerful. Even though, yeah, he's not in the top 16, but still, I mean, he does have the professional tag on his name. I do personally want to see like how things going to be looking like. As you mentioned, things have been really heated up on the grand finals day one. So we want to chill things out a little bit over here, And this is why we have a show match. Some influencers coming in over here, some rappers over here, and as Fixes mentioned, you cannot use guns inside this one. The only thing you can use is your utilities and your melee weapons. So this one's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, this is the moment, you've been searching for. You wanted to ban your opponents. There you go. You certainly can do that. And we've seen rap battles. Well, I'm a huge fan of that. But when you've got rappers taking over, pans or maybe a sickle or maybe a machete, anything can happen. Or maybe the good old fist, the good old Royal Rumble. Just get into that. But as we can see, both the teams, they're dropping off right at boot camps, They do not really want to waste any time looting. Just want to head in and go up against each other. We've got to see which one's the better region from the two we have.
Exactly, we definitely do want to see, and I feel like this one is more kind of going to be like a wrestling match as well, so we might as well announce it in that way, On the other hand, we have Ducky right next to him, we have another player, and I feel like things might just go south over here for some teams. Oh, they're also using meds over here, which is fine, I guess, but now, here we go, he finally found himself a sickle, Fixes, and I do want to see who he is going to be cutting off this time. He's already swinging it in the air. A little bit of practice.
I mean, at this point, Necro, I really love the pan. It's just got that extra damage. Imagine trying to block off maybe an opponent's melee.
I just like the sound.
Yeah, we also like ding. But considering the customized skins that we have, a lot of people flaunt the sickle, right? You've got some katanas, you've got some various type of different weapons, but Ducky, he wants to stick to the basics, the good old cast iron ban, and a few grenades are being lobbed over. We've got to see who's the better one out there, and powerful, of course. We do know he's got that little bit of an edge over these players. But again, he's been handicapped. He cannot use any weapons that he excels at. So this is the first face-off. We've got a grenade. And what did he just throw at his direction?
It was a flash. I think so. It was a flashbang, if I'm not wrong.
No, he did not get flashed. I did not hear the sound. I think it was...
Yeah.
How do you throw a painkiller these days?
Well, I guess you use painkillers as a fake flash. I guess that's a new strategy, guys. But yeah, now we have Powerful with a sickle. Looks like a Grim Reaper right there. He's chasing Ducky down. He wants Ducky down over here. Just swinging it in the air. But Ducky as well got some jukes. He's jumping around. Ducky has the pan. If he's able to do so, this can be a happy moment. This can be a funny moment. And there we go. Ducky takes Powerful down. A professional player down. But instantly, the trade is there, Fixes.
Well, there you have it, All right, so races are coming up, but we've got that good old fist fight right in front of us. Darby with the Molotov, and he succeeded with that. Just backing off, but Toshi did manage to get off. This is ludicrous. I think now it's down to a 2v2, I believe.
Yeah,
we still have Rap Demon alive. Both the rappers alive, and one does have the machete. He's gonna slice them off. It's just the way he does in his songs.
Yeah, well, I mean, gotta hit some bars over here, Fixes, and he's got the machete this time. The man is bleeding from the other side. It's Toshi who's bleeding right now, and look at what 2B Gamer's doing. He's chilling out. He's playing. He's taking things a little calmly over here. He doesn't really want to directly go inside the high intensity action. Instead, he wants to kind of take things a little chill. And guess what? Demonizer is going to be sticking the res onto Toshi. Does do the other teams realize? Does Team 2 realize? If they do, I'm pretty sure they want to slice them open.
Yeah, they certainly want to. But at this point, well, the races are up. Of course, the two rappers that we have from the Pakistan region, well, they feel them. But Powerful, he's angry right now. He's searching for blood. And all he's got to do is find someone just to knock them over with a pan. But Toshi, apparently, he's on the run. Now, he's being chased by two people out there who indeed is being chased by 2B Gamer. And now, well, this is it
he's
for
throwing
Toshi. He's still bobbing and weaving. Now, Abo still has
What is going on?
He's still continuing the pursuit on him.
Two players behind one little man. It's a cat and mouse chase over here, and they're not gonna let him go. Like, quite close. That was a close one, Toshi. You don't realize how close that got. No, I don't know if waltzing was a good idea there, but still, he's safe for now. He's found himself on the high ground. He wants to slice someone up, finds a free hit onto the lad. He's looking to get another one, but he's not able to. Both of them are whiffing quite hard, and still, he's able to run away. He's able to make it out alive. I like that door shut right on his face.
Yeah. Back off right now. Where are my teammates? Why aren't you here? The pan being yielded and Powerful. Oh, he's gonna chase him down. There you go. Getting the knock and will
Please
confirm.
don't slice your teammate.
Yeah. I mean, that's the last thing that they would want to do right now. I think this is it. I mean, right now it's a 4v2. And Powerful gets one more. That, I believe, leaves just with Rap Demon alive. And seems like it, the MENA region, they're going to win the first map. Because it's not just over with one map, right? We've got one more surprise. And we're just going to wait.
Yeah, the surprise. That's why it's called surprise, right? We're not really going to be revealing what the other one's going to be. But yeah, this one so far is pretty interesting, and it's cracking me up for sure. The last man alive is going to be a Demonizer. He's on the run. He does realize if he stops anytime soon, he's pretty much going to be dead. Swinging those machetes onto each other. Finally, Demonizer comes out on top in that fight, but that doesn't end right there. He needs to fight without wasting any more time. He doesn't even get a time to catch a little bit of breather over here.
Oh, definitely. And this is still not going to be a lot, right? All he could have done, could have gone a little bit thirsty, right? Just slice his throats up. But no. That being said, he's all by his lonesome. Just has that first aid, few energy drinks. He's gonna get to full HP. But at the same time, the reses are back on. Now, what I really want to see is someone just throwing off that machete and maybe take one down. Because Powerful, well, he did have this energy drink, but no. A knock right on his head and sends him home as we've got, the team from the bottom corner winning the first bout.
Wow, I mean, I kind of feel bad for Demonizer, man. He felt all by his lonesome, and in the end, well, just got pinned to his death. But yeah, I would say that was a fun time for sure, and that definitely helped us kind of calm things down of how the matches have been going so far. This was a great kind of, I would say, a time off from that intense battles.
Yeah, and I desperately needed that. But, this is not just done yet. There is still time, South Asian region, they can make a comeback over here because I believe right now is the right time to spill the beans and Necro. Would you want to do the honors?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the second map is going to be played on Karakina, and it's going to be quite a good one because this time you can use weapons. And let's find out who has those gun skill pretty much maxed out. I mean, I would say over here, the MENA region for sure has a little bit of edge because they have Powerful.
Yes, 100%, But I still remember when I used to play, this particular map, just for the heck of it, I used to carry a lot of remote charges, the C4, right? Just, blow up any sort of walls that can possibly blow and then find those secret bunkers. And you have those little gold mines, you go into that, you loot them. And talking about weapons, I really love to use the Winchester over here. But I do not know if teams are really going to be opting for that because I believe I think they're going to be sticking to Tommy guns. But what I really want, imagine, just dropping off those C4s, then waiting for that to explode, someone just goes down. That would be fun.
that would definitely be fun. But again, it comes down to, are these both teams going to be dropping at the same location? If they do, then that's when those kind of chances are really, those kind of fights happening, the chances are really high. Here we go, the plane fly path in front of us, and I want to see where they're going to be dropping off. No one's going to be the answer. They're not going to be dropping right next to each other. Instead, well, the MENA team has already dropped off, and now we're waiting for the South Asian team, and here we go. They've also dropped off, so now they're going to be going for those guns first, looting themselves up, making sure they're feeling good, comfortable, challenging those gunfights.
Oh, all right. So, teams, now this has gotten personal, now this has gotten serious, right? They both want to have their fair share of loot before they engage against each other. One of them dropping off at Bashara, and we've got the entire MENA team dropping up top north. Now, both of them, different cities, no problems with their loot. But I really want to see the action starting off, and some emotions.
What happened to him?
Yeah,
oh no.
I mean, 2B. He's starting to feel himself, right? Some moves, and I've seen this on the internet. Something resembling.
Like you want to tell what it is? Like, what is that resembling? I have no clue.
Guy dancing just like that. He was just a little bit passionate about it, but now. All right. I mean, he was just trying to yawn, and indeed, I mean, from what really happened with him in the first game, I'm not gonna blame. He just wants to get this over with. But MENA, they are looking determined as ever. Especially having powerful playing in their own ways, because he's a professional player. I've casted that guy. He's pretty good. You're racking up against you've got legends from their own field. He's certainly gonna have that extra little edge, and in fact, that was statistically visible. He did manage to rack up 3 kills even after being the first one getting knocked out.
Fixes. I have a theory why he's doing that, why he was yawning in front of the camera. Maybe he wants to show us, he wants to tell us that this is so easy that he doesn't even need my attention.
Is this a big deceit? You say?
Maybe, yeah. Like I feel like he's just trying to show that this is way too easy for me. Like that's why he's yawning. He's like, all right, I don't even need to do anything. My boys got this.
You don't see me coming, do you? And that is exactly, maybe that's what he's trying to do. And now, I mean, this lull inside the lobby, we just, I'm starting to speculate, where are they going to cross roads, right? Are they even going to do that? Or are we going to just wait along, for the entire match to pan down? Because taking a look at Powerful, all right, he's going to take the hills. He's going to try and spot out. Because if, I believe, if they know how things work out, they must have seen, a team dropping off right off the bat. So if they can look in that direction, maybe they can find any fast buyers.
They definitely can, but for sure, I feel like they know where they both have dropped off, each team. But now, in the end, it just comes down to who's going to be looting as quick as possible and then going inside a fight. I already do see Ahmed kind of getting himself a shotgun, getting ready for the battle. Maybe he's trying to get some close range duels over here. Fixes a suppressor. Wow, it sounds pretty good.
I mean, you could just take out the suppressor and throw at your opponent's head, and I'm pretty sure they're gonna get hurt. Look at the size of it; it's massive. But you know what, Necro? What I really want, is the rappers rapping over here inside Karakin. Just switch on your all chat and get off. What a good way. We've seen different kind of various raps. Now imagine a rap battle inside
in the front lines,
inside the game of PUBG Mobile.
Know what exactly is happening. Team 2, right there. They're still taking their sweet little time looting over here. And look at this. He's still chilling back. He's like, all right, I don't even need to play this game anymore. All he's doing is sitting back on the chair, having a good time. He's like, all right, my boys got this. I don't even need to do anything. And yeah, finally it seems like they're getting quite close to each other. I see Ducky really close to these lads, and they have realized that maybe Ducky's right inside the house, and yes, the open door gives it all away.
Oh, 100%. And I think that is where Ahmed's headed to. And I believe he's not going to have any issues if he takes the fight at this particular range. And Ducky, well, I mean, maybe he's heard it. His heart's pounding right now. He's screaming for help.
Oh, he goes down.
Oh, there he goes. There he goes, falling down. And again, the boys from the MENA region, they do have that advantage. So they know where the trail starts from, and they know where to proceed after this.
One thing I can say for sure, the MENA region is looking really competitive inside this one. They're looking really competitive for sure, because you can clearly see on the cams as well. No one's really messing around. While the other hand side, you can see from the side of SA, guys are pretty much chilling around. Yeah, there are a few guys focused right in their devices, but on the left-hand side, you see some guys chilling out. So, I mean, it's like, all right, I like how calm they are taking these things over here. They're like, all right, this is just show match, you know. We're here to game. We're not here to kind of try hard. Taking things calm and slow. And this is what we were here for, right? A fun time.
Yeah, 100%. You know, the way things are happening right now, it's going to be interesting. You've got... Powerful. He's still, you know, he's the one, guys. You know, this is what I do, right? When I play with rather newer players, bait them, right? You guys go, give me the info, and then what I do is take shots at them. And well, that is exactly what his teammates are doing, and he's doing his job perfectly fine.
Yeah, powerful. Looking to spray someone down. Still no connections found from his side. He does know they're right in the front lines, but still, he's just trying to find a little bit of cheeky shots. If he does, that's going to be helping his teammate out so much. And they also need to realize one player has fallen down. They need to get the res back upon them. So again, both these teams are feeling equal amount of pressure on themselves, because we know the SA side has already lost on to one player, and it's Ducky. And it's a huge player.
Oh, exactly. But you know, right now, well, Toshi, he's jiggling around, trying to, you know, connect a really good spray. And he looks like a seasoned veteran, right? It does not look like a newbie at all. I believe he's been grinding his hours in the battlegrounds as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you need it, right? I mean, look, in the end, even though it's a show match, you're still playing for the pride fixes, and you want to prove, at least in front of all these people, all these viewers, is that, okay, at least I have something to prove on these battlegrounds. You do not want to take an exit just without doing anything. But look at this, MENA teams. Oh, they're closing up quite well. And SA, two players are already down. But on the other hand, MENA as well, they're bleeding.
Oh, they certainly are. And, you know, right now, with just, you know, those two kills being secured, they're still going to have that upper edge, right? Now, what they've got to do is keep Powerful alive. You know, he's going to be your key. He's going to be the one who saves the day. As, you know, in this big city that we have, it's going to be difficult to locate these two players in Farfast, because they love singing, right? Unless and until they're making a lot of noise. I do not think the neighbors want to knock the doors, right? And, well, Powerful. He's, you know, still just scouring from land to land, you know, from house to house.
Yeah.
And there he goes. A few shots have been taken. I believe Toshi has been spotted. And Powerful, he'll take some damage though, but he's instantly patched himself up.
He will instantly patch himself up. And now, guess what? SA teams as well, they are now falling back. They're coming in hard. And y'all are Powerful as well. As you mentioned, he is their key. If he's alive, he can make a lot of things happen. If they want to win this one, they want to make sure that Powerful is staying alive in these games. They're left with only two players. The same thing goes on the other side as well. Toshi is in the front lines. I feel like Powerful knows exactly where he is. And Toshi, a single small mistake being made, and he will be taken down. Oh, that was quite lucky, though. Toshi knew that no one's maybe looking right on himself, so he crossed the road.
Yeah, I mean, a 2v2. Or it's a 2v1 right now. Toshi just being the last player. Surviving. And now, we've got to see if he can clutch things out. He's been doing good. He's kept off his grounds really well, right? Considering the powers that he's going up against, he's done well.
Oh,
I do not know why Powerful did that. I have no idea. Maybe he was just checking if his buttons do work, right? I think because apart from that, no other explanation. At all.
Maybe he was just like checking. Yeah, maybe he was just like checking like the Molotov, just making sure that it works. I'm not sure why he did that. But yeah, keeping all the jokes aside, here we have now finally Powerful. It seems like he realized where Toshi is. He's making the push happen. He's pushing in. And now over here, Toshi is going to be feeling a lot of pressure. Two players moving in on the clotheslines, getting up close and personal. Toshi is going to be feeling the heat. But guess what? He's not someone who's a rookie. You can't just push him like that out in the open. Toshi's going to be replying to you pretty strongly. And now Powerful realizes his position being compromised. Powerful now making the push happen. Realized he ran out of bullets. And he found the right opportunity to strike. And he's going to be striking in hard.
Oh, he certainly will. But, you know, a really valiant effort being put by as a region over there.
Especially
but again,
2B Gamer.
Yes. I mean, especially Toshi for me. I mean, the way he raps and the way he converts that and channels his energy inside PUBG Mobile, that's commendable. You know, I never really expected that he would be this good, but yes, he was. But that being said, you know, we've got to get back to the desk because they still do have a lot of things to talk about.
Yeah.
Well. Talk about rap battles, that's one thing, but move on into the battleground. That's a complete different story altogether being showcased from the MENA region right now. But that is just the show match. As we continue on with the championship, let's move on along. Let's bring up the schedule. We've got 3 games done and dusted for. And now as we move on forth, it is time for the 4th game of the day where we jump on to Sanhok. 16 teams all prepped and ready. Certainly hope that the few minutes that they had of relaxation, well, they've been able to capitalize on them.
Hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so, you know, that happens, because in this one somehow, I don't know, it's a weird one, but I want to go for A1 Esports.
Alright, A1.
Alright.
So, I mean, Ocean and I are on the same page. Not in terms of me picking A1 Esports, but we're going to go for weird pickups. Because I have a feeling like K7 might be able to bring themselves in a really wonderful position in this map.
That is a possibility, of course. But as we move on along, let's have a look at the head-to-head between the two that you talk about. We've got A1 not having a good day, and K7 on a complete different roller coaster.
They never had a good day, but well, maybe today is the day.
Exactly. We need to keep in mind that the stats represent the performance they had in the past, and today we are starting off fresh. So
yeah, it's a fresh start. Obviously, they haven't had a good fresh start. I get it, but I'm hopeful. And again, hope is a dangerous word, but you know,
again, I mean, we definitely can talk about the speculation, but in the end, we shall have to see what these teams are going to be bringing to the table. With that, let's move on along and let's have a look at the game itself altogether. Let's go on to our casters, the Panda Bros. It is Necro and Pain Fixes.
Yeah. Well, now, yep, exactly. I mean, we need to definitely take things seriously. The weather is turning pretty cold by those show matches, but now it's time to heat things up again. It's time to get the super hot fire inside these games, and we know what better to start the day off on this Sanhok. I mean, of course, smaller map where it's going to be fully packed with high intensity action, high octane games are awaiting. I mean, already we saw what was kind of aligned with those first 3 games that happened. It was complete action-packed games, and now I want to see what teams have gone inside the map of Sanhok, because we're already seeing teams try harding to their best. And I want to see what they have even in the map of Sanhok, because again, we know how this map can be sometimes. In the end of the day, it does really comes down to that zone, if the zone is favoring your team or not. If it's not, well, then we know things are not really going to be aligned good for your side. Especially I like the circle when it's kind of being formed in the top left island. We saw that yesterday, and it was one of the most like fun times to witness. But now I also want to see teams like DRS again kind of performing consistent. Now I do know, yeah, they have gotten the previous chicken dinner, but again, I like the momentum that they have set themselves up on, and I want them to continue in forward, because from that kind of a utility utilization that they showed in, we know how they can perform in the map of Sanhok as well. This is where you need to use the utility to perfection. If you're not going to be doing so, you might be third party, you might be taken down from anywhere.
Yeah, 100% agree with, you know, I'm nothing said. You know, the things are getting so intense. My PC almost crashed, and things are happening. Weird things are happening. I feel powers around me, but you know, right now all these teams channel their energies, right? This is it. You don't have enough games in your hand, and now you're in the
think yes, one of them all, right? One of the Sanhok that we had played to you. And yes, like you said, something that you know, Sanhok really comes down to where the zone form late. A lot of the best happening, especially favoring teams like the fight, and but today in Manchester, it's sort of needs to not so far, right? If something goes all the way to the particular start, or maybe Sanhok, or maybe Dog,
Fixes. Another interesting thing, Rico Infinity and A1 Esports. Now, are they going to be clashing again or not? This one's going to be an interesting one. I mean, last time we saw A1 Esports not really challenging them. They knew that TDK was not playing from that group side, so that's why they went to Magnai. So they got enough time for themselves to loot and also a comfortable place. But again, they took the water rotation and all the efforts were put down to sleep. All the efforts went to waste. So what do you think, so? Are they going to be taking the water rotation again or not? Because if they do, then I'm just going to bang my head on the wall.
I mean, well, you're just going to hurt yourself.
But I don't know, man.
Is it worth it, though? Is it worth banging your head on the wall if A1 Esports takes the water out?
I would say, yeah, definitely for sure. It would be a no-go, but I would just be kind of frustrated, okay? Like, it's like you've already done it twice. You failed it. If you do it 3 times again, I mean, I don't know what's going to be changing your mindset because that has been a kind of rotation that's not really panning out for them. They need to at least try and adapt to a new route. And I'm pretty sure, hopefully, I mean, in the grand finals, they have some kind of hidden strategies up their sleeves that they're going to be trying to pull out. Maybe a MasterCard?
I mean, MasterCard, I is, you know, the A1 is that I'm from, so in their glory days, all high and mighty. Especially on the physical, you know, miles apart. So they have to really be going any time so that it gives you that little bit of sliver of hope. You know, this team brings those promises. The contenders that they get, well, there are moments they have that little compound, then hold it on for a long time, get those mountains, get it. But apart from that, you know, nothing fancy coming out from A1 Esports, and I've been all but disappointed with them. But yes, like you said, in the map of Sanhok, happen. And if my memory serves me correct, you know, if all those grey cells in my head, I believe there was a time when A1 Esports really loved their Sanhok. And you know, times have changed, things have changed, and there you go. I really feel, I can feel, you know, I believe the lobby has been hosted because everyone in tandem just raised up and just smiled. I'm like, there we go again.
There we go again. Where we, I personally look at it in the center, right? The red room kind of thingy that they have made. It just gives you kind of like a more intense vibe, right? We know the red is kind of a color of aggression, you know, especially when you have that red color in your kind of thingy as well. It looks kind of cool, you know. It just gets your blood flowing pretty good. The RGB gamer room is what XP likes to call it. And yeah, personally, I like those kind of rooms as well. But unfortunately, I don't really have RGBs in my room. Maybe I'll get it in the future sometime.
You know, back in those days when you know, we were kids, right? We used to go to those internet cafes. I mean, we weren't really owning those PCs down here, right? You know, you've got to go to those cafeterias, pay some money, and play your good old games. You know, I'm talking about the days when even smartphones weren't even a thing, right? Technology, we've come a long way far. So they used to have those red lights, you know, just rotating around like this, you know, like police sirens, right? Once you sit, it's a 5v5, and the lights start glimmering, and that's when you know it's game time, baby. And yeah, I mean, it's already game time for all these lads out there, feeling the heat and the gravity of the situation over here.
Exactly.
Within a few minutes, of course, we're going to be heading in. But the overall storyline so far, ladies and gentlemen, has been the fact that DRS, they've been absolutely clobbering down the Erangel maps that they've had. They've been decent in Miramar as well. Starwood, they've had a really good start, but then they're again starting to fizzle out. You know, they've been struggling with their rotation. I8, they've been consistent. Same can be said for DEADEYES.
Exactly, yeah. Consistency definitely is being shown from the side of Nepali side, but again, there are a few teams that are also crumbling down. As you mentioned, Stalwart Esports, yeah, they had quite a banger of opening, but then later on in the next Erangel, they seem to kind of fizzle out. So hopefully inside the map of Sanhok, we do know they're pretty good in the map of Sanhok as well. So I want to see them at least up the pace a little bit more. I want to see them third party more. I want to see them just try and dominate the entire field, because we know what they're capable of. I don't really need to kind of elaborate on that occasion. You have man like Action and Top already just dominating the field, feeling yourself. Then you have another team coming in like DRS. They're hitting the deck. They're hitting those nades right on the mark. And what else do you need, right? Two of the best teams performing for sure. Then you have a team like K7 as well, not really shying behind. You had a man from K7 who almost did a 1v4 on the map of Miramar. So that as well, I can definitely tell for sure that teams are feeling that adrenaline rush right now.
Oh, they certainly are. But now we've been talking about the top guns, right? Let's talk about the dark horses, the ones that are having a Cinderella story. I'm directly talking about Wizzes with Vibes,
Yeah.
The way they've started off, they haven't really been looking good, right?
Yeah,
Maybe this is the map where it all changes, because Rules, the way he played in those 4 days we had, he impressed me, man. Not just me, a lot of girls out there in Nepal as well, making his parents proud, his organization proud. He deserves a raise. But there you have it, the game finally starting off. And without any further ado, let's head in.
Here we go. Finally, the map of Sanhok and we are going to be dive directly into it. And here we have the plane flight path starting from Camp Bravo all the way towards Camp Alpha. And as we know, DRS are going to be having no problem. They will also have their loot pretty much right on their hands. They will just going to be dropping in Camp Bravo, getting that loot as quick as possible, and they can also try and book it inside the zone quickly. On the other hand, this plane flat path is pretty good. No matter what kind of team it is, you are going to be getting to your location pretty quickly and at least try and get the loot in. But now I want to see again, as we mentioned, the Rico Infinity and Avon Clash. Is that going to be happening again or not? Rico Infinity dropping straight up in Paradise Resort. No two ways about it. But Avon Esports, though, look at the split that's being shown from their side. 9boy kind of close to Paradise Resort. Then you have Dante and Sinister right on the quarry, including RX Jax.
Yeah, I mean, things have started off, well, there you go.
Oh,
there you go.
I like it.
Again, a Western Circle, nothing really out of ordinary, right? This is going to favor teams like Nigma Galaxy, maybe SUDOR. SUDOR have a really instrumental role to play in this game. Are they going to be holding off that bridge? That's going to be really crucial. Now, K7, they're going to be having the better of Painan. They're going to have no trouble. I believe they're in a really good spot, right? Considering if the circle does pan down south, which I believe will, they have a good chance in getting a chicken. And I think this is the best we've seen from the HDM region so far, right? I think you were also there with me when we casted the SA Championships last time, and we were just looking out for them, and they were just not there. But this time, they do come with a lot of promises, and they're delivering.
That's for sure. Yeah, they're definitely delivering. But I also want to elaborate more on the zone is that what I like about these kind of zone is that now the zone has been divided into 3 compartments of island, right? Is it going to be shifting on the left side? Is it going to be going on the right side? Or is it going to be going on north? And this is what I really like, right? This kind of zone brings in that mysterious aura that teams all as well get kind of confused in. They don't really know where to make that quick rotation happen. Including a team like DRS, but hold on. Okay, Rico Infinity finding a man of Avon Esports. 9boy was out in the open, not really able to find any connections. So 9boy, is going to be making out alive from this one. Rico Infinity are always on Avon Esports' tails.
Oh, they certainly are, aren't they? And they love doing that, right? That one really satisfying wipe that they did, of course, inside of Paradise Resort. And A1 Esports have been dropping at Paradise since time eternal, right? We've seen them a lot of times. They've even I believe we did see Dante clutching out. They did wipe out the players of Zeus once, and getting completely clapped by Rico Infinity. That does instill that fear amongst them. And now, they've got to make that move. They've got no option. They're just moving around, and that's concerning for me. I'll tell you why. Because they're not getting enough loot to sustain. They do not have that backup plan for going in for that med battle, which teams like Wizzes with Vibes and DEADEYES resort to. So A1 Esports, they're in shambles, and I must say, after this tournament is done, they really need to start from scratch again. Right with their roles, their IGLing, number one, needs to be fixed ASAP.
Yeah, for sure. Sinister has been kind of questionable. Yeah, as you mentioned, the IGLing definitely is questionable from their side. But again, as you mentioned, things can be changed, things can be rerouted, and yeah, they will, at least for sure, because of Rico Infinity, they are pushed out of their comfort zone because they're not really able to drop in the Paradise Resort area. So that means they are forced to at least find themselves a new drop location. This is where they dropped in near Quarry, but now they didn't really, I don't feel like they found themselves that much comfortable amount of loot, right? Even though it's the map of Sanhok, but still, they had to move in pretty quickly, and they have done a good job in that. But again, the circle is going to be the main thing, because as I mentioned, this kind of circles really brings up that mysterious aura. You don't know where it's going to be shifting towards.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is going to be interesting because, the holding those junctions, that's going to be really important. Now, look at NASR, right? In fact, Hassan, he's away from his pack. He's nowhere in near contention. And I believe the players of Starwood, they've spotted a few, unwanted people around them, but here we have a fight about to break down as Jiggle. I believe he's aware of Freak's positioning, and this is where I would really want him to lob a grenade, right? That's the best way you can flush someone out from this little guard post over here, or maybe a Molotov that pretty much takes over that entire area. And then once he takes a plunge or something, you capitalize on it. Or maybe just the good old days, call your teammates for backup and then take the fight. But either ways, I really want to see what is he up to.
Teammates don't really seem anywhere nearby Jiggle, but again, they are trying their best to provide that backup fire. Jiggle, he doesn't realize he slipped away from his hands, and finally Jiggle as well. He's fallen back. He does realize maybe Enigma Galaxy are up with some backup, and Jiggle not really overextending himself, instantly backing off. I like that. He wasn't really kind of overconfident or cocky in that fight. So decided to back off instantly. Vibes with the rest of the players. They are sticking together. It's a 3-1 split coming in from their side. And we always know Jiggle is the man who's on the front foot. And again, being the IGL, he's still on the front foot. And he most of the times deliver. He tries to find the entries. He tries to find those infos as much as possible. And Vibes, I mean, they do a good job in that.
Oh, they certainly are. And, again, Team Vibes. I've got to be honest. This is one of those fights where he did back off. That was a smart idea because he knew where Freak was, but he had no idea where the others were. And imagine, he ran into an ambush. That could have been deadly, right? That is something that Team Vibes at this point cannot afford for themselves. And as things are, Enigma Galaxy, they're still holding on to this high ground position that they have, and I'm just wondering for how much longer, because somewhere down the line, once the zone starts shrinking and the zone goes away from you, that's where you would want to be starting to move. And this is where I really want Vibes to be the ones thinking a little bit ahead of them, maybe try to edge keep them, maybe try something else, because both these teams are on that southeastern front. Now we've got the players of NASR also coming in, and Sanhok, it is also famous for all those third parties happening, right? So and I'm pretty much sure, considering what is on the line, you've got limited amount of matches remaining, teams are going to be taking those fights slow, and which sort of will resort to the fact that we are going to be heading into maybe a 5th circle or maybe a 6th circle, and that is where let's say we've got 10 to 12 teams alive, and in a jiffy, half of the population just gets wiped, just like Thanos doing things
Snapped
in
his
Avengers.
fingers.
Yeah, just snap it and wiped out. Voila.
Yeah, exactly. And now Enigma Galaxy from Sami as well. It seems like they're quite looted and scooted, so they're going to be moved, or at least trying to make their mark in the zone. They've already found themselves in, but I feel like they still would want to get, or at least close in on that center spot. And I like that the improvisation Wizzes of Vibes made over here fixes inside these kind of SA Championship and MENA, right? So what they did was before in the PMPL Season 4, they used to drop near Sami in the map of Sanhok, but then as soon as they realized Nigma Galaxy is in, that means they are going to be needing that Sami area. So they're like, all right, guys, you guys can take it. They realize high voltage is not in here, so they pretty much took over high voltage spots. So that was a good improvisation, and I feel like A1 Esports as well, if they could have done something like that, that could have helped them out quite a lot.
I mean, again, it comes down, Wizzes with Vibes. They had the new kids in the block, and when you're new, you sort of are open to changes, right? You're sort of open to adaptations. You can adjust. But when you're the old guards, right? When you're the veterans, you've got that little bit of an ego coming into play, right? How can this team take away our drop spot? We've been dropping there since forever. I mean, we've never backed off. And then they realize, guys, we've been messing up every single time, but we'll talk about it a little bit later as we've got K7 spotting out the players of Team Vibes. Now, Killer has taken quite some damage, but Wano, he's been knocked out. Now, K7 definitely need to get the rest back up, and they need to do that quick.
They definitely need to do that quick. Vibes now, guns trying on the Zivvy. Look at this jiggle. Captain Slide's locked onto him, and as soon as he peeks out, that's an incredible spray being shown from his side. Connects those headshots, those crucial headshots that he needed to take him down instantly. Vibes looking pretty strong inside this one. Wanu as well is down low. That means the res onto the fallen man Zivvy shouldn't really be that big of a deal, because on the other hand, Hokshuan, it seems like he's getting pushed by the entire squad of Vibes, and they need to watch out from this push because it can be detrimental.
Oh, it certainly will be. The way Team Vibes, they're just charging at them. And now Hokshuan, he's just one with the nature. But any single moment, the players of Team Vibes can spot them out. And we all know how deadly the Nepalis can get with those grenades. We did see a display of that from Mafia Ninja just a game ago. And Hokshuan, he's being still as a rock. Finally deciding to make some movements. He's just clipped that grenade. I'm starting to wonder if the players of Team Vibes did hit that one out, or they did spot out the projectile. But there you have it. Hokshuan getting that knock onto its killer, and he's going to be relentless. He's going to lob one more out of Bean's direction. And is it going to connect though? But that does not matter because shot hit from the backlines does the job. Now K7 have the upper edge in this fight.
They get a test of their own medicine with those nades. Bombardment coming in from their side. K7 getting shot at somewhere from the backlines, but that's a great angle being found from Waduo. He's going to be confirming the kill instantly. And the problem is, Vibes cannot even make the push happen because they don't really have a lot of info to work with. Assassin, though, safely enters inside the house. He can at least take a sigh of relief, but again, he's being pinned down inside it. And guess what? Here comes the third party. The classic Sanhok reveals itself, and Choxin goes down to SUDOR.
What? Did Assassin just bombard them all? I really want to see who took that kill. Because if Assassin did that, that's going to be insane. But I do not think that happened. But I believe they all died to a grenade. Mysterious things are happening, I'm telling you. We've got a lot of weird things happening over here. But either ways, this is customary, right? In Sanhok, you're not supposed to exceed a fight for more than 2 minutes. Because if you do so, then you are going to get punished. You're going to get third-partied, and that is exactly what happened. And considering the position that you have, playing around the center, well, that was bound to happen.
Yeah, that was definitely bound to happen. You also took a little bit of glimmer on the teams, how they're working on the map over here. SUDOR now looking to challenge a fight against Vibes, quite in the clotheslines. Vibes are pretty much hurt over here. Probina Assassin in the clotheslines. The other man is all the way in the back, making sure he's providing that back of fire to themselves. Assassin, though, is a man to watch out from for sure. Safe taking a lot of shots in the back lines, and that's some incredible cover fire being shown from the side of Vibes. I like the setup that's coming in through from them. It's kind of like a 2-1 split. And Vibes, oh, that's a good nade, and this is what the Nepalis are known for, their utility utilization, and they do a perfect job with the nades, but here comes the trade-off of nades. Another nade from the side of SUDOR, not really able to find the connection, though. And again, Vibes, they get a go call. Al-Shamri taking a few shots in the back line. SUDOR need to make this push happen quickly. It's either a do-or-die moment. Either they let Safe go just like that, or either they try and save him and challenge this fight completely.
It's an artillery strike, and SUDOR finally are deciding to move in as Al-Shamri does have that MG SV with a brilliant fire rate as Clever does get that knock onto its assassin secured. Now Probeen, he's going to watch himself all by his lonesome, not receiving any kind of cover. But no, I was wrong. Jiggle from the far afraid does manage to take down Clever in the process as Probeen will get out of his cover. He's burning. He's getting incinerated. Cotton has spotted him out and he's chasing after him. Not really deciding to take any shots through that little crevice, through that little gap. He did spot him out, but Probeen is in a very good spot. Now, that is some smart play by the players of Team Vibes. You know, just trying to mitigate any damage possible. He's just retaliating, rather, in a good direction. Jiggle providing that very quintessential cover fire. And this is good. This is good from Team Vibes, considering the situation that they were in. Now, that's a good recovery.
Exactly. I like how they're taking those calculated risk moments, and they're able to make it out alive from that. But again, the damage has been dealt. 2 players down. That means they're left with only 2 players alive in their squad. They will have to play the rest of the game with only 2 players. I mean, it's not really a surprise, right, Fixes? We saw Vibes playing in the NC with only 3 players, so we know what they're capable of for sure. They can try and pull this one off with only 2 players as well. But now here comes another circle shift. Moves up a little bit north. Zivy from K7 is right in the center, but the problem is the compound that he's holding. I feel like a lot of teams are going to be having their eyes onto that. But guess what? I8 now pushing up against NASR. NASR, they have the high ground in this fight. I8 need to be really cautious pushing this one up. If they screw up somehow, they will be taken down. And this is what they exactly realized. They're like, all right, guys, this is way too risky. Maybe playing this one out as safe as possible can be a good choice. Because, again, we need to realize that I8 are still lacking on a dinner.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with I8. But right now, we'll be getting back to the fight in hand. We've got a few teams over here. We've got A1 Esports. We've got Fate. We've got K7 and Zivy. Well, all by his lonesome. He's going to defend. He's going to stay alive, at least secure some position points. Because we're still yet to see any squad being completely wiped out, right? And if you get wiped out right now, you're going to get nothing. You're just going to get dark. And, well, there you have. I mean, A1 Esports just playing below the bridges. You know, talking about I8 in this situation, you know, Sanhok really hasn't been their strong suit, right? Considering how they rotate from afar. But, you know, they've got to take some pages from DRS's book, because DRS, time and again, they've proven, you know, even if it's Sanhok, considering they drop off way towards the eastern side, they still do manage to get those chickens. Now, if I8 can pull this one off, then that's going to be so good. But what I've been seeing, the mentality from I8 so far has completely changed from what was in the league stages, right? They're not aggressive anymore. They're being very calculative. They are feeling the pressure. You know, they understand that the first day is so important. They want to still be in contention, at least out that 4th or 5th position right now. Still at the 5th spot, not a lot of points separating. If they can get a chicken dinner, they might as well take the 2nd or maybe the 1st if they go up big.
They definitely can. I mean, only if they go big. And as you mentioned, none of the teams yet are completely eliminated. All 16 teams are alive, and it's just those players, individual players falling down. And it's just the Sanhok effects hitting them. Nothing really special going on. Fate as well is only 2 players alive. Fate, they're quite on a bad side of the game over here, but we also saw a scroll-cracking shot coming in on the side of Stalwart Esports. It seems like they are not really feeling good about that one. They as well would need to do something, at least try and make things possible on their side. But Fate, this is a complete just stalemate situation. They do know A1 Esports Sinister is in the front lines, but to chuck a nade in, it's not going to be an easy job. Vivi smoking himself out. As soon as the smoke fades away, position will be revealed, and the chances of him taking down will also increase. Another nade coming in from the side of Lath, but he's exposing himself a little bit too much. But luckily, no one's there to compromise.
Yeah, I mean, he's done the damage though, but CV, he's somehow gonna still cling on. He's still alive. Instantly realizing he's taken some chunk of damage. Shots down the door, guys. Guys, we're safe for now. But this is it, you know, DRS going up against I8. This is the fight a lot of fans have been waiting for. Nima, right off the bat, right on the front lines, he's taken quite some hefty amount of damage as Uzum will be lobbing that grenade, but does not connect at all. But what Nima needs to focus on is getting himself patched up. But there comes another grenade from Uzum, and this time it does not miss the mark.
A taste of their own medicine, and this is what we like to see. I8 opening the fray up with that beautiful place nade. Uzum is the man who finds the opening, and this is what I exactly needed. They're going to be making the push happen, trying to confirm the kill on Nima. If they do so, that's going to be putting DRS in such an uncomfortable spot. Wow. Crypto finds another one. AJ goes down. DRS, oh, they're feeling the pain. The 30 bullets. Oh my god, the signature M416 making it work. Crypto, he is just doing a good job providing the info as well at the same time, making that damage happen, and they're being pushed on by IH now. DRS, they want to fight back, and they do. Mafia Ninja as well finds another one. IH is a 2-on-2 situation. Mafia Ninja and Galzin versus Crypto and Uzum.
Yes, and things have started riling up all the way exciting than ever as Mafia Ninja does manage, not to go down without a fight as another grenade has been lobbed over by Crypto. He's taking his own sweet time. He knows this is a really intense fight, and they do know it's going to be DRS right in front of them, but look who's here! Who's joined the party? It's going to be Rico freaking Infinity and DRS and I8. They're not going to be happy about that. I8 already starting to lose numbers over here. The fight started in a really brilliant manner, but look at how it has transitioned. DRS now going into the push. Crypto spotting Mafia Ninja out. Does manage to knock him though, but instantly gets traded off by Gyalzin. But the woes of DRS are not yet over because Rico Infinity, they smell blood and they are definitely going to close in. Or maybe not. Maybe just take the safer route. Just edge keep them. Either ways, I8, well, what a way to go out, Necro.
Exactly. And we also saw Mafia Ninja dropping all of his loot to the man that was alive. But now, Visit the Vibes looking to take a fight against Cryptics. We do know this team as well is performing pretty decent, I would say. Not the best on the 8th ranking in the overall standings, but look at this. Lazy Boy eats that nade. He swallows that one. Mullik is so close. He has no clue. Lazy Boy being kind of lazy, checking his surroundings, and he will be punished. Resident Vibes doing a good job positioning themselves in that fight. Such a phenomenal way to challenge a fight against a team like Cryptics. They're still so unaware where exactly Resident Vibes are. Position still being compromised. Cryptics they're looking pretty sweaty inside this one. Molotov to flush them out of their comfort zone. Here comes the nade bombardment on their side. Cryptics are getting bombarded down.
I mean, since when did we have so much of a nade fight happening in Sanhok? Molotovs, grenades, smokes. That never happened, And, well, times certainly have changed. But right now, we've got El Chapo lobbing a grenade of his own. Does find it marked as he takes down Rules in the process as Reaperbot does advance, but gets instead tackled down as Malik and Delta are the two final survivors. But Malik has a job to do. All he's got to do right now is get the rest back up. But Deadeyes, they have joined. No! El Chapo with a whammy out there, taking down 2 players. Frag Boy is gonna feel scared, but El Chapo is really low on his HP and finally falls down. But Deadeyes, they've got to get that rest back up, giving enough breathing space to Wizzes with Whites as they're back up with all the 3 players and just having lost that 1 player. But it's fine, it's okay, they can live with this.
Deadeyes got completely slapped with that nade. That push was pretty good, but then that nade just sails in and it destroys them completely. Another third party fixes. It's Ruthless Aggressive Warriors looking to take down Deadeyes, guys, and it seems like they have done the job successfully. They're left with only 1 last man alive. And guess what? Within a glimmer, they get eliminated on 12th position. Rico Infinity on the other hand as well, looking to dish out a lot of damage. And look at the push coming in. Fidon, he does spot each and every single man out from Avon Esports. But Avon Esports don't just have a lot of breathing space. Prestigo goes down, but Avon Esports as well, they will need to move inside on the open grounds. And this is where Avon Esports will crumble down.
Oh my goodness, but they're still just hanging by the whiskers, right? 2 kills already secured for them, getting a few more, but the big question is how are they gonna get inside the circle considering you've got Team Fate? But Team Fate, they've got their own issues to deal with. They've got Civi, who's still alive for quite some time. I mean, if Leth does go down, then that is it for Team Fate. But 9boy having fallen down, it all comes down to Jax, who apparently had the last first aid, which has apparently been used out. Now, considering how the situation is right in front of us, it's going to be Skeeton, the last solo survivor for Rico Infinity. And there you go. Jax falling down and the zone shifting a little bit towards the north. Starwards, they're in really good contention, and the same can be said for Raw. Now, from Starwood's side, we did not see them overextending at all. Action has got the right weapon he needs, and at this point, getting that level 3 helmet and vest, this might just earn him the chicken.
This definitely can. The zone's screwing up so many teams. They needed to move inside, Avon being one of them. And oh my god, they just got eaten alive by the play zone. Mafia Ninja's wall. And now guess what, Stalwart Esports, as you mentioned, they have a pretty good position, but also that little bit of high ground they've gotten themselves. If they're able to defend it pretty well, they are going to be finding themselves in luck for sure. Wizzes Vibes alive with 3 players. There is a little bit of separation between Rules, Delta, and Malik, but it's fine. He can try and make it right next to them. Rico Infinity, just like that, had no choice. The last man needed to move out in the open. He also gets eliminated, and now Raw are looking pretty strong. Are they going to be keeping up the ruthless aggression?
Oh, that's a question that will get answered in a couple of minutes, right? Bishal and Joker, the 2 players being alive as Assault. The kill has been confirmed. And Starwood, they're going to enjoy that little bit of a high ground that they've got, that hill coverage. Look at them just getting spread out. And you remember, right? Against A1 Esports, it's all it took was just one man and his Tommy. And this time, he's got an upgrade. He's got an MG3. So I'm kind of wondering the force that they're going to strike their opponents with. As Delta, he's lobbed that grenade. He's just cooking it up. Any single moment, he's going to throw it down. But, well, it was just overcooked. But now, again, Wizzes with Vibes. This is a really consistent, possession right now. They've made it to the top 4 and has to be a really good game for them. But they always have that contingency plan. But look at that zone go.
Yeah.
Starwood completely enjoying the fruits of their rotation over here. And seems like it's a Starwood game.
Yeah, this is their game. There's no way anyone can steal it away. And look at the nade from Bishal. Delta, oblivious about the fact that the nade was sailing right in his direction, walks straight into it and gets blown to smithereens. Look at Joker taking his sweet little time to rotate inside. He's not really being that aggressive, or he's not really being he's not really being that aggressive in that rotation. And guess what? As soon as he moves out, he gets taken down, and that's why Joker took his sweet little time. Bishal being the final man alive from the Raw. And guess what? If Top manages to connect this nade, it's going to be it for Bishal. And yes, it is. Oh, that nade connects. Bishal gets taken down. Stalwart Esports, they are dominating this entire field. And the final 2 team fixes, they're outside the zone. This is it.
Yeah, this is it. This is a chicken dinner, making things so much more exciting, because now I believe they're going to be clinching that first spot back again. And this classic rivalry, we sort of started between Starwood and I8, has come down to Starwood and DRS again as Action. He's going to rain terror with that MG3 of his. And now since they've heard the sound of this gun, I believe Praveen and Malik do not want to give their kills away. They'd rather kill themselves up, just nade themselves. And Wizzes with Vibes, they've finally fallen. And Praveen, with just that last final first aid, he's going to go down any single moment. But I believe Action is oblivious of Praveen's position. But he's still going to lob that grenade and get that final kill. They're surprised, but they're happy, but they're determined. There you go. Starwood getting that chicken dinner that they've been waiting for. The first game, they start off on a really good note, get a lot of kills, but not the chicken. Second and third, they kind of mess things up, but finally recover in the map that they've been dominating for quite some time in Sanhok, and they're back again, clinch that first spot in the overall standings.
Oh man, Stalwart Esports definitely being the Grim Reaper of that previous map of Sanhok and doing a good job. But we saw so many third parties after third parties after third parties, especially that nade on the Deadeye's guys by Cryptics just completely blew them up. They just slapped them out of their miseries. And then you had Ruthless aggressive warriors from on top of the edge lines just shooting them down. Just third parties after third parties after third parties. And this is what we like to see in the map of Sanhok.
just the way I like my good old Sanhok is what we did witness, finally. All that action panning down, just a complete brainstorm for the desk. But right now, we're going to be going for a quick little break because right after is the beautiful desk coming to break all these fights down.
Hello and welcome back to PUBG Mobile Pro League MENA and SA Championship. All thanks to our sponsor Oppo F19 Pro. With that, we're in the finals. 4 games done and stalwart. The way they were dominating the league plays seems like that is going to be an old story continuing on in the finals as well.
Almost, I would say, because obviously the first game they tried tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it does matter now because obviously most shots that are just there, right? But talking about the MVP, exactly, action. He hit like something other than a jackpot or something, like 888 damage going down to this lad. 3 assists, 145 healing done, and well, I'm pretty sure this lad's final grenade kill, that was such a sweet one.
I mean, it was definitely an incredible performance from Stalwart Esports in action.
He was you saw him, right? He was genuinely happy, like thinking, "Oh my god, it got connected."
I mean, a moment that you yourself cannot believe. Hey, that hit! Wow.
I defy my own skills. It was that, right? But yeah, moving on. Praveen comes in. 4 kills, 507 damage. A top with 3 kills, 417 damage. A chopper from Cryptics. All right, this team also had a decent game for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, it was quite a decent performance, but we were talking about quite those interesting 2 names, right, that we wanted to see do really well in this matchup, and both of them sort of were eliminated in a similar manner.
It's Analyst's curse now.
Yeah. But still, I mean, Cryptics are slowly and steadily climbing up. Rico Infinity, they are trying to keep themselves in contention for the top 4, or at this point, because DRS are inside the top 4 as well, the top 5. So it is definitely looking really interesting and intense if you are one of these players inside this lobby.
That is correct. But Vibes and Stalwart, right? Coming down. Look at this. Stalwart, they played brilliantly. Given the fact, they were part of a lot of fights. 1843 is their total damage, but their damage received is like almost around 1/3 of what they have given. 12 kills, 4 knockouts. Are you kidding me? 4 knockouts only and 12 kills.
So here's the thing, Ocean. I mean, you just brought up some lyrics, right, about Stalwart Esports. I have some lyrics for them too. You can't touch this.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, look at the damage received. I mean, no one was able to touch them at all.
Hey, don't copyright us. But, well, I mean, 27 total points coming down. That's actually really good. I mean, these lads played really good.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, they did. As we move on to the match summary, of course, we did see action with that high action gameplay being showcased from him with the 888 damage from his side. Again, I mean, Stalwart, they are definitely finishing the games in style. On the other front, as we move on to the heals, This time it's a
One.
little low.
Not a lot though,
Yeah.
in Blotter, but still good number. I mean, whatever suits your boat, whatever sails your boat,
Exactly.
that kind of a thing. Yeah. And utilities use is less.
And I agree with what the casters were saying with that DRS I8 fight. DRS
Yeah,
was
that's-
definitely going to be quite upset that Rico Infinity showed up.
Yeah, to be honest, I was waiting for that fight, but then, obviously you see Prestige on the back lines, just, trying to see whosoever's there, and then the team just shows up. But 27, 19, 13. Look at this. Only 4 teams have double digits. That shows that, yes, even though the kills are kind of distributed here and there, but still not a big outcome as for what, a particular team would have wanted. This is what it shows.
Definitely, that is so true. As you move on along with the with the match ranking itself, Enigma Galaxy definitely proven that they deserve to be here, as well as being invited with 0 placement points, but 5 kills is what they walk away with.
And I have to say, I have to give props to Ziv11 from K7 Esports. I mean, the man was alone for so long in just trying to survive, trying to see if he can just be sneaky as possible to avoid any sort of conflicts with any of the teams. But he did, in fact, get that 1 placement point for his team, which, considering the position he was in, it seemed like a dream at one point.
Oh, yes, it did. Again, when it comes to Sanhok, there were a few rotations made, but overall it worked out for the lot of the teams, the 16 teams. But with that, let's move on through to the zone analysis and have a keen eye towards what the teams did.
So, all right, I don't want to say this, but obviously I will, just spitting facts. Stalwart, they like to drop to bootcamp. This time they were safe because obviously no KHK was there. Let's just talk it like that. And then Enigma Galaxy, as soon as the game started, I heard casters talking about this one, that obviously they have the circle for themselves. This team has a circle for themselves. So these teams would be like, at a really good place when it comes down to, being inside the zone and just rotating around. Well, Vibes definitely had a really good advantage of just, staying at a really good area for them. But NASR, now this strategy that NASR just uses, right, just to stay on the blue zone for the first circle, as soon as circle hits down to for the next phase, that's when they start moving up forward. So yeah, this strategy works up really good for this team. And well, A1 Esports, they start off from here. They were really early and really good for the rotation, just coming down this area. So this game, the first circle kind of determined a really good push for a lot of teams to stay in the zone comfortably. But well, after that, as soon as circle just started showing up its own true colors, because obviously you see, right, one river kind of divides 3 different islands. So you are thinking that you have to go down to the Ruins Island, but still, it's all about swimming at the right time or maybe making the right move. And well, a lot of teams maybe just made bad moves, but look at this one right now. Johnny, one layer inside. Everyone else, if we talk about Wizzes, they are out. If we talk about Vibes, they're kind of at the edge. If we talk about Stalwart, the teams that were just showcasing themselves at the final moment, well, most of the teams were out till this zone.
Yeah, I agree. This wasn't an easy game rotation-wise for any of these squads.
Yeah.
It was a
DRS,
big challenge to survive. So,
Mafia Ninja, yeah.
We've noticed this in the Sanhok from the league play days as well. DRS were playing quite similar to how NASR Esports was. Going quite slow in the early stages of Sanhok, but this time the shifts of the circle, it was really hard to predict where it was actually going to go. And definitely a lot of the teams did, in fact, bow down to the zone itself, to the blue. And in the end, Stalwart Esports, look at them, just all alone in the circle. Everyone else is just like healing up, trying to survive.
But that last nade.
Exactly. But they still were determined to
They saw a buggy right there. That's why they threw the nade after.
And got the kill as well. 12 kills is what they got, right? Amazing playing showcase from Stalwart Esports. But along with that, there were the teams who were part of the action-packed game. So let's move on through to the Oppo F90 Pro moments.
And we talked about this, right? This Sanhok was quite interesting because, we saw the fights happen super late. 9-minute marker is when the aggression started, and even then the first team was not eliminated. Ziv11 somehow managed to sneak by and just survive to the later stages.
Yeah, those things did happen here and there, but more or less, in a while, obviously, we'll be seeing those fights happening that we are seeing, DRS versus I8 and all those things. But Vibes did take off on a really good fight for themselves here and there. SUDOR, well, they did try though, but again, the end results, well, they were just, kind of not exactly what either of the teams would have wanted, just to take up on those fights. Obviously, they were not early fights, but well, no one wants these kind of situations. But Vibes, moving up forward, they did secure a good number for themselves.
Yeah, they definitely did secure quite a really nice number of points for themselves from this matchup. Nigma Galaxy, we've been talking about them, seeing if it is going to be possible for them also to move towards the global championship with a really good finish in this tournament. So we're going to be hopeful about that. But SUDOR Esports, this team is really brutal in every single situation. I mean, even this time, as Ocean, you keep pointing out the rotation pattern, the high risk, high reward situation, SUDOR always puts itself in terms of going for those splits. They somehow figure out a way to make it work.
Well, that's that team for you, right? It's all about the mental strategies.
Yeah.
Not exactly. I mean, you can have strategy, but still, obviously your opponents. It's like 60 players trying to take you down in these situations. If it just comes on to the early stages, but it's all about executing it perfectly. It's randomness and your mind's own chaos against that randomness. If you figure out a synergy, well, you do good.
Yeah, and this was quite interesting as well. I mean, imagine being the lad from Rico Infinity moving on that bridge, and you realize, oh, there are two opponents right underneath us. That was a scary moment.
I mean, it's like in Sanhok you see a lot of scary moments with the snakes, with if there are people with ghillie suits. And the first one, if you remember, when A1 Esports' one lad was trying to move forward, Rico Infinity was on the back lines, we saw VSS action as well. Obviously, it did not deliver results, but we saw VSS just being used. So imagine VSS and Sanhok being we have talked about it.
Look at that. That was the final kill.
And look at action. Look at action. It was like, yeah, oh, I did that? All right, cool. Back to work.
But with that, as we move on to the damage graph, a different story being showcased from the side of NASR, who has been looking pretty good, but not in this game. On the other front, talk about T2K, DEADEYES guys, and also Cryptic. I mean, 1,000 plus damage, but only 2 kills.
I mean, again, all thanks to the fact how late the action began in this game. I mean, the fights began so late, 9 minutes when we saw the first 4v4 collision. So everyone had the opportunity to get into positions to have all the utility, the guns, the healing utility, the throwables available when the fights began. And that sort of put up this scuffle where one single mistake would result in you losing out on one individual for sure, 1 to 2 players going down for sure.
Well, with that, the storyboard is once again looking very reminiscent of the League Play days where SUDOR Esports is on to a rise. But it's not really that big of a rise as of now. They've got 61 points, and following them very closely is going to be DRS Gaming with 57, still capable of overcoming SUDOR, but we shall see if that will be the case for the side of DRS.
Last game to establish the day supremacy. That's where it is right now. It's close. Meanwhile, I8, well, they are at the 5th position still, so obviously they'll have to get in a bit closer as well to do a good, decent finish for themselves. A1 Esports right now, well, they have been in their own ups and downs if you talk about it. Vibes had a decent game, but, well, this is where the storyline is.
Oh yes it is. With that, we've got one final game as Ocean did just mention. Let's move on to the schedule, where for the final game of the first day of our finals right here, we're going to be going back to Erangel, and on that the 16 teams are going to be delivering their best. But boys on the desk, what are your anticipations going to be? What is your prediction going to be for this game?
DRS. Get
I was going to say the same thing. No, I was going to ask you, do we both go for DRS?
Yeah, then yes. Then I'm
both of us picking DRS now.
Yeah, we never had a fight. No.
Yes.
Alright. Alright, well. We shall see if the real soldiers are going to step up to what has been called from the desk to be their chicken dinner. On the other front, well, we did just see that I8's performance. Well, they're sticking to their nerves. They are getting the kills for themselves. And, of course, the placement points is a latter half of their story. Thus, they find themselves on the 5th spot. But we shall see if today, the final game of the day, will go in their favor or not. With that, let's move on along. Let's get this show pumping along. Let's move on to the final game, thus implying let's cue in our casters, the Panda Bros. That's going to be Necro and Pain Fixes.
Well, the predominant genes of Ocean, the childlike attitude, did imply that He wants DRS to win. He's excited like a little kid, just waiting. And same goes with Johnny. The desk have said it. They want DRS, and I believe so do we. We want that pattern, being formed, and they've been flawless in Erangel. The right amount of patience combined with some really amazing gunpowder, and just add a lot of grenades. Just absolutely bombarding the server. That has been DRS. That's exactly what they've been doing all along. But Necro, do you stick with the desk? Because I do this time. I believe that maybe DRS can pull this off.
Well, I mean, I honestly want to say that I'm not going to be going with DRS this time. I mean, we've seen teams from all different regions take the chicken dinner other than HTM, so I'm going to be going with K7, baby.
And I do understand why, right? Considering, a lot of you people might be thinking, K7, all right. But, they're not far behind, right? 32 points and just 2 points shy of R8. I believe if they can get a chicken, then they're going to enter at least the top 4, top 5. And, there you have it, right? Rico and Pretty, they've been doing phenomenal as well. Winning the games that they are supposed to, staying consistent, and the top 3, the contestation is still there, right? And again, after this date, tomorrow also, nothing is going to separate them. And Deadeyes, they've been consistent as ever. But here we go, heading inside this game, the flight path trajectory all the way from starboard towards Sanhok military base. So I'm rather excited to see if anything different happens, because right now nothing has really changed. Rico Infinity dropping down towards Severny, T2K, they're not going to go there. I think they tried once and they were absolutely clapped out of that place. But DRS, sticking towards their good old Yasnaya Poliana. This is smart, going into the vehicles first, then start off with the loot. I'm starting to wonder, considering how aggressive they've been in Erangel, are they going to be soft targets?
I don't know about a soft target, but I can definitely tell you the reason why I picked K7, because we've been seeing K7 as well throughout the day. You can clearly see the hard work they have put inside these games, and I feel like it should be rewarded with a chicken dinner, and they can definitely make that happen for sure. And K7, I feel like this game might just be it if they play all guns blazing, because the aggression has always been paying off for K7, that's for sure. But now we have Deadeyes guys. Oh, spotting out player of Wives. Assassin is the man in the middle of the wall, in the middle of the seas over here. It seems like he's not really going to be taking the shots anymore. Visual seems like he's not able to spot him out anymore. So yeah, he's going to be moving on forward. And you also did see team like A1 Esports. Now they definitely do also have the pressure on them, including SUDOR all the way on the bottom 2. These are the bottom 2 teams, A1 Esports and SUDOR. A1 Esports sitting on 15 points and SUDOR sitting at 7 points. I can already imagine you have only 5 more games upcoming, Fixes. You are not really able to make your mark on these 5 games. That means these teams are going to be having so much pressure on their back, especially considering the fact that this is all already the final game of the day.
Yeah, I mean, A1, they've never really had their chances, did they? The way they've been playing, unless and until they go for a hard reset, maybe the next tournament. I do not know, man. I do not like the chances this time, at least. The preparation, everything is absolutely in shambles. But considering how the circle is formed now, this is interesting. Or rather, I must say, refreshing. Because if we could, travel in time, go back to the past, just a few days ago, the first Erangel in which we did witness Fate getting that chicken dinner. Imagine, it's sort of a similar circle like that, heading towards the northern side, and Fate, they've dropped dead south in the Sanhok military base, which is a change from what they did. But look at how quickly they are rotating this time around. RB making sure that she's got those angles checked, but Nathan Galaxy and Raw, they seem to be in a bit of a kerfuffle over there.
I did hear a few shots being rattled off over here and there, but yeah, no connections being found yet, no kind of critical damage being dealt on to anyone, at least it's what it seems like for now. Enigma Galaxy, the separation is being shown from their side. I don't know if that's going to be paying them off this time, because the separation is quite huge, and if that man goes down, that means things won't really be looking great because you can clearly see Raw has surrounded them from all the different angles. Hixie is the man who can try and at least save them out of that situation. He's all the way in the back lines. He has an anonymous position still inside the game. But now talking about a team like SUDOR Esports, yes, a dominating performance throughout the day. They have been consistent on that kill department, and same thing goes with the placement points as well. Yeah, a few games have been a slip out, but it's fine considering the fact that this was the kind of fifth game, or this was the day one, and we knew how much pressure teams had. This was the time where you only get the chance to perform. SUDOR Esports has been doing a phenomenal job sitting on all the way on #1 place in the overall rankings. But a team like TDK Fixes that was doing such a good job in the league plays, it seems like in the day one of the grand finals, they haven't really stepped up, and they also need to realize the time slipping away from their hands, and so are the games.
Yeah, they've got to change a lot of things. But again, coming back to SUDOR, one thing I like about this tournament, especially the finals so far, that the top spot hasn't been stagnant, right? There's just not that one team absolutely racking up all those points. We're not witnessing, something like what Alpha 7 is doing out there, back-to-back 4 chickens and not being in contention. Navi also the same, doing it all in the European Championships. But here, it's getting so exciting, right? With every passing game, we're having a different, table topper. Now, of course, it's been mostly out of SUDOR and DRS, but either way, the competition is still on. Now, let's say if Rico Infinity get the chicken dinner, they're going to be on the first spot. Let's say DEADEYES might get a chicken dinner with some good amount of kills. They're going to end the day at the first spot. And, yeah, they do have that choker stack behind them, but you never know. Past is past. This time, maybe things can change. Maybe with Full Gloves Edition, I think we're looking at DEADEYES finally having some good days ahead.
Yeah, exactly. True Love's Edition has definitely changed a lot of things in DEADEYES, guys, and it's completely visible how they're playing. With True Love, I just feel like DEADEYES guys have got themselves an extra bit of confidence added, and that's helping them out quite a lot in these games. And hopefully, as you mentioned, the Choker Stack, I feel like if they keep on performing the way they are performing up till now, it will definitely be taken off, and they need to certainly take it off because, of course, it's not really a good thing to have it on your profile. But now, we have SUDOR, a team that is all the way in the bottom. They are also making a rotation happen. Hopefully it's a safe one because Wizzes Vibes is right in the front lines, and in front of Wizzes Vibes there's TDK. And considering the fact that these two teams like TDK and Raw, they are one of the best out there, but they are still struggling. That means they are going to be angry.
They have to write a recent roster shuffle, but we'll talk about that later because DEADEYES find themselves amidst some action as Team NASR was apparently rotating around and they've been spotted. So they've been spotted off that area. They're going to try a different route altogether as DEADEYES will secure this triple-storied compound themselves. And yeah, I mean, DEADEYES, what has really been the missing link? Has it been True Love? I do not know, because they've never had issues, with their fragging potential. There was never any problems with the firepower. It was all about holding on to your nerves. Now, True Love, I mean, we've seen this lad in 7C. He was one of those really instrumental players who decided the fate. If 7C did win a chicken dinner, True Love had a really big contribution to that. But now, more than that, one good respite for DEADEYES is they do not particularly have to win the champions title because, the top 4 either way still qualify. And DRS, being in the top 4, it's even better because then one of their slots, it passes on to the 5th team that they have. So DEADEYES, if they keep on staying consistent, maybe we're gonna watch them in GC.
Definitely can. I mean, yeah, for sure. But still, there are more 5 games to go, Fixes. That means a lot of pressure. You need to hold on to your nerves. You need to have nerves. And take a look at this. Rico Infinity taking his shots on the K7. Not really finding that many connections. So Rico Infinity, we know what this team is capable of. They're sitting all the way up on #3 in the overall ranking with 52 points. So they are definitely one of the more confident teams, starting the day off on a good note, and that's what you need. And also ending the day off on a good note, that means you're going to be having a good start for the next day as well. And Rico Infinity needs to make sure that at least this game, they're having a good performance. And as I've said, I'm going with K7. K7 as well is one of those teams doing quite decent, but they need to up their performance a little bit more just to at least stay with the top dogs.
You know what? I've been really liking them in those 4v4 gunfights, right? But this game is not really fair for them, right? Every single time they engage someone else, third parties, and
yeah.
you know, they're really good even individually. We did see Wanu pulling off that 1v4. He's that good, right? It's just not him, Hoshuan, Chakshin, every single player. But K7 really have a promising position inside the circle. Now you're talking about the other teams, you know, the big guns. There we have one, MG3, right in front of us. But the teams, well, Starwood and I8 apparently have started the rotation, and I8 has made it just to the peripheries of the circle, just beside Nigma Galaxy, and Starwood, they're still taking their own sweet time. But now if we could have the map feed in front of us, you know, I really want to point out another beautiful rotation that's happening. That's Wizzes with vibes, you know. The drop off at Milta, they took a drastic rotation all the way from the eastern side. They went all the way towards the northern side, and now they're gonna dash it inside the circle. Now this is a little bit concerning for me, considering how T2K is really positioned, because when you're on the shorelines, you're on the lower ground. You've got a little bit of a hilly area, but you've got a fight happening amongst us over here. It's going to be NASR going up against SUDOR.
Oh, a little bit too aggressive there, SUDOR. You got to hold your nerves in these kind of moments. NASR is in a team that you can challenge head on. NASR is definitely one of those good teams out there, and you can't just challenge a fight against them like that. SUDOR needs to realize that they're all the way in the bottom of the overall rankings. It's quite close and just hit the frame of the window. Wasn't really able to sneak inside, but Clever, he's alive in the game over here. Fate, NASR as well, they're steadily crumbling down. They're bleeding, but guess what? Another nade connects. NASR falls down, and SUDOR, what? They come out on top in that fight. NASR, they are going to be banging their head against the wall.
You know, even they can't believe themselves. They've just pulled off the squad wipe, and you know, they've taken down NASR, one of the teams that was one of the strong contenders. And SUDOR, this is going to instill that confidence inside of them. And Al Shamri being the hero of it all, with those 3 kills, he's got that demon inside of him, speaking aloud right now. But look at T2K, they are wandering off into its Wizzes with Vibes direction. Now, I did not know how it's going to pan out for Legend, but, you know, considering Legend has had his past stint with PN Crew, he knows this area really well, right? He knows the topography, he knows where the crevices are, he knows where the ridges are to play around with. So, that's going to be really interesting, but we still got to keep Rico Infinity also in contention, considering they drop off around Siberni. So they're also very well versed with the patch around them.
Definitely are. But now another team that I have my eyes on for sure, and a lot of people have their eyes on, is going to be SUDOR Esports. Now, they have made quite a late rotation in the zone, and they're all the way down south on the map as well. So SUDOR Esports, they will need to make it in. And here's a little replay, just a little bit of salt on the injuries of NASR by production over here. They want to show this one again and how they went down. It was a quick squad wipe as well. It seemed like for a second SUDOR might just go down. It seemed like things were going south for SUDOR, but this, yeah, as you mentioned, Al Shamri, this 1v3 situation coming in from this lad, a perfect usage of nade, and then just a drop shot coming in to take the final man down and just seal the deal on the NASR. A beautiful way to challenge a fight, especially they needed this kind of a boost, that they're sitting all the way down in 16th position with that kind of a squad wipe is going to be bringing their confidence up. And guess what, Fixes? SUDOR Esports are pretty lucky.
They certainly are. Now they're gonna, you know, be having that little bit of a smirk right on the faces, and same goes for I8, because Rozok, it's vacant, it's empty. Now DEADEYES, well, they're still in a good spot, but you know, now the big question arises. Now this is where the big debate, and even for the viewers, you know, where do you predict the circle is gonna head out? Is it gonna go north or is it gonna go south? But this is with vibes, you know. If we had those old stats, you know, the longest distance travel, I think we've got an undisputed winner over here. As A1 Esports and Vibes almost just crossing roads right beside each other. A1 Esports being the one just sticking as a bunch over here, not really making any bad movements. They're gonna travel from a different direction altogether, as you know, everyone sort of wants to have a better spot inside the circle. And there's something I really like, you know, just playing around the bunker. You've got some cover around to play with. All they are hoping, if imagine the circle favors them.
That's for sure. If the circle favors A1 Esports, then it's their game for sure. Unless they somehow screw it up, and They have done it quite a lot of times in the past, so I wouldn't really be surprised if those kind of moments do happen again in the future lines. But I want to say what K7 is up to. They're right next to TDK on the map over here, but right now we have our eyes locked on Raw. And they as well are right next to a team. And guess what? A risky rotation from the side of Wizzes, a calculated risk being taken. With that, they also get a little bit of positioning revealed for themselves. Now they know where teams have positioned themselves, including IH's position being compromised like that. Vibes, they have found themselves a safe spot for now, but they're on the edge of the zone. This is where they're going to be praying to the PUBG gods. Hopefully, the next zone is going to be favoring them. Same thing goes with Avon Esports and DEADEYES, guys.
Oh, yeah, 100%. You know, the way the teams are rotating inside the zone, the northern side, it's clustered up. And, well, there you have Al-Shamri after that really beautiful squad wipe onto its NASR. He's starting to feel himself now. Now he's got another, target right in front of it. It's going to be a big one. It's a big fish. Rico Infinity team. And, well, they've been sitting at the third spot. They've been enjoying themselves. They've been really consistent nonetheless. And, Ruthless aggressive warriors do not seem aggressive at all, as Bishal, however, manages to find a beautiful knock onto its light, but the cover fire from Ragnarok and his teammate Venom does not really come through, and he's gonna get that West back up, easy peasy for him, and Raw. Somehow, they're still surviving. And Team Fate, the consistency that we were really expecting from them, Necro, I do not think that we're getting to see a lot of it. They're sitting on 13th spot with just 18 points.
Oh, the circle shift is making me sweat, Fixes. It's in Rozhawk. Rozhawk is the city that is right in the center. That means we're going to be seeing some urban warfare. But guess what? Raw in the clotheslines as well. And they also want to be the one to be quick on their feet, because Fate right in front of them has escaped their fray, and that's what they're not going to be happy with. And the prediction that I made, Fixes, I went with K7, and it seems like the circle not really favoring them has hit them hard.
Oh, it certainly has. But, I really like I8's position right now, considering they're on that edge, having that high ground. They've got that warehouse, they've got that triple-story compound. I'm loving every single bit of it. As Nick, the Galaxy, two spot out Wizzes with Vibes as they fearlessly just traverse through the land, completely unfazed, just to fall down to DEADEYES as Vibes. They've made a mad dash at where I8 are. Now, this is a really important strategic location, right? And I'm not really surprised it's being challenged.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that being challenged, IH's ego has been hurt, and they're looking to challenge a fight against them. IH are not going to be facing this one out. They want all the smoke in the world, and that kind of an opening from Crypto is going to be opening a lot of things and opening a lot of opportunities to make that push happen. Why? They're bleeding, they're sweating, they can feel the pressure in the world, and this is where they crumble down. IH, a perfect fight being challenged from their side. The way they challenge that one, the way they use the utilities to perfection, and now Cryptics, they find in the middle of Rico Infinity. Rico Infinity, on the other hand, though, they are sweating for sure because they are in all the disadvantage of the world. They found themselves inside the water. Skitten is trying his best to escape the situation or escape this moment, but it seems like it's next to impossible.
It's gonna be difficult for them, but Lazy Boy apparently has been taken down by Rebuse. Now this might be a glimmer of hope for Skeeton as he just takes over that little underpass that he has under the bridge, and now Rebuse, well, I mean IH crushing the hopes of Vibes, quite literally as well. The way they took that fight, that was impeccable. As 10K, I do not know why he's showing his body like that, but Rebuse not really being successful in taking him down over there, but it's okay. It's okay. For I8 right now, the kind of a spread they have, they've got a lot of vision. Rico Infinity finally, still surviving maybe for the next few minutes, but either way, Senkei's knock has been confirmed by I8, and they're looking strong. They're looking really sharp. They want the chicken dinner, and they want it really bad.
They definitely do want it really bad. Both these teams tucked right underneath the bridge. Oh, they can feel the pressure. They can feel the pain. This is the final game of the day one of Grand Finals. And everything is on the line. If you're going to be missing out on this one, you're not going to be ending the day on a good note. There are a few teams all the way in the bottom lines that have already been eliminated. Some of big names right over here. Raw, Vibes, and Fate. Not really going to be seen in the game anymore. But guess what? I8 again spot the players of Stalwart Esports out. This is an old rivalry that's continuing over here. I8 taking a dig on the enemy's hills, but guess what? Stalwart Esports as well, they're not falling behind, trading a few shots here and there. Crypto has learned his lesson. He's not going to be peeking out anymore.
Now this is a battle in Sparta, isn't it?
Oh!
Everyone just determined as ever, and just as we were thinking that we're finally done with the shenanigans of the circle, and there you go, we've been hit with another beautiful whammy as the circle completely bamboozling everybody, just goes towards the northeastern side, towards the northern island, and this is preposterous, this is ludicrous, this was not supposed to happen, but here we are dealing with reality.
Oh, the circle has been debating each and every single team with those rotations all the time, including a team like Wizzes Vibes. They made such a huge rotation because the circle things went south. And guess what? Yes, unfortunately, goes in the water. Deadeye's guys find themselves in such an uncomfortable spot. They don't have any other choice rather than stay inside. They're being surrounded by two teams, Cryptics and Rico Infinity. Both these teams are one of the best in their regions, and they do not want to fall down to them. Deadeye's guys, they're crumbling down. They don't have any other choice.
Alright, Deadeye's guys need to reconsider. Right now, they're just dead fish guys right in front of me. The way the situation they are in, and in a whole world of trouble, right? I do not know how they're gonna get out, but they still want to challenge this fight, as El Chapo is gonna keep wary of his multiple directions, because Lazy Boy, he's got his back, as Frag Boy has been spotted out, but still he manages to pull off a knock, as Marshall still trying to hold on to his horses, as Shulov not really having the best of HPs. Marshall still in contention, Marshall having finally being picked off.
How?
And Deadeyes, hold on. I do not know how they did it, but they've done it. They survived. They're still breathing. Now that is some beautiful, beautiful display of PUBG Mobile.
How did that happen, Cryptics? You cannot let them disrespect you like that. Oh, that's such an unfortunate moment for a team like Cryptics. They have a huge repetition, and with that, it's going to be going downhill. But Rico Infinity, though, still making it so far with only 2 players alive in the game. Deadeye's guys, they have managed to at least stay safe, or at least stay alive for now with 3 players in the game. SUDOR as well. This game is really important. As Ab mentioned, they're all the way at the bottom of the leaderboard. If they're going to be ending the day on a good note, they're going to be having a high chance of starting the other day on a good note as well. But Rico Infinity seeing so many teams rotating in front of them. What's going on? It's some Tokyo Drift going on over here.
I do not know if it's Tokyo Drift or if that movie happened in this manner, because, you know, cars are just flying inside this little tribute.
It's Fast and Furious.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I do know Fast and Furious, but this is nothing like that. It's getting even better as we keep going on with the game. And not that shit with gaming. D2K as R8, they're going to be hammered down with all those bullets raining up above from Rico Infinity, one of the most consistent teams that we have seen so far. They still somehow have survived, as Wizzes with Vibes, they're struggling against Nigma Galaxy. Reaper Bot being the player alive, I believe, has been spotted out, and Freak any single moment. But no, he's changing the tides. Reaper Bot gets on the land, gets the finish, gets inside the water again, and he's just going to wait for his teammate to make an entry, who instantly just jumps to hit death, drowns down after getting knocked out by Hixie. This is absolutely mental.
Oh yeah, this is definitely mental, and what a circle as well. It seems like PUBG God knew this was the final game of the day 1 of Grand Finals, and that's why they're doing this one. But take a look at this. Deadeye's guys now taking a dig on A1 Esports. One man falls down, the toes are exposed, shooting those toes out on top. Finds second one. Deadeye's guys are looking to dominate this final zone, but they still need to make their mark on the final circle.
Oh, they certainly do, but what a beautiful, crispy shots being taken by on top. And Deadeye's, I mean, they've been the best team inside the lobby so far. The way they've been playing, the way they've been dodging all those escalated situations, they've made it look like it's a kid's walk in the park. And now SUDOR, I mean, considering the way they've started off with that squad wipe, going after one of the gods, Action, who's apparently bleeding, making him realize that he's not immortal. And now T2K, what a beautiful spread that they've got across the territory. But, you know, they've got a lot on their plate. You know, pushes coming in from absolutely every single direction. How are they going to hold their grounds off?
That's what I'm wondering. And while holding your grounds off is such a bad position, isn't going to be that easy of a task. But guess what? DEADEYES guys taking a lot of shots on the and finally they fall down. They didn't really have that great of a position for themselves. They go down in 5th position. SUDOR looking pretty good. They have this Wizard Tower on this name. And they also have the only good cover inside this late zone. Alchabri also like the 3-1 separation coming out from their side. But guess what? They're retreating back to that old Wizard Tower, and that's what I feel like can be the most mature decision. Scry's still alive from the side of Stalwart Esports, and yes, he's going to be going for that heal battle. He doesn't really have enough first aids, though. Only has 2 more left. That means he will also fall down soon. The final battle has came down to SUDOR, DEADEYES guys, and TDK. These 3 teams, they need this one desperately, especially SUDOR and TDK.
Well, I mean, considering Scry, he's going to try to pull off some upset. He was cowering across the territory. Does find 2 more first aids, but no, not enough as he finally falls down. Well, I mean, this does bring down us to the Mexican standoff that we do have in front of us as Jane. Well, he's been knocked off. And Suyog, I believe his position has been compromised. On top, he's not going to fail delivering that beautiful grenade. Yes, he does connect. Did spot out that Molotov being lobbed out over there and does land it into perfection as True Love. He's got to get that res back up. He's dropped that smoke and on top, he's making the moves, wanting to secure Suyog's kill. Now, DEADEYES, they 100% deserve this chicken dinner. And if this gets taken away from them, I'm going to be a sad man.
Definitely, for sure. They deserve as well, but still, SUDOR, they have been holding on to their nerve for so long. This is the battle of nerve. And guess what? SUDOR this time, they come out on top in that initial battle. And this is where one man of DEADEYES guys fall down, and it's the main man as well on top. They need to somehow make sure on top is safe, at least if they want a chicken dinner, because then they will be left with only 2 players. But SUDOR, they're also crumbling down. They're also bleeding. Safe goes down there, trying to kill, looking to hold on to this position. They also have the circle favoring them. Are they going to be able to hold on to this position? That's the question I'm wondering. But look at this push coming in from Ragdoll. He doesn't have any request. He puts it straight on forward. He goes down, Durala from the back lines, looking to take TDK down. He takes a few shots and prones down instantly. But DEADEYES guys, I like how cautiously they're playing this one out. They're like, all right, we can let SUDOR fight them. But guess what, SUDOR, they don't have any intention of fighting TDK. Instead, they're bombarding DEADEYES guys down.
Oh, they certainly are just stepping into the party, joining the way we like the standoff over there, SUDOR. They certainly do have the numbers. And well, True Love, he's got to hold on to his horses over there as Suyog and Sudesh still stand on beside him. And there you go, he's been spotted out and finally goes down. And then DEADEYES have been eliminated, which leaves T2K Sindesh just the final player surviving. We know that he can pull off some miracles over there, but SUDOR, they certainly have no intentions in letting him do that. With that, they secured the final nail in the coffin. And that being said, a beautiful, phenomenal chicken dinner going into the hands of SUDOR Esports. Well, they started off well and they did end things on a really good note, getting that chicken, propelling them all from the bottom to the 8th freaking spot, Necro.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought SUDOR's gonna win that one? No one. Even Ocean, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have thought that one. SUDOR, man, just what a fantastic showing in the final game, and this is what it tells us, right? Each and every single team is over here for a reason. They have the caliber, and even a team like SUDOR, if they're able to end the day on a good note, I'm pretty sure they have a lot much more to show tomorrow.
You know, and this is what we love, right? This is where, you know, teams that you're not anticipating, they come on and get a chicken dinner. And, you know, the course of this entire game was so different, right? We were thinking that the circle is going to go shift downwards. It's going to favor I8. We were having our conversation around them, who apparently did have a good game, you know. They still had a decent number of kills. They did amass quite some points over there. But still, you know, that curveball being hit, you know, where the circle completely just shifted towards the northeast. That is where, you know, that glimmer of hope did arrive in the hearts of the players of SUDOR, who were, again, very patient. They let that fight break down, and once they knew that no one was paying attention, they had the numbers still, right? They still did lose out on one of those players, one of the players being knocked out by Jane, I believe. They went in for the race. They had a really good time, and when they realized that DEADEYES, they were at the weakest, they striked, and then again they knew that they had just got that one player to deal with, and Sandesh was finally finished off, and they secured this really hearty chicken dinner for themselves. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally done with all our games for the evening. 5 more matches remain. That's going to happen tomorrow, but we're still not done with the show, because right now we're going to be heading for a short little break, because coming right after is the desk to break the fights down.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League MENA and SA Championship Finals. This is day number 1, of course, and what a phenomenal turn of event it has been. The 5th game, nobody could have anticipated SUDOR taking a chicken dinner, moving and propelling them to the 8th position from the 16th. I mean, talk about a good game.
Well, I mean, they rotated from the back lines of Yasna and luckily found a really good spot where the circle was like, yeah, let's go here today. And it was kind of something. Yeah, the zone just, and I just don't know what to say. But well, D had a really good fight. I mean, I'm pretty sure Pixis, if he's a man of his words, he would be really sad right now because he said, right? So yeah, 4 kills, 1138 damage coming down, 6 assists.
Wow.
So his teammates kind of stole his skills or something.
Hey, I mean, they got the points, right? They got the points.
Yeah, they got the points. They got the points.
And Ocean, you don't need to talk about the zone because I'm pretty sure as soon as the shift happened away from Rozok, there was a massive grin on your face. I can guarantee that you were smiling in your chair.
I loved it. I loved it. Trust me, because I'll get back. I'll explain it to you, right? I'll explain it to you. But right now, True Love obviously he was out here. Blade from I8, 6 kills from this lad as well. Hey, I want to see actually by the end of the day what would be the player stats, right? Because of the MVP prize as well. Because that's going to be really good and really close, I guess.
Well, we will definitely bring that up later on. Right now, as we move on forth to the top 2 teams, we've got SUDOR taking that chicken dinner, and then there was TTK.
And Blotter, you were very on point when you said no one predicted this. No one, absolutely no one thought SUDOR Esports in this very last game of the day would bring themselves in a position from where qualifying for the Global Championship tomorrow looks like a reality. I mean, Ocean has been talking about this. Day 1, you need to make sure you're in the top 10, and they are in the top 8 right now. So tomorrow anything can happen, because now even the team on the 16th position, if they get a very nice chicken dinner tomorrow in the very first game, they will bring themselves into a contention position, since DRS is already doing well for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, that is correct. for most of it. But let's I want to talk something about the match rankings if we'll just have a look at that, because I missed one thing. I'm pretty sure you guys will be missing on that one thing as well. Had DE gotten this chicken dinner, that on top dance, I mean, that would have been just amazing to just have a look at. But right now, T2K, even with 5 kills and 12 placement points, they're at 4th in this match's ranking, right? That showcases the amount of domination that IA did, that DE did, and obviously SUDOR. Well, they played tactically. I would call it a tactical win. I get it. They have double-digit kills, but still, it was a tactical win, whatsoever.
Nonetheless, absolutely. And that definitely did work for them eventually, because they are in the top 8, and as you had been mentioning earlier, the team that are going to be in the top 10 basically on day number 1, well, they still have a contestation, but it seems like, well, if you have a good game like SUDOR just did, you can still participate into the top 8 or perhaps even the top 4, because we already know 2 teams have already qualified for PMGC.
Yeah, and both the teams are looking really good in the overall rankings. So it is going to be quite interesting to see how the teams will be coping up with the pressure for tomorrow. But along with this, as Ocean mentioned, the tactical aspect of SUDOR Esports gameplay, I guess it was quite prominent in the very last few moments of the matchup, because them deciding to go for DEADEYES, guys, is the reason they walk away with the chicken dinner. Had they taken care of the players of T2K on the other side first, they were in a really good position to actually pressure the position of T2K, and it would have been quite a straight line fight between the two, and that could have gone either way. So just finish off the team with the man advantage first and then take care of the leftovers.
Well. Now it's time to move on along and have a look at the zone analysis, where there will be rotations that Ocean is going to take us through for these teams.
I'm going to use different colored pens for this one, right? So first things first, I'm going to be marking DRS with yellow, and this is where DRS is, right? So most of the times when we see a northern circle, DRS likes to rotate like this. I mean, this is their rotation most of the times, right? So DRS, they do get out here, but then all of a sudden, they rotate somewhere around this area. I don't know what was that second thought. And well, if we talk about SUDOR, right? SUDOR is just here. That's in pink. And SUDOR, they just, get down to this area. Had DRS, imagine, just, stayed onto this northern area for themselves, they could have had a really good backstabbing option on quite a lot of teams, or maybe, that would have changed a lot of things. But one change of decision, I guess, at maybe, look at this, they had the edge, they could have gate kept or something, like the circle for themselves. But then after this happens, right, SUDOR, they have a good place, Stalwart's just out here, but as soon as next circle just comes up, I don't know, look at DRS now. Look at this team. It just changed for this team, right? They could have had a good northern movement for themselves, where T2K is right now. That could have been DRS, Johnny.
I think a lot of teams took that gamble of sticking on the side of Rozhok, because you see Star Wars versus Vibes, DE, Vibes, Raw is there as well, Nigma Galaxy, and yes, it backfired on all of these squads in the later stages, because getting to the other side, it became a challenge, and well, who capitalized on that? SUDOR Esports, DE.
At this moment as well, most of the teams on the southern side were really happy, right?
Yeah, now things change.
Oh, and I mean, that T2K position, that could have been DRS, if anything. T2K, that exact position, well, things might have had something, some different things would have had a different aspect, because we know Gyaltsen just, comes down to that flank angle. If it would have been the last moment fight or something, things would have changed. But right now, well, SUDOR gets it in.
Also, kudos to the players of DE for surviving that awkward dive in the water in the middle over there, because that was interesting. And I mean, all of us, I for sure thought they were done at that point, but no, they made it.
True, it almost seemed like a suicide note right there. And then for the side of DE, on the other front, well, there were so many fights that did take place throughout the game. Let's combine them all together through the Oppo F19 Pro moments.
This last game of the day kind of shows a lot of things in perspective. Let's just keep it like that. Obviously, there was chaos, but so for one team that was at 16th, right, getting to the 8th position, it kind of shows one thing as well. Tomorrow, it's not over till it's over. Even if you're not in top, or even if you're around 16th position, well, you can still go for the prize money. And well, at the end, that does matter at a lot of aspects, right? And that's where I would say, in those 5 games that will be coming up tomorrow, well, we'll see a lot of action definitely happening. Even though there might just be teams around 15, 16 position, but they will still want to have it for themselves, because one good game even though if it's the last one, can maybe double or triple their prize money.
I mean, I completely agree with that. One good game can help you walk away with a lot of cash in your pockets, but still, I mean, for majority of these teams, it is all about making it to the global championship right now. And with this game, as we talked about it earlier, with this game with SUDOR Esports moving forward, Ocean, as you said, tomorrow anything can happen. I believe it's going to be a very close finish in the last few matches as well, and it is definitely going to be a high octane day tomorrow. But this one, yeah. How did they survive that?
Well, they did, and that's the storyline, right? They did.
Yep.
But now, in a few moments, this is where the zone's just gonna have its own sweet time. Just this was like the zone torture, or what you would call it, because that's what happened.
Yeah,
you cannot deny it at all.
That one moment there, desperate moments require desperate measures. Like, if you know you have nowhere to go, drive your car in the water.
I mean, isn't it funny? I mean, Blotter and Johnny, we call it desperate moments require desperate measures require desperate moments, like all those things, right? And then with great power comes great responsibility. So it's one code for good, one code for bad. So we have it ready for ourselves, right?
Look at Tom.
Look at this.
He went inside the water just to scout the information. Like, all right, buddy, where are you? And all of a sudden he's like, all right, sorry, good sir, please forgive me. Tries to run away, but no, he gets taken out.
Oh, and this one again. I mean, DE, they got a good chunk for themselves. And now, Johnny, first position, second position. Talk about third, fourth, fifth, because DRS is going to be there. If DRS is there, we talk till the fifth position, right? So I8, they might have a decent jump for them, might not. I mean, it's still volatile today and well tomorrow as well.
Exactly. That's what makes tomorrow so much fun. I mean, I'm just getting excited and hyped up thinking about what's going to happen tomorrow. Because think about this. Right now, DRS is doing well for themselves. If Nigma Galaxy start climbing up, and if they find themselves in the top 4, then we're looking at the top 6.
Yep. That's true indeed, because
let's hope they climb up. I mean, I would want to see, then the competition. If they climb up, then the competition increases around the middle table, right? Because then everyone would not be at the 6th position as well. So that's going to be one thing. But right now, look at the top 5 teams, in fact. Good damage numbers by this team. And on the other side, Vibe, Fate, K7, NASR. Oh, 0-0-0-0. Rico as well.
Exactly. Unexpected.
Yeah.
Unexpected indeed,
True.
but the storyline continues on because the storyboard is yet not confirmed, as we still do have 5 games remaining for tomorrow. With that, let's cue in the overall ranking, where we do know the leading team is going to be Stalwart, but they are not allowed to get further away because the teams following them, well, they are keeping a close, keen eye towards them. But SUDOR, 8 position jump, Train to Kill, 7 placement jump. This is incredible, and once again the points are so very close that tomorrow till the final game the battleground is going to be open for all of these teams.
Yeah, and as we talked about Nigma Galaxy, look at them on the 6th position with 40 points. Yeah, they just have 16 placement points with the kills. That definitely helping them out quite nicely.
Right now, Johnny, looking at this one, I8, they still are at a comfortable spot. I mean, it's pressurizing, but it's comfortable. Players might not sleep tonight. I mean, talking about all these teams, right? They might just be, out there, just scratching out their whiteboards or blackboards, whatever they have for themselves, just making up the strategies and all. Because I8, imagine first 2 good games, tomorrow's 2 good games, if they are first 2. They can just, shoot them up to 2nd position. Well, after that, they can just, play by a normal pace. But, well, it's classic I8 having higher kill numbers than the placement points. That's what they have for themselves. Before this game, I guess it was 17-17. But, well, now it's 23-28. They got good amount of kill points for themselves. But, on the other side, if you're outside the 10th position, well, go YOLO. Give us something to just, just make up your charm in the lobby right now.
Yeah, I mean,
because it's possible. It's still possible.
Exactly. But, till this first game, I want to say 2nd game tomorrow, but no, I'm gonna be practical. Till the first game tomorrow, if you manage to, if Fate Esports, imagine if they get like 25-26 points in the very first game tomorrow, that's gonna bring them in a position from where if the next 4 games go their way, they might just sneak their way in the top 5 right now, because I mean DRS is in the top 4 as well, and I8, as Ocean said, if they play just like they did in this very last game, because they got 11 points for those kills, right? 11 points per game, 55 points for the matches tomorrow. If they can manage to pull that off, that is going to bring them not just in safety, it's not just going to take them to the global championship, but it's going to take them to the global championship looking like a very big threat to everyone.
Hope so.
And that is something that they have delivered upon earlier as well. So we shall just keep our fingers crossed that they are able to do so tomorrow. On the other front, as we talk about a team that is leading the charts, is going to be none other than SUDOR Esports.
Like always.
And 13. Action and top. These two lads are definitely going to be contenders for that, $2,000 for themselves if it just, comes down to that. But talk about the survival time. Definitely they have had bad games as well. There was one game in which they had kind of like not a decent elimination for themselves, but still 21, almost 22 minutes of survival time by all these lads. That's really good.
Oh yes it is. Oh yes it is. And their journey is not yet complete, because they are definitely going to be wanting to solidify the lead that they've been able to create. With that, as we move on to the next start, it is going to be the day summary for today. And well, DRS certainly did get the 2 chicken dinners. Rico were looking pretty phenomenal on Miramar in the final game. They were not able to deliver, but all of these teams, well, they still have 5 game opportunities tomorrow.
I mean, the one time Ocean and I agreed on the same team.
Yeah. Well,
we got to stop doing that now.
I'm telling you, if we agree on the same start, well, it becomes too overpowered that the entire universe is like, no, that cannot happen. It might just, space-time dilation might just happen because of that. So that's why.
But hey, on the other front, again, I mean, we've been part of situations where all 3 of us have chosen a team, and that definitely does rise up to the top.
Tomorrow.
But on the other front, maybe that might be the day tomorrow. On the other front, as we move on to the kill leaders. Look at that. Stalwart definitely trying their level best, but on top, sir.
Oh, he's on his toes. Look at the survival time and the damage.
His survival is almost like 2 minutes, not even almost, it is 2 minutes above actions. Wow.
And let's talk about the formula right now as well. I mean, why exactly Ocean? Why exactly are we bringing that up? Because that is a huge deal when it comes down to...
Yeah, if you have to be the MVP, 40% of your survival time starts, plus 40% of your damage time starts, plus 20% of your kill time starts, kill starts. It matters a lot. That creates a whole 100% of what your gameplay has been, right? So that matters, and in that, kills are similar for first, second, and third, fourth. Kills are similar, and after that, if we talk about it, damage is what separates them, and survival time is what separates them. Whatever on top is lacking right now in the damage stats, well, he's making up brilliantly in survival stats, and I'm pretty sure actually he's not far behind.
Yeah,
indeed.
Damage versus survival. Talk about another storyline. This one is for $2,000. Quite a lot of money.
Yes, it is. After that, it's 10, 9, 8, 8, 7. Vedant, Blade, True Love. Well, with that, obviously an incredible 1v4 that he did, and then Frat Boy. Wow, it's a good day. It's a good time to be a PUBG Mobile fan.
Yeah,
indeed, it's a close margin. It's a close margin, not only on the storyboard, but also for that tournament MVP for the $2,000. An incredible day number 1 for the finals. But the journey continues on as we have 5 more games that will take place today. But for today, we certainly do reach the end of our stream. Do not forget to, of course, subscribe to all of our social media links. And, well, if you are here already, do not forget to click that subscribe button, like I said. Along with that, you can also look up our social media links on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. And while you're at it, well, do not forget to follow these 2 dudes as well. You can definitely DM them and let them know what team are you going to be rooting for. A huge thanks to our sponsor, Oppo F19 Pro, for making this all happen. I've been your host, Gaurav. We'll be back again tomorrow. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.